Welcome, guys, to the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille. My name is Leonard König. I'm going to be your commentator for the day, and I'm sitting here with Count Xevious.
All right, I am absolutely excited to be here. This is an amazing turnout. So many really top trainers are here, and
It's crazy.
yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah,
I think
please.
no, I think this is going to be one of the most watched and most stacked tournaments that we're going to have.
Yeah, let's hope it's going to be watched a lot. We are playing a double elimination tournament with 4 pots, I think. So there are many players. I think about 121 maybe.
Yes, 121 were registered, but last it was, I think, 98 players playing today.
Okay, 98 players. This is almost 100. This is still a lot. And we have already picked some featured matches for you guys for the first rounds, and they are going to be crazy. We have so many big names of the Pokemon Go community for you guys. Count. I'm going to call you Count for the event.
Yeah, fair enough. It's easier. I think the second word kind of is a tongue twister.
It is really. So this makes it easier for me. So, do you already want to announce who the first featured match is going to be?
Yes, the first feature match is going to be the champion of Bilbao, Basix, going up against one of the best team builders in the Pokemon Go community, the Nut 93. And this is I'm absolutely hyped for this matchup because this is a matchup of heavyweights.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy matchup, and you guys will be blessed with a lot of content this weekend. So not only the live matches, we will have post-match interviews with the winners. So not too much analysis from us after the game. It's going to be mostly the winners speaking, and this is really the people you want to hear. And we have produced a lot of content in the last few days, so you guys won't be bored during the breaks. So remember to not go anywhere as soon as the match ends. There is still plenty of content.
Exactly. I think it's going to be really fun. So stay tuned, guys.
Yeah. So we don't know yet if the first match is already set up. So we will just have a little chat for a while.
Fair enough.
So we have already seen the teams of the first 2 players.
Yes.
Do you want to spoil anything? I think we have had quite the meta shift already. So there are a few Pokemon that you haven't seen that much before. What is your favorite one of those?
My favorite Pokemon, to be honest, is just Noctowl. It is, I think, an absolutely brilliant Pokemon. With it getting Shadow Ball, it had this much-needed coverage against the Steel types, which is a core part of the meta. And I think we're going to see it a lot in most of the teams. It's a very, let's say, one of the most used Pokemon in the games is Trevenant, and it is the absolute wall for Trevenant that you can have.
Yep. There's just no move yet that you can hit Noctowl with. Absolutely none. So, you were talking about Steel types being a big part of the meta. And one thing that counters Steel types are counter users. So, there are always a few counter users in the meta. What do you think is the best one here? Is it Toxicroak that won Basix the last tournament? Is it maybe Medicham, an all-time classic?
Well, honestly, it has to be the Medicham. Because, well, you know, Medicham beats Toxicroak, so in my head, it's always the better counter user. It also has a little bit more coverage against the Trevenant as well with the super effective Ice Punches. And it also has coverage against the Flyers with Ice Punch. And the Azumarill matchup is also pretty okay in the one-shield scenario for the Medicham. So I favor Medi. Because let's say, I like the meta a lot, so...
I can understand that. In Bilbao, there was a little shift towards Lickitung, because even though Lickitung is a normal type, the, of course, Lick move is really strong against the Medicham as well. So Toxicroak can have some advantages over the Medicham. Do you think that Lickitung is going to be as present as in Bilbao? Because almost every team had the Lickitung in it.
Yes, I think Licky is also going to be a very core Pokemon to a lot of the people who are playing. Because one of the reasons that, I mean, the main function that it has is just sit there and tank moves and also put the opposing Pokemon in a position where the next Pokemon can farm it down. So let's say if you go Lickitung up against a Medicham, you can flip it in the zero shield scenario, which is amazing because Lickitung is a normal type Pokemon.
Yeah.
Especially because a lot of the Medichams end up running Ice Punch and Psychic because that gives you the most coverage of the meta. Since you don't run Dynamic Punch or Pop, a power-up punch. I think it's the main reason why Licky exists, just to get the Medicham out of the way.
So are there any power-up punch users in the meta right now? Anything that you can really play to just basically sweep your opponent? Or flame charge, maybe?
Well, power-up punch user, I think the most well-known one that should have a place in the meta is Crafty. It is also a very, very solid answer to the Lickitung, right? And once you get your Crafty matched up against a Lickitung, it's very difficult for your opponents to like come back from this matchup, because you have to deal with like a double boosted Scrafty, and also it will probably have a foul play at the end for the next Pokemon that comes in.
So, Scrafty, one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, gotta be honest, that this thing is just way too cool, is a Dark type. And when we are thinking about Dark type Pokemon in Pokemon Go, then we have to talk about Sableye. Sableye has been a staple safe switch for eternities.
Yes.
So, what's the position Sableye is in? Because I think in the first two teams that we are going to see, there is no Sableye.
Yes. I think one of the main reasons why Sableye is not prevalent anymore is the rise of Altaria. Altaria has a pretty okay matchup against Sableye, and also the function that Sableye gives, you can kind of have it from Trevenant as well, with the added advantage that it can beat Azumarill, which I think was a core Pokemon in for the longest positive time. And also, as you said, it's also one of your favorites.
Exactly. So, again with the Trevenant, we have the Noctowl as a hard counter, as a wall. What else does Noctowl do well against? Because we have seen a Pokemon that has been used by Dancing Rob to win the World Championships. It's Shadow Venusaur. We are going to see some of that as well.
I think Noctowl is, as I said, it's a very neutral Pokemon, and it comes with bulk and coverage. But what it also does is counters the core meta, as I said earlier. It beats Venusaur convincingly. Of course, the Sludge Bomb hurts, but then again, you're a Noctowl. You can shrug it off. You can beat Medicham, but this is a pretty close matchup as well, because Ice Punches in the end and counters add up because you're part normal. So its counter is neutral damage against you. You can also do very well again. I mean, absolutely destroy Trevenant, Sableye, and Azumarill as well, and Tapu Fini, because, well, you're just a tank. You're a flying tank.
Do you actually beat an Ice Beam Azumarill?
It gets pretty close. Depends on, let's say, energy advantage you have, because Ice Beam does not kill you.
That is really good. Of course, the Pokemon only feigns, does not get killed.
Exactly.
So, we are seeing both the players' teams here. By the way, we have implemented something new. You can actually see that this Venusaur is a Shadow variant. We haven't had that in Bilbao, but now we can actually see the Shadow Pokemon in the team preview.
Exactly. It looks like both of them are really, really deep in the thinking process. What do you think that... What's a Pokemon that you think either of them is going to use that will flip the tide for them?
So, of course, I will have to say that Toxicroak is going to be really good for basics, not only because it was really cool in the Fashion Week of Pokemon Go. My competitive Toxicroak has a really cool hat with it.
Oh, that's really good.
I think that is really good. There's a double normal type strategy. We've talked about this earlier even. There's Lickitung and Noctowl, and actually, even though Noctowl is a flying type, it still does pretty well against... Or no, Toxicroak does still pretty well against it. What do you think about that? Yeah,
because in the end, Toxicroak versus Noctowl comes down to Toxicroak being able to bait the Mud Bomb. But Mud Bomb is a very, very expensive bait move to throw on the Noctowl, because if it's unshielded, it's going to put the Noctowl at a huge advantage, because Mud Bomb tickles the Noctowl. It is true. It's true. There's not much we can do about it. And the good thing is, if the Toxie does have a few counters, 2 counter advantage, then it can go straight Sludge Bomb for the win, which, again, for a fighting type, is pretty good against a flyer.
That is true. There is a chance to win the matchup, which is obviously pretty hard. So, again, Toxicroak, decent against Noctowl. It has a shot at least. It's good against Lickitung, of course. It should beat the Galarian Stunfisk, even though Earthquake would absolutely take out the Toxicroak. However, using Counter is going to deal a lot. Using Mud Bomb is going to deal a lot for relatively cheap energy. What's the matchup against Frostless like? It is a Ghost type, but it is also an Ice type.
Exactly. So the counters are neutral because of the Ice typing. And you have Mud Bomb which also hits for neutral damage. In the end, it's going to come down to who wants to invest the most shields in this matchup. Will the Toxi go play the 2-to-1 shield, or will the Frostlass want to play the 2-to-2 or the 1-to-1? And that is that will potentially decide how this is going to play out. And I think the Nut is kind of forced to bring or play the Frostlass because of the looming Toxicroak safe swap threat that Basix can pull up.
Also another Pokemon that loses to Frostless, which I wouldn't bring in Basic's position because you said the Nut has to probably bring the Frostless, is Altaria, a Pokemon that has been completely absent during the reign of Walrein.
I think Walrein stepping away from the meta was very, very healthy for the meta because now you have a lot. You would never see, like, let's say, a Toxicroak or an Altaria if as long as the Walrein was there. There was also the Sableye was also pushed to the back, which kind of pushed like other Pokemon that comes into the meta, which is pretty nice to see.
So again, there's also another water type. I think we haven't talked about Tapu Fini. By the way, talking about water types, really surprised that there's no Swampert in this roster, in any of these rosters. I don't remember when I saw this the last time.
I'm actually surprised because I was kind of expecting a little bit, let's say, the rise of Swampert after Toxapex was introduced. But what happened is that the meta shifted like one stage after. People were not preparing for the bringing in the Swampert. People are preparing to counter the Swampert, which is why you see the Shadow Venusaur, you see the Frostlass, which has a pretty decent matchup. Noctowl is also dominant against Swampert, and Medicham is okay. So a lot of the teams are built to, let's say, punish a Swampert, except maybe Basic's team.
So it would be funny that everyone basically prepared for Swampert. Nobody brings a Swampert, so people would actually win if they didn't prepare for Swampert and bring the Toxapex. Because I think actually Toxapex would look pretty good in both of these teams right now.
Exactly. I think Toxapex beats 4 out of 6 in both of these teams. That is a huge, let's say, that's a huge advantage to have if you're a player.
Gotta be honest, the recent water Pokemon additions have been pretty good. Araquanid was a great one as well. Why do we not see Araquanid that frequent right now?
Because Araquanid is a very, let's say, it's like a Bastiodon, right? It does its job in matchups that it's supposed to do well, very well.
Yeah.
But then in matchups that you needed to do some work, it doesn't do anything. and that's one of the reasons why I think Araquanid is like pushed behind. And if you look at like Basic's team, for example, Araquanid really, where would you put an Araquanid here? Because Trevenant is going to do well against it, Toxie is going to do well, Stunfisk does well, Lickitung does well, and we're locked in, are we? Oh no, we're still going into their screens.
So that is a Crustle. I don't think this one is coming in here. Oh, and now we are seeing what the players are bringing. Frostless, the queen, actually on the first spot right now.
Exactly. And Basix is going, kind of locking in the Brave Altaria lead. As I said before, Nut is preparing for that Toxicroak safe swap, so he is going with the Frostlass in the lead, because if you swap in a Toxicroak, there's a win condition for the Toxicroak. But if you put the Frostlass in the lead, you don't want to swap in your Toxicroak at all. So kind of like blocking the whole Toxicroak there.
Oh man, Toxicroak might not even come in, but this would be pretty bad for Basix. You really don't want to stay in against the Frostless with the Altaria. You have to immediately give up the switch advantage, and this could really hurt.
Exactly, and both of them locking in their teams. This is going to be very, very exciting. Both of them sweating it out, and here are the Pokemon reveal. It's Altaria into the Frostlass.
And I expect to see an immediate switch out, because this Powder Snow is going to hurt. Yeah, there we go into the Lickitung, and now we are seeing Noctowl versus Lickitung, which is arguably a fair matchup, right?
Exactly. It's a decent matchup, but the licks do almost no damage to Noctowl. The body slams do add up, right? And 2 Sky Attacks does not take out the Lickitung.
However, the wing attacks really deal some damage. I think we have a little bit of a delay there.
Exactly. We have a little bit of delay on the Nut stream, but I think Basix is on tune. You see how much damage the Lickitung's already done to that Noctowl, and this is supposed to be a favorable matchup for the Noctowl.
Because you basically deal no damage with your quick attacks, or with the licks.
Quick
attacks.
Exactly. Here comes the next body slam, but Basix trying to CMP charge move priority even there, but looks like Nut is over farming.
So now we are going to... Okay, seem to have a little bit of a bigger delay right there. So we can have 2 sky attacks in a row. This is going to be pretty good for the Nut.
I think Basix might be forced to double shield here. Let's see if he pulls up the protect shield. Yes, he does. Now he would want to lick down this Noxal. Can he do it? And he does. This is amazing because now... Oh, that is unfortunate because in comes the Nut's own Lickitung and it has one job.
Yeah.
Stoke the energy.
So we are seeing so many different licks right here. Both Lickitungs are licking each other down. So now Galarian Stunfisk comes in, not really affected by body slams, you gotta be honest there. This is not a lot of damage.
Yeah. Basix giving up the switch advantage that he worked so hard to get, but the Nut knows his win condition is the Lickitung. So he immediately goes into the Frostlass. Frostlass cannot tank these Rock Slides, but with 2 shields up, Frostlass can sweep like teams of 4.
That is true. Frostlass is really a high damage Pokemon. You said it earlier, you would expect a double shield on the Frostlass and then try to sweep Basix's team. And let's see if it's going to happen. Let's see how much damage this Avalanche will deal on this Stunfisk after all.
Yeah. Again, Basix is just waiting for the Shadow Ball to land probably, and it's going to take out... it does take out the Stunfisk, and now the Nut is in such a dominant position. This is going to be very difficult for Basix to claw back.
Yeah, I mean, this Lickitung is almost KO'd. It's very low HP, and to be honest, the Altaria might not be a big threat to this Frostless. However, Frostless also has gotten damaged quite a lot.
Yeah, it does have the Avalanche, and well, it's an Altaria.
Yeah.
It's flying and dragon, and an Avalanche from such an attack-weighted mon like Frostlass is gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, and wow, okay, the immediate KO, and this is game 1 for the Nut 93.
Exactly, and Basix picking up the Battle 1 Trainer medal as well on the process.
Very good, very important here.
All right. How do you think they're going to adapt? What do you feel?
Oh, I think that Basix is maybe even going to lead with the same Pokemon. He might expect his opponent to think, okay, he's not going to bring Altaria again. Maybe there are some mind games happening. I mean, after all, Pokemon Go is basically almost 90% mind games. You gotta be honest here. Well, let's not say 90%. That's a bit harsh. But there are mechanics, counting. By the way, counting the count. We are going to do some kind of an educational stream here.
Yeah, maybe.
Because you might teach me how to count moves. Because I always do it with my feelings, with my gut. I listen to my gut a lot, and that doesn't always help.
Yeah, I think one of the best mechanics or best things that will boost your game is to understand the counts of the charge move. You can do it by two ways, basically, understanding how much energy a move generates, or you just look at the meta and be like, okay, these are the 8 most used Pokemon, and I want to know in how many turns do these Pokemon get to their charge moves. For example, there are like some tricky counts as well. For example, the Noxal. Sky Attack, the first one, you need 7 wing attacks, and the next one, you get it in 6. So knowing these things is very, very important, and it will most definitely skill you up a lot.
So let's see if we can actually learn how to count. Every viewer has to have learned how to count the moves. So we want to raise your skills as well, guys. So after saying that Basix might actually lead with Altaria again, okay, so we're probably going to see which Pokemon they are going to lock in again. Stunfisk on slot 1. Okay, now it's Lickitung, so obviously the Nut hasn't decided yet.
Mm-hmm. I would, if I was Basix, I would try to lead the Lickitung, because looking at the last match, Licky had quite a lot of neutral matchups against the Nuts team.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't, I mean, you lead the Lickitung and you set up some farm on the Stunfisk, or if you pair it with the Toxicroak, you're suddenly in a really, really good position where you get the energy advantage that the Toxicroak needs to flip a lot of matchups. And once the bad Frostlass match is out of the way, maybe the Altaria can sweep. Or you could put the Trevenant at the back and it's going to sweep. You know, it's how you set it up. So let's see what Basix does, because I think the Nut is pretty much he's like, okay, these 3 Pokemon are really good. I'm just gonna switch it up a bit, and hopefully Basix does the same.
So let's see if Basix is going to bring his heavy hitters like Altaria. Oh, he is actually going to go for it. He is actually leading it again, thinking that the Nut is not going to bring Frostless immediately. And it would be really good for him to basically trade with the Lickitung, because then you have this horrible matchup versus Frostless out of the way. But what do you bring to counter the Frostless in this situation? I think you can only bring your Stunfisk, right?
Yeah, to be honest, he's going with the same team. Me personally, I would have bought my Tapu as well. Why? Because last game, the Tapu would have just walked through the Nuts back line. So let's see how this works out. And as you might know, Altaria Lickitung is a very, very close matchup. And in the zeros, Lickitung can actually flip it based on the IVs of the Lickitung.
So now this is going to be really exciting, because in the last game, the Nut had a big advantage. The big advantage of immediately forcing his opponent to switch Pokemon, going into the switch disadvantage. And now it is going to... Oh, wow.
Oh no.
Wow, last minute switches.
Oh, that is going to be very, very interesting to see how this works out. Because last game, the Nuts lead absolutely hard-walled Basix, but this game, it's a little bit...
Completely flipped, yeah.
Not the matchup you want to see Altaria into the Venusaur, but this is a Shadow Venusaur, and Sludge Bombs do so much damage to the Altaria. Immediately swapping into the Lickitung here, and the Basix coming back with his own Lickitung, because he does not have a solid answer.
Yeah, so he didn't bring the Toxicroak, which I kind of understand. But I mean, Lickitung versus Lickitung is kind of fine, you know? You dealt a lot of damage with the Dragon Breaths already. However, the other Lickitung farmed up some energy for the Body Slam, and I think it's still a 50-50 kind of.
Exactly. I think what Basix wanted to do was get the HP of the opposing Lickitung a little bit down. We call it the chip and dip, which is basically what he did. He chipped at the HP of the Lickitung, and he goes back to his own Lickitung to tank all these Body Slams that's coming from Nut's side.
And it really looks like Basix is in the advantage right here.
Yeah, it does look like it, but the Nut does have a HP advantage, but which is slowly being trickled down here. In comes another Body Slam. I think at this point, it's going to be really, really close, because they're not doing any fast move damage to each other. It might be a race to the charge move for the next one, because Nut's Lickitung is not at a range where the Body Slam takes it out, and you can't lick it down. So let's see what happens. Oh, maybe you can. Maybe you can. Oh,
wow,
no.
The last attack comes out. However, if Basix Lickitung falls now, then his next Pokemon will
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Oh, it is taken out. But it generates another bit of energy for the next Pokemon, you know?
Yes.
You can actually deal another bit of damage with Dragon Breath or Mudshot.
Yeah, but this is kind of unfortunate because, well, Basix is now in a position where he can force a shield on the Frostlass, and Altaria and Frostlass get to the charge move almost at the same time. So let's see what he does. He tanks a Sky Attack and immediately safe swaps into his own Stunfisk. 2 versus 2 shields. This is going to be who's going to kind of bait in this scenario. And the Stunfisk is always has to shield. Venusaur can kind of like, okay, maybe he's baiting, so I'm not going to shield. Let's see what the Nut does.
So let's see, an Earthquake would absolutely demolish this Venusaur. 2 Rock Slide would also deal a lot of damage. So let's see if there is a shield coming out. Wow. And he can immediately go for the next Rock Slide or even press Earthquake. Yeah,
this is going to be very, very close down to the wire, because the Stunfisk has to shield or it's going to get taken out, right? And here comes the bait. Will he bait or is he going for the Earthquake? He is going for the Earthquake.
This one is going to be so huge. Let's see if there is a shield coming out from the Nut. It's all coming down to this, and the Venusaur gets taken out. So you have this horrible matchup with the Frostless, and there's 1 Rock Slide charged up. Oh, he's trying to catch the attack that did not work.
No, this is still kind of okay, because the Stunfisk almost has 2 Rock Slide loaded, and the Nut has to throw the Avalanche on this Altaria, which takes it out. Now it's going to be who's going to get there first. In comes the first Rock Slide.
Let's see. Has to be shielded.
Yes. Has to be shielded. Let's see if he gets to the next one, or will this be a charge move priority event? No, he does not.
Frostless actually gets to the attack first and can then take out the Stunfisk with a Shadow Ball. And this is pretty surely going to take it out. And Basic loses the first round of the tournament 2-0 after winning Bilbao. What a disappointing start for him. He must be pretty discontent.
Exactly. If I was Basics, I wouldn't be very happy. But looking at how they played it out, it was two very, very close games. And if Basics' Likitsang survived with 1 HP, he would have flipped game number 2 because he needed the switch. I think he was not expecting the Frostlass at the back with a Venusaur lead.
Exactly. Even though he had the favorable lead, right? Altaria versus Venusaur, he still lost that game. Why do you think that was?
He was afraid to shield, go on a shield deficit against a Frostlass.
Yeah.
A Frostlass team and a Venusaur team, when you're at a shield disadvantage, Shadow Venusaur team specifically, it's difficult to claw back because Sludge Bombs hurt. It's a Shadow Venusaur, high attack Pokemon, and very good move with Sludge Bomb. And even the Altaria, I think it does like 60%. So.
Yeah, so Shadow Venusaur has proven itself, and especially the Frostless did, kind of key to win both of these games for the Nut. So, as we already announced earlier, we are not going to do too much post-analysis. You guys really want to hear it from the winner, so we are going to a short break, and we will be back with Spleen and the winner's interview.
All right, let's go.
We all know it's going to be a super hype tournament, and starting with matchup like that was like good. How was your strats regarding this game? What do you saw? How you wanted to play against Basic's line?
My strat was to lead win game. That worked in round one. But the strat was, if I did not win the lead, go in something very, very neutral. And I have a lot of flexible stuff in my team, which can do a lot of work with energy lead. And that was basically my strat. And winning switch with that power whip on the last second, that was huge.
That was definitely a key point in this matchup. Starting from a bad lead. What were your thoughts when you saw that Altaria again in the lead against your Venusaur?
My thoughts were there we go.
But you play that brilliantly. Looking forward as well for you. I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
For the rest of the game.
Very, very difficult bracket, I guess, but we'll see how far we go.
Yep.
Thank you, Sergio.
You're welcome.
Okay, guys, we are live again. Little bit of a miscommunication, so we are already in the game between Moches 3 and Arceus Aurelius. Moches, a French player who is local. I'm sitting here with Spleen, by the way.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. So the Obstagon is going to go for the Knight / taking out the Trevenant.
Okay, so we also have to orientate ourselves, looking at the rosters for a second. We are seeing a Lapras Shadow.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick. Definitely a pick that we saw during the Prioria and also the Salt Lake City regional. Very interesting pick in this meta, especially as a safe switch if you can avoid a fighter.
Okay, and we have seen that the Whiscash took another Night Slash, there are no Protect Shields remaining, and this Seed Bomb is going to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going definitely to knock out the Whiscash, and in the back there is the Altaria. Still one Protected Shield for Arceus Aurelius.
Wow, really well timed by Arceus Aurelius, getting the Shadow Ball right before the Sky Attack comes out, and this will deal an enormous amount of damage.
Exactly, and we see a swap into the Stunfisk, and at this stage, that is looking really rough for Moches. Do you see a way for him to flip this game?
No, I think that Altaria is going to be immediately knocked out at this point. And this is over. Arceus Aurelius taking it in a rather quick... I mean, we missed the start of the... to be honest, in a quick first win. So let's check out the teams again. We have a Pokemon that I used when I started playing GBL. It is Whiscash. Whiscash is amazing. And it has always been a bit inferior to the bigger brother Swampert. People are preparing in this tournament for Swampert a lot. I have talked about this with the count. And Why do you think he brought Whiscash?
I mean, a Whiscash is more bulky than a Swampert, so you add some extra bulk. You also have access to that Mud Bomb that comes quite quickly, and in the end, you can really spam those charge moves quite quickly. You have also access to Blizzard, so you are a bit less weak to a flying type like Altaria if you are playing the Swampert. So it makes sense. It's an interesting pick and maybe more an uncommon pick in those types of formats.
Wow, we can actually see the shiny Registeel and the shiny Lickitung. Really
yeah,
good.
exactly. Moches flexing his shinies Pokemon. Also the Alolan Ninetales is a shiny one.
Didn't even see that one. That was really strong. What do you think about the Lapras? In general, the roster of Arceus Aurelius is looking pretty cool. There are some rogue picks, and we can finally see Toxapex in action.
Exactly, and Leo, we talked a lot about Toxapex and how it will impact the meta here, and definitely we are going maybe to see some Toxapex action in the next game. Let's find out how when the two players are queuing right now. And I really like the Lapras. If you look at Moche's team, actually Lapras could do a lot of damage.
No Toxapex in this one. Probably a bit afraid of the Whiscash.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I've talked about this in the last round with the count, that people are so over-preparing for Swampert because Toxapex got into the game and people thought, okay, Swampert is amazing versus this Pokemon. So people are going to bring even more Swampert, even though it was almost a staple in every team. So now people are over-preparing for Swampert. That's why also people are shifting away for Swampert, because they were expecting people to be prepared for it. And now if you bring Toxapex, the Pokemon that is weak to Swampert, it is going to be a really solid pick.
Yes, that's a very good assumption. And if you remember, we were talking between us yesterday about how grass type were a bit left out of the meta.
Yeah.
But you can see now that both players are running a grass type, fearing that Swampert, fearing that Mud Boy, like we like to call it, so Swampert, Whiscash, and let's see. And we have a very good lead for Mochest with the Whiscash into the Galarian Stunfisk.
So immediate switch out into the Shadow Lapras, dealing a lot of damage already. However, this is not a good matchup for the Lapras playing against this Registeel. I mean, Registeel can easily take some serves, even though the Shadow Variant deals a lot of damage with it.
Yeah, exactly. So we see how much does a surf is probably going to reach a next surf right before the Registeel can reach a charge move, and we see a protected shield.
What do you think of that? I think the first one dealt so little damage. I did not expect a shield at all.
So I think Moches is maybe planning to farm extra energy so that he can reach a move against the next Pokemon. But Arceus is coming in with the Galarian Stunfisk. And you see that extra energy that the Registeel got in the previous matchup allows the Registeel to throw a Focus Blast, doing super effective damage to the Galarian Stunfisk.
This one goes through immediately, and you don't really want to hit the Rock Slides, to be honest. It deals so little damage versus the Registeel, so you have to go for Earthquake. This one will probably go unshielded exactly, and Registeel falls to the Earthquake.
Yeah, and we see in the back, probably Moches wants to come back with that Whiscash to farm down the... And we see a swap into the Cresselia, and what a catch!
This Mudshot is still going to deal neutral damage. However, Cresselia is really bulky. So
exactly, and Chris, remember, has access to that grass knot to one-shot the Whiscash, and we see Moches going into his Lickitung, and that's going to be a battle of the tanks there.
Yeah, so this Cresselia is hitting the Moonblast. By the way, the delay got fixed after the next round. Very happy to see that. Didn't even realize it. Was so into the game already. And now this Body Slam is getting shielded. We are seeing shields that I think are...
But at some point you have two shields. You definitely need to use them. And Arceus is going again for the Moonblast into that Lickitung. Try to get the attack drop, and he got that.
It happens, so we're going for yet another body slam. This one goes unshielded, of course, after the attack drop. This will not deal as much damage as before. Very little.
Yeah, exactly. But he's going to be able to reach another charge move. Will we see a shield from Moches?
This one is interesting, I think.
Grassnot, barely surviving and reaching that body slam with the undertap. What a play by Moches.
Now this body slam comes out, also leaving the Crusader at a slither of health. And now a mud bomb is going to come out from the Whiscash. The protect shield will not be used with this low amount of HP.
Exactly, and I really like the combo play by Moches, throwing that body slam and swapping immediately into that Whiscash and farming down the Stunfisk, bringing that matchup super close with a 1-1.
Absolutely, and I gotta be honest, I told you earlier that Whiscash was basically the first Pokemon that I used competitively. I'm really happy to see it succeeding here. This Pokemon was such a key component of his team in this match.
Exactly, really did a great job. And you want to know something funny about Whiscash? So it was your first Pokemon, but I used to trade Whiscash to my fellow local players, double move Whiscash so that they could start PvP.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because, back to Season 1, Season 2, before Swampert got that Hydro Cannon with the Community Day, Whiscash was dominant.
Whiscash, such an amazing Pokemon. You don't need that much Stardust to get it.
Yeah, exactly. It's only 10k to also to unlock the second attack. So really interesting mon. And if you are watching us, you want to start PvP, that's a Pokemon I would recommend you to build.
Absolutely, no Community Day attacks or anything. This one is just really strong as it comes. And also, look at its face. It is so friendly. It's always happy to be on your team. This thing is going to be your best friend forever.
Exactly, and bonus point if you have that shiny that is really looking super cool.
It really is. So we are going to see if this one is brought again to the table by Moches, or if he is going for some kind of predictions to maybe expect a Trevenant again.
Yeah, exactly. I think that if you saw how dominant was the Whiscash in the previous match, if you are Arceus Aurelius, you need to bring a good answer.
And what about this Alolan Ninetales? We are seeing Obstagoon and Trevenant being queued in. Those are both Pokemon that are easily beaten by Ninetales.
Yeah, exactly. And when it comes down to, it's always interesting because you have the knowledge from the previous matchups that you are like basically playing, and you can adapt as well, knowing, for example, if a competitor has a charge move that's not used usually. It's also something that you can adapt. You can also adapt looking at the behavior of the player. If he throws when he has the energy directly, if he likes to overfarm, if he likes to catch. That's informal information that you have that are always useful as a battler, especially as much as you are facing a player, the more information you can gather. So let's move to the game.
Absolutely. So Whiscash is sent out against Obstagoon. What I like most about Whiscash is basically every matchup is kind of neutral.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You always have a chance to beat your opponent because of those cheap mud bombs.
And the extra bulk Whiscash has, because you are going to see no protected shield here, and Night Slash does so low damage to it, and building extra energy, and he's going for the Blizzard.
Immediately, making his opponent think in this important game 3.
Wow, we saw a shield. What a good
played.
Protected shield.
Absolutely, he saw it coming. He was like, I'm not having that Blizzard, shielding it up, and now facing the Lickitung, which is not a good matchup for the Lickitung because of the counters.
Yeah, exactly. And you are triple resisting the licks as well. So a very good matchup. And if you're looking at that Trevenant lurking in the back, you will have loved to see that Lickitung on it. And we see a boost.
So why do you think did he bring it in? Because this does not look like a good switch.
So I think maybe he's trying to lure out the Galarian Stunfisk, to be honest, because he has that Reg still in the back, lurking out, and you kind of wants to avoid the Reggie into the
Yeah.
Galarian Fisk.
But no single Pokemon is good against this Obstagoon in this matchup. Whiscash is neutral. Registeel just mostly loses because of this counter damage, even though the Focus Blast is
Yeah,
really
it's a close matchup because yes, a Focus Blast is going to one-shot the Obstagoon, but you can fight back. But at this stage, Arceus Aurelius is really looking good. Everything banked on the Registeel, on Moche's part. Let's see how they are going to play that.
Shadow Ball versus 2 shields, and it gets shielded. It would have done a lot of damage, and you gotta be honest, you have to protect your Registeel here because this is your win condition.
Exactly. And here, as a Trevenant, you have the luxury to not shield because he saw that Zap Cannon already, so he knows that he's going to resist everything. No attack drop, so that's good for Arceus Aurelius there.
So do you shield that again? It could also be a Seed Bomb, which would deal no damage at all. But this is another shield on the shield.
Exactly. We see that protected shield, and now we see that swap as well on the Galarian Stunfisk. I really like this play, and no shield on the Focus Blast.
No shield I find really interesting because this is going to deal a lot of damage. This was almost all the HP. Oh, I would have loved to see a swap into the Whiscash here.
Yeah, that will have been a really good play. That Earthquake is going to knock out the Registeel, and in the back, yes, the Whiscash is going to take out the Galarian Stunfisk, but he still has one shield and he's going to clean the matchup with the Trevenant. Really well played by both players here.
Absolutely. Arceus Aurelius taking the win after all. Kind of sad that we didn't see Toxapex, but we had an amazing match.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure that we are going to see that Toxapex again later on stream.
Yeah, we will have a full day of Toxapexes, which is now officially the plural.
Exactly.
So, as already claimed in round 1, we will not have too much post-match analysis. We have talked about this game a lot already. So we will see the count soon with the winners interview. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
Game number 1, I think it went down to the wire. And game 3, I see you got the boost.
Yeah, game 3. I was really proud of game 3 because I think he tried to trick me with the same lead every time. So I decided, okay, if he doesn't respect the goon, then I'll bring the goon.
I understand, and we were talking about it as well. Like it's an Altaria and a Alola Ninetales team. It takes a very brave person to lead an obstacle into that.
Yeah, I am brave. No, but I think Obstagoon was so safe against him, apart from the Ninetales. Even Altaria, I mean, it's bad, but you can. There's at least something you can do.
There's a win con. You get a boost.
Yeah, and if you get a boost, you can do anything. So when I saw he brought in his Lickitung, I was just spamming Night Slash, fishing for the boost. But I was when he didn't switch out of the Whiscash lead in Game 3. I just knew that he was weak to Obstagoon in the back, and that was very good for me because I got to keep Whiscash away from G-Fisk as well. So I decided to shield, and yeah, it was Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean that was actually a very good shield, because if it wasn't for that shield, I think you would have been in a difficult situation. I understand what he was going to do. He just said, okay, this is absolutely bad for my team. I need to get it out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. So in a way, Whiscash was maybe the best place he could have Obstagoon in his line of 3. But yeah, so I had to call it, and I decided that Obstagoon was so important for me with his team, and if I could win the lead, then I was sure that G-Fisk and Trevenant could RPS him in the back.
Yeah.
Because if he had brought Altaria or Ninetales, then G-Fisk hammers those anyway. So, yeah.
So, before we go into the next game, what are your goals for this tournament? Where do you think you will be at the end?
I think I'll lose the next 2 and then just get shit-faced on the bar. No, seriously, I'm just here to have a good time and yeah, play some Lapras.
All right, let's get back to the casters for the next round.
Back to the casters.
Welcome back to still the round number 1. We are waiting for the next set of players to settle down in their seats and take a look at the other teams. So, Sergio, how are you feeling so far?
Really, I mean, we talk a lot about this tournament, how hype it was going to be with the names that we saw. Already the first 2 games were really some good show on how PvP in Pokemon Go can be entertaining, can be esport ready as well. So I'm really looking forward to that tournament, and the next matchup is really looking good as well.
What is the next matchup? Because you seem super hyped for it.
So it's going to be Collection 03 against DC Vulpix. So one of the best Swiss player against one of the best French player. We are in France here, Abby, so I'm assuming French people, they want to do well and maybe take the regional home just like last time.
Exactly.
So looking forward to that.
Yeah, and DC is a very, very good player. I've had the pleasure to play him quite a few times, and he is one of the top-rated players in the world right now. So this is going to be a very, very heavily contested mess.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking forward to see the teams so that we maybe can have a shot at seeing some potential team comp advantage, for example. And we do see the teams here. And we were talking earlier with Leonard about Toxapex, and we see DC Vulpix running that Toxapex. What are your thoughts, Abi?
Man, DC's team is looking very, very well balanced, and he's still gone back to the tried and tested Walrein even after the nerf. Looking at Collection's team, I think Walrein has a pretty good matchup there. There's a Venusaur that it's going to do well against, there's a Frostlass, there's a Lickitung, Noxal. Noxal is kind of scared right about now because the Nidoqueen does have a good matchup, the Shadow Swampert has a good matchup, so it's going to be really, really tricky.
Yeah, let's find out the decision-making process between those two. I kind of also like the Toxapex.
I mean, it's a good Pokemon. I'm still not convinced. It's a very, very bulky Pokemon, but I need more from my Pokemon. I love bulk, but I think the movesets are really letting Toxapex down.
Yeah, so Toxapex is starting to be dubbed as the Poison Bastiodon, so you will agree with that. With a bit of lack of flexibility in the pick, so you are going to dominate matchups if it's a dominant matchup, but you are really going to struggle if you are caught in a bad matchup.
Exactly. But in this matchup, Toxapex looks absolutely amazing. It can hit everything in Collection's team for neutral or super effective damage. And that is exactly the kind of Pokemon that I love and I want to play. I know I just said it, that it's not great, but this matchup, it's amazing.
So you're maybe going to be convinced right now by that Toxapex, and we'll see. But a lot of bulk as well in this system with the Warren, with the Lickitung, with the Noctowl as well. So that could come also as a strat, maybe, potentially, like trying to outbulk your opponent. That's maybe the way Vulpix wants to play that.
If I was Vulpix, what I would try to do is use a double ground strategy. Just looking at his team, right? The best and only counter for Toxapex he has is the G-Fisk. So if you lead your Toxapex and save swap into, if you lead your Swampert and save swap into Nidoqueeners, you will bait out the Stunfisk. So in a way, I think that's something that DC can play around, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, and the Nidoqueen against the Galarian Stunfisk matchup is supposed to be super dominant for the Galarian Stunfisk, but you have access to ground type move with the Nidoqueen, so you are able to fight back.
Exactly, and if the Nidoqueen is running Earthquake, you can see MP tie in the safe swap and bye-bye Stunfisk.
Yes, and to know quite well the French community, I know that usually in Open Great League they run it with Earthquake, so maybe that's here the surprise in the Vulpix teams.
Both players are still not decided on their line of threes. It is a very important game for them because you want to start the day off with a win, because that will build your confidence as the day goes. So I think right now DC and Collection are in the zone, kind of predicting. Collection's kind of predicting what I went with, like maybe lead Swampert and then go to a safe swap Nidoqueen. So he's kind of building around it by leading the Venusaur. But let's see if he goes with it, because I think he's not sure. He's just going back and forth.
Exactly, and this is super interesting to watch because you really can't have the thought process of the players, and that's really valuable information for you that are watching out there on how those top players, they are thinking, they are trying to outsmart, they are trying to 5-8 the opponent. Really interesting to see from a viewer perspective.
Before we get a lock on Collection, I would like to point out the absolutely amazing avatar from DC. I love this taunt. You're literally looking for your opponent. And there it is. Venusaur lead into a
Nidoqueen.
This is not, it's an even matchup. You have Nidoqueen that will debuff you, but then your Frenzy Plant is going to do a lot of damage to the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Exactly, but you are going to outpace here. DC trying to go for that charge move priority, going to throw that first Poison Fang, debuffing the Venusaur.
Yeah. Oh, and catching the Frenzy Plant on the Lickitung. This is amazing because now you have a full HP Nidoqueen with one Poison Jab at the back, and the Venusaur has no energy. Collection is staying in, probably trying to get up to the Frenzy Plant and swap out, but no! He gets body slammed.
Yeah, exactly, and will his shield, that body slam, is going to use his protected shield on the body slam to be able to farm a bit more, and then throwing right before the next body slam.
Yeah, this is perfect timing from Collection. Let's see what DC does. DC pulls up a shield. Does Collection leave another Frenzy Plant? Yes, he does. And this is going to be very costly for DC. Does the Lickitung survive?
No, he's going to use his last protected shield there to save also the energy on that Lickitung.
Looking at Collection's backline, this is going to be very, very critical because the Stunfisk comes in now. This is exactly where DC wants to see this because he has to chip this Pokemon.
Exactly. Definitely going to try to chip that Pokemon because the G-Fisk now is looking really in a good position with two targets in the back on DC's team.
Yep. These two targets also don't have a Protect Shield left. So whatever this Stunfisk throws, they have to take it. Will this Rock Slide take out the Lickitung? I don't think so.
No, it doesn't take out. And swapping into that Walrein, trying to outrace the Walrein. That Rock Slide is going to do super effective damage on the Walrein. Walrein is tanky, so it's going to be able to absorb that. But
oh, he's not throwing the energy, but he does end up CMPing the Stunfisk. The Stunfisk has to shield this because if not, the Lickitung will potentially finish it off.
this is going to be a very close matchup. That Rock Slide we see trying to undercharge to get one extra mud shot. What a play by Collection there.
A perfect undercharge, but the Lickitung is really, really close to a Power Whip. Let's see what DC does. Will he come in with the Lickitung? No, he goes with the Nidoqueen, and he's gonna get outpaced.
It's going to be a C charge move priority here on the Poison Fang. Poison Fang is resisted, so it's not going to do that much damage. And trying to go for the catch there. Ooh,
Amazing play there. Gets the catch and also gets to throw the Power Whip to take out this Stunfisk.
What a
this
play.
This is going to be really, really close, but Collection does have a full HP Lickitung with energy loaded.
Exactly, Abby, and it's going to reach that Power Whip, going to do some neutral damage to the Nidoqueen, and this is going to hurt. Do you see a way back for DC at this stage?
It's very difficult, and at this point, this game's done and dusted. And DC also claiming a bunch of battle other trainers' quests.
But what a first game we saw! Really, two amazing catch by D. Really an amazing undercharge by Collection. So when we were talking about the skill level of this tournament, we are not joking, Abby.
Yeah, I think Collection did everything right, and so did DC. It was a neutral lead, and this is one of the best ways you can play out this game. It was very neutral across all the board till it came to the end game where Collection's G-Fisk was too much for DC's backline.
Exactly, and like we were mentioning earlier, this game one is really interesting from an Intel perspective because you get access sometimes to charge moves, sometimes to the playstyle of the players. So we saw DC, for example, liking to kind of fake charge move priority, send and swap to catch. So Collection can now prepare for those kind of mechanics that DC is using, and I'm really curious to see how they are going to shape in that game too.
Yeah, it's very, very critical that DC tries to bring Pokemon that's going to do well against the Stunfisk, because last game the Stunfisk did a lot of work. So if I was DC, I would definitely try to bring my Swampert in, because that is very, very necessary to beat the G-Fisk. But of course, Walrein can do the job as well. So let's see how these two trainers
Yeah,
try to
and
swap it out.
if you are a Swampert user, where are you not scared of that Venusaur lurking out in Collection's team?
There's always going to be one Pokemon that's going to threaten your whole a Pokemon in your team. The goal is to try to dance around it and get the matchup you need. It's about flipping switches and managing energy. Yes, of course, Venusaur is scary, but an Earthquake from a Shadow Swampert just sends Venusaur back into its Pokeball.
Yeah, exactly. We saw DC locked in with a team that is kind of weak to that Galarian Stunfisk. So now, big question for Collection is that is he going to bring that Galarian Stunfisk, or is he going also to think that DC must play that Swampert? So this is a mind game at this stage.
Yeah, at this point, I think looking at what Collection's locked in, DC is going to be really, really happy. Because, yes, of course, this is a bad matchup for Walrein, but the Walrein can fight back here. It has access to Earthquake, and the Icicle Spears come quick and fast.
Exactly, and we see that Noctowl lurking in the back that has a ton of play against Collection's backline. Let's find out how those two players are going to play. Collection going for the first Rock Slide.
Yeah. DC electing not to pull up the Protect Shield. Will he go for the Earthquake or will he try to bait? No, he does not, and DC now has an absolute amazing matchup here. You know how much I love Noctowl, and this is exactly where you want to put your Noctowl.
Exactly, Abby. Noctowl is going to resist those lick from the Licky Tongue, so basically only taking damage from that Body Slam, and like you were mentioning, it's a bulky Pokemon, so it can absorb that damage and probably leave this matchup with some energy to threaten the Galarian Stunfisk.
I think that is what DC would want to do, and what every Noctowl player would want to do here. You can charge up to almost a Shadow Ball and live with a little bit of HP left, so that you can get the Shadow Ball on to the incoming Stunfisk. Here comes the next Body Slam. Let's see what DC does.
Yeah, DC opting not to use his Protected Shield, and like you were mentioning, building a ton of energy. And also, yes, Galarian Stunfisk is a pretty hard counter to the Noctowl, but you can't farm it down. You can't match it down Noctowl.
And the Noctowl is in a range where you definitely cannot much shut down. And here is the first Shadow Ball. This Shadow Ball, if unshielded, will put the Stunfisk in a range where the Icicle Spear is going to do quite a bit of damage. And two Icicle Spears would kill. He's actually going for the farm down, but he cannot.
Yeah, exactly. Recognizing that, Noctowl will reach another charge move. So going for that Rock Slide to take out the knockdown.
It it all comes down to this, right? What does DC do? He comes in immediately, throws the icicle spear. This does not take out the Sunfisk, and Collection calling the icicle spear.
And this is going to be interesting. Will deals DC shield is Warren? Yes, he's going to opt to use a protected shield, and we see an insta answer into the Venusaur from Collection.
At this point, it looks really, really bleak for Collection, but he does have a win condition. Will he play for it? Can he double shield this? And no, DC does not give him the farm down. This is looking really, really bleak.
Yeah, this matchup is definitely going to come down on the wire. We see a first Frenzy Plant throwing at the Lickitung, and the second one is coming so quickly.
Yeah, Venusaur's Frenzy Plant absolutely hurt every Pokemon that it does neutral damage against. That's one of the strongest moves you can have in the game. The Lickitung is having 2 body slams right now, and Collection is kind of forced to shield this. Will he shield? Let's see.
Yes, he's going to opt to shield the first one, and DC is already at another body slam. So this is going to put the Venusaur in a really low health, already in the red.
Taking out the this Lickitung with this Frenzy Plant for sure. And what will happen now is they both want to swap as fast as possible, and DC gets this move off. Let's see if whatever's at the back can survive these fast
It's
moves.
going to be a Fine Whip against that Ice type move, and it's going to be a simultaneous KO.
Oh my God.
What a
This
game!
DC must be so disappointed with himself, because this is not how he wanted to finish this game number 2. He played absolutely amazing, had the right alignment, but it just was not enough.
Exactly, so close this matchup, and we saw as well how the bulk of Lickitung can help in a neutral matchup, because you can tank some charge moves, you can also build some energy, threaten some shields. So you like Noctowl, you know I really like that Lickitung, so really liking to see it shining in those kind of formats.
Yeah, but now this is going to be, let's say, if Collection wins the next game, it's going to be done. But if DC wins, it's going to be a best of 4. And as the games add up, it's more and more difficult for you to think about what's going on.
Exactly. You say everything there. And we see DC locking in quite quickly, whereas Collection takes more time to think. How do you like to do that usually? You take more time, you go quickly?
What I notice is every time I lock in the first time, it's almost always better than when I overthink it and change the line. I like to lock in like really fast and be like, okay, this is what I think, this is what he'll do, this is what I'll go with. Let's see what happens.
And what a lead for Collection with that Frostlass into that Noctowl. And we see DC already pressing that safe swap Lickitung.
This is not a bad safe swap for DC, because you can see the backline for Collection. It's kind of not absolutely blocking off the Lickitung safe swap. And Collection knows this, so he just chipped and dipped.
Exactly, really liking this play, because by doing some damage first to the Lickitung and then coming with your own Lickitung, you are ensuring that you are going to maintain that really important switch advantage.
It will come down to how these energies get managed, because you see that DC has a lot of energy on his Lickitung, and these body slams might actually put it in parity.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to start adding up, but on the other side, we see that Collection already has 2 body slams.
No protection coming up here, and this is going according to DC's plan, if you ask me. He wants to put this Lickitung in a range where the next Pokemon can get some energy.
Exactly. So let's find out how Collection probably going to build also to a double body slam. Exactly, almost a double body slam. This will knock out the Lickitung.
It most definitely will, and Will we see the Noxal? Yes, the Noxal comes in, and I think this is going to be a hard farm down. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think, like you were mentioning, that's probably this is planned since the beginning, because Noctowl, yes, Frostlass is a hard answer to the Noctowl, but if you can farm a lot of energy, you are going to force some shields.
Yep. Its second body slam comes, and as you see how bulky the Noxal is, it's just gotten into the yellow, and this farm down, man, he has almost 100 energy, and whatever comes in is not gonna like, oh my god, he comes in with the Stunfisk. This is better, so good for DC.
Exactly, and I'm expecting no shield there because Collection is probably trying to bank on protected shields with the Frostlass, because Frostlass is such an amazing closer, especially as the meta has shifted recently, that it's tempting to give it just 2 protected shields and trying to see if it can close the game.
Yeah, it's still going to be an uphill climb for DC because Collection does have 2 protect shields. And can he actually farm this down with Toxapex?
Ooh, that sounds really difficult, and we see the first Earthquake that is coming in. Good protected shield from DC here, because that will have done a lot of damage to the Toxapex.
Yeah. At this point, if you're the Stunfisk, you just go straight for the Earthquake. It really doesn't matter. You get both the shields out of the way, and man, DC really has to play out of his skin to get through this.
Yeah, and we see also a charge move priority, so all that energy in a way, Collection can just opt out to not shield the Galarian Stunfisk and just banking on the Frostlass to shield.
2 shielded Frostlass going up against this, let's say, Poison Water Bastiodon. Let's see how much punishment it can actually take.
Yeah, exactly. Look out, and you see it can tank pretty well the Shadow Ball, but Shadow Ball does still a lot of neutral damage.
Yeah, Shadow Ball is a very, very strong move, and Frostlass again is a very attack-weighted Pokemon, and whatever it throws in the end, it's gonna hurt. DC going for the Sludge Wave there, but unfortunately for him, it was a CMP event, and this Shadow Ball will take out this Toxapex.
Yeah, exactly. And Collection, in style, taking the victory here in round 1 against, like we were mentioning earlier, a very good player.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Very close games, and unfortunately for DC, he probably would have closed out game number 2, but it was way too close. Maybe one leak here or a powder snow on the other Pokemon would have absolutely flipped that, but so close, so absolutely close. He must be devastated, but he goes to the lower bracket now and gets another chance to get back up there.
Exactly, and that's something that you should also know there, is that it's a double elimination tournament. So yes, losing round 1, that's definitely not the best, but you still have a shot to go back to the lower bracket, fight your way back until the final, and still win it. And remember, Rob in Yokohama,
He did that.
he did that. He really had like 4 or 5 games to win in the losers bracket, and he took the victory in the end.
Yep, that's the world champion. Let's see if DC can emulate him. As Leo always said before, you're not going to see us do a lot of technical analysis after. We are going to the winners interview next, so we will wait for them to come, and over to you. Let's take I think Leo's a little bit delayed, but that's okay. What did you really like Toxapex's performance there?
To be honest, maybe you are right in a way, because it's definitely maybe a unidimensional Pokemon. So if you are caught in a bad matchup, we saw that with the Galarian Stunfisk or even the Frostlass in a way, it's hard to come back because it's a slow Pokemon in a way. So you really need to try to align it perfectly.
Yeah. And its moves do take a lot of time to get there. It's 50 energy and 55 energy. So I think that's the big setback. If you have one more good move on the Toxapex, then you would be able to flip it.
Yeah.
Right, let's take a break
Quick
while
break,
we bring
exactly.
the winner of this round.
Welcome back, guys, to the winner's interview with Collection 03. Congratulations, first of all.
Thanks.
So, you just won the featured match at this big regional. How do you feel now?
It's a lot of pressure, but I came here to have some fun and to meet people, so that's what I'm doing. I became friend with my first opponent.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He speaks French too, so it helped a lot. So, yeah, looking forward to the next match.
Yeah, this is always what I want to hear. Those are always these beautiful stories of games connecting people together. So let's talk a little bit about your roster, okay? I have a few questions about that. Why did you choose the normal variant of Venusaur over the Shadow variant?
So, I first played with the Shadow variant, but I found it a little squishy. I mean, the Swampert Earthquake, I think it almost one-shot it, and I wanted something that can, especially as I'm playing Frostless, which needs shields.
Yeah.
I wanted Venue not to need shield as much as Frostless, so I thought normal Venusaur was bulkier and was a better choice.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Talking about Frostless brings me to the next question. What do you think is your most important Pokemon for this tournament? Because this Frostless looked really strong.
Yeah, Frostless looks really strong. I played it a lot in GBL too, and it's just so good with energy advantage, but it's a Pokemon really complicated to play, and if you play it well without shields, it just dies in one move and does nothing. But if it has energy, it can really do some great works, especially against Leaky Tongue, which should be a counter with his legs.
Yeah.
It does some really great works with Avalanche.
Yeah, and you played it well. It did exceptionally. So there's one last thing I want to ask you. With the introduction of Toxapex, people have shifted to Swampert and then shifted back from Swampert because people were prepared for it. What do you have in your roster, except for Stunfisk, that really beats Toxapex, or were you not even afraid of it?
I'm a little afraid of it, but I think with Stunfisk, I'm fine against it. Also, Frostless has an okay matchup. Leaky Tongue, I think, just loses, but it has a okay matchup. I don't have Pokemon that really hard loses against Toxapex, so it makes Toxapex not RPS, but just to energy advantage, and this is the way I want to play here. Not RPS team, but really so that the best battler wins. And
Yeah,
so,
and that's how it should be. Thank you so much for the interview, Collection.
thank you.
You really did great, also in the game, of course. and we are going into a little break before we are starting round 2 of the tournament. But we have pre-recorded some pretty cool footage, and you really want to watch that, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Welcome back already, guys. So I overestimated the amount of pause time we have, the amount of downtime. So we are ready again for the next match already. Count, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. The matches so far have been absolutely amazing.
Really?
Yeah, I think getting a tie so early in the rounds is insane, and it's amazing. And DC almost had it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even seen one tie in my entire career as a go-caster. So this was the first one for me. I didn't cast it, but I of course watched the game.
Yeah. Casting it is always difficult because you're like, oh, he has it. No, he doesn't. Oh, wait, what's happening?
Oh, we are seeing interesting picks here.
Oh, Arsenio and Tonton Beteuse, both of them French battlers, both of them teammates in championships as well. So this is going to be rough. It's Tonton is one of the best Master League players in the Go Battle League, and Arsenio is one of the best Great League players.
Oh, really?
It's going to be insane. This is going to be really good. And you see a Runerigus there. What do you think about this Pokemon? Do you know what it does?
I actually don't know what it does.
So Runerigus has Shadow Claw, Sand Tomb, and Shadow Ball. So it has a debuffing move, has an amazing nuke move, and Shadow Claw, which is one of the best fast moves in this game. It's a really good Pokemon. The only problem it has is its typing. It's Ghost and Ground. So that's the only thing that draws it back. But I'm surprised I see it. Let's see how he plays, and he elects not to play it.
All right, so we are immediately going into the first game. We might actually see a Tapu Fini for the maybe first time today. We have seen it in rosters, but it wasn't brought to the table, and it immediately leads versus the Galarian Stunfisk, which is an amazing matchup for the Pokemon.
Yeah, our Tonton has immediately swapped, and he goes into Lickitung Mirror. Oh my god, this is gonna take a while.
Yeah. This is going exactly. It's going to take a while. Let's just sit here, have a cup of tea, and let's watch two big tongue boys body slamming each other, or girls, of course.
These body slams do add up slowly and steadily, so it is going to be a long wait, but there could be plays that you can, do in this time. One is you have to think about, all right, am I going to throw all of my energy onto this Lickitung, or am I going to stall the clock out to as long as possible and bank 2 moves on my Lickitung, because maybe it's useful.
I mean, in this matchup, because the fast moves do not really do any damage, it is pretty easy to just wait this 1 minute until you can switch again.
Yeah, exactly. And switch timers do take 1 minute. Will he throw the body slam? Yes, he does end up throwing this body slam. This body slam, again, looking at Arsenio's Lickitung is not doing enough damage. RC, on the other hand, is just absolutely farming to the maximum.
Yeah, this Lickitung is winning the Lickitung matchup. We have a little disconnect here on our side, and now it is back. Okay, perfect. So we can see yet another body slam caught by the Tapu Fini. This is pretty interesting, because I think that Tonton's Lickitung still had an attack, right?
And here we go into another mirror. Arsenio kind of at this point is making a read that, okay, maybe there's a Tapu at the back and my Lickitung can still do some work. So this is great. Mirrors, but the first surf is shielded, so that's a great bait that Tonton pulled off. Let's see what RC does. Does he go for the Moonblast or does he bait again?
It is pretty interesting to see. You can really see that both of these players are friends and that they have tested with each other, because they didn't only bring kind of similar teams, they also brought the same Pokemon to the table.
Yeah, Tonton's Tapu is living with 1 HP and is going to get Water Gun down. Now, RC has 2 shields, and the backline doesn't look so favorable for Tonton.
So again, with the Water Gun pressure onto the Cresselia, dealing quite the good amount of damage, but Cresselia is going to soon get to the first attack, and at some point you really want to use those shields. Oh wait, never mind, Tonton has 1 shield left. Getting a little bit confused here, that can happen.
Yeah, this Grass Knot, if unshielded, will take out the Tapu Fini. Tonton is playing really smart here. He's conserving some energy on this Cresselia so that it can throw these Grass Knots at the Stunfisk. So the gameplay here, or the game plan at this point, will be to whittle down the Stunfisk to a range where RC's Lickitung can close this out, or Tonton's Lickitung can close this out. So it will be really, really close and down to the wire here. But RC does have 1 shield left, so let's see how they play it out.
So Cresselia just casually shielding this. Ooh, throwing a Lickitung against the Lickitung again, and there is going to be the body slam from Arsene, right?
Yes, Arsenio with the body slam to take out Tonton's Lickitung. Both of them have a shield left, and Tonton has to farm this down, right? Let's see how much HP the Stunfisk has. It has way too much HPs. 2 Grass Knots will still not be enough to take it out, and he has a shield. So and it's a mud shot down for the Stunfisk, and Tonton knows this. He's not throwing his move, and he's not even pulling up a shield. He knew the result.
Yeah, still, this Cresselia looked really tanky. So this is going to be 1-0 for Arsenal. Yeah,
very, very, very close game. And for a second, I thought Arsenio's lost this because he, let's say, he had a bad lead. and then he swapped into a neutral lead. But what flipped the game in his favor was that energy on his own Lickitung. He banked it, did not waste it, caught the body slam on his own Tapu Fini, and then the game just went in another direction after.
And this Tapu Fini with the water gun pressure did a great job. It dealt so much damage even in the mirror match, so both Tapu Finis actually doing a good job.
And neither threw Moonblast at each other. They just went for the serves, and
Yes.
that was enough.
To use less energy, of course.
Yeah.
And both players were really conservative with their shields, so it makes sense that you want to throw the lower energy move in serve instead of the Moonblast, because otherwise you're going to get into an energy disadvantage.
Yeah. When you know the other player and you probably potentially practice with them quite a bit, you're always second guessing yourself because he knows what I'm going to do. Will I do the same thing? Maybe not. Do I usually bait against him? Maybe I don't this time. So it's a lot of mind games that comes in here.
Yeah, and you have to decide everything in a matter of seconds. It is absolutely crazy the amount of pressure that you have. So this is every time someone makes a mistake on stream, you can't really blame them because there is a lot of pressure on stream. There are so many mind games.
Yeah.
It's just probably really confusing over there.
I mean, it's not easy to play. It's one thing to just play on stream, but the players here, there's spectators in front of them watching them play. They can see on the screen what's going on, so it's still a little bit pressure builds up. Like when it's live, it's another feeling.
And it takes a lot of skill to go up there and play. It just stole your catchphrase.
Thank you.
No problem. It's mine now.
I'll find a new one. Our senior going with the same lead here, Stunfisk against Lickitung. This, as you might know, is favored towards the Stunfisk, but in the end, it's a neutral matchup. This is also looking at Tonton's team composition, exactly where he wants to see the Stunfisk.
So what else do you think he brought? Oh, this is an immediate earthquake hitting the Lickitung, and this is huge.
Yeah. Earthquake is the way to go. It's the stab same type attack bonus move and does more damage as well per energy cost. In comes this Power Whip. This Power Whip is not a stab move, but it still does a lot of damage to this Stunfisk. Here comes the next move from the Stunfisk.
Let's see what it's going to use. It is going to be another Earthquake, and this is taking out the Lickitung already. I have never seen a Lickitung fall this quickly.
Must be something to do with the IVs, but that is really, really surprising that the Lickitung went down, giving all this energy to this Altaria. Our senior tried to CMP tie there. He threw an extra mud shot so that they get to the Sky Attack at the same time. And our Tonton was like, you know, I'm going to have to tank a Rock Slide anyways. I might as well have more farm in my Altaria.
This Galarian Stunfisk is doing so much work here, taking out the Lickitung immediately, being at I think 40% HP, and wow, the Lickitung gets switched in and catches the Sky Attack from the Altaria.
Yeah. The Altaria is so bulky that it's still not in Body Slam range. Yeah. It is going to tank this Body Slam and throw another move, but Arsenio deciding to preserve his Altaria. He has to throw the Sky Attack, and I still think that the Lickitung survives this if he does not shield.
So, and it was really close, however, it still did not knock out.
Oh my god, what a catch.
The Body Slam immediately not shielded. In a matter of milliseconds, he just said, nope, I'm going to take this one, and now going to attack the Lickitung with the fast moves, taking it out, farming it down.
Yeah, this is exactly what, let's say, Tonton did the last game as well. But trying to catch that Grass Knot onto the Altaria, but unfortunately failing, and Moonblast does super effective damage to this flying cotton ball.
Absolutely, and the first one gets just tanked. There's still 2 shields left. The Moonblast hits. Another one would take it out. And Cresselia is now being considered a win condition for Tonton, so he shields this Sky Attack. Would it even have KO'd?
It would have KO'd the Cresselia, or at least put it in a range where 1 or 2 Dragon Breaths would have taken it out. But Arsenio has to call this. Does he call it? No, he gets baited. But the Cresselia gets to
reached
another
the
Moonblast
first.
Oh my
this was
god.
so well played by Tonton.
Oh, that is really, really good. But in the end, this Altaria is going to farm down the Cresselia. But no, he catches the move on his own Altaria. Oh, this is... He's going to get down to the wire because the Moonblast will take the same amount of energy as the next Sky attack. But the Cresselia is
the
not
Dragon
going to
Breath
survive.
will
Yeah.
do enough damage. So Cresselia falls first, and Tauntaun matches Arsenault to a 1-1.
Yeah, oh my god. Very, very well played there.
I'm at loss for words. This was absolutely an amazing match so far.
I think they were at equal footing and they've been flipping, but Arsenio won 2-0.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Arsenio, I think, started out at a disadvantage in both games, or at a place where it was pretty neutral for him, and he played it. The game 2 was absolutely perfect, right? He wanted his Stunfisk, his Lickitung onto the Stunfisk, which is what he got, because he had an Altaria at the back. Altaria just doesn't want to see the Stunfisk. Every other Pokemon it has play against. So once that Stunfisk was out of the way, Altaria sweep.
Yeah, and then he just had to protect it with his 2 shields.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to go into the post-match analysis in the winners interview. So we are going to take another quick break, and we will see you soon.
Yep. See you.
back. I'm here with that winner of the previous game. So Arsenio taking that game in the battle of the French players. So what's your feeling about that game? How do you were trying to battle, thinking, help us throughout the thought process?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. That was hard for me because I'm battling one of my good friends from France. The matchup was kind of hard because we had some months a bit RPS. Like he had Rene Grigus and I wanted to have my Leaky Tongue on it. That was, I'd say, great battles, really intense from me. Honestly, that was good battles. I'm happy I could win that matchup versus my friend because he's such a good battler and that was not easy.
And that's a good start for you. I mean, facing two really strong opponents in the first two rounds with Nexus Ilya first, Tonton Batters after. Do you like the start of your tournament?
Yeah, because I mean, if you wanna win a tournament like this, you have to beat every good players. So beginning a tournament by battling two great players, for me, it's like the best you can, the best start you can, because you're feeling confident, you're good in your play, and that's my feelings right now.
And do you already know who you are playing next?
Yeah, I'm playing a really, really good battler in Adequance. I'm really looking forward to it because I know it's going to be really, really intense battles. And yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to wish you good luck for that incoming game, and let's see if we have the pleasure to have you back here on stream and on interview. Good luck, Arsenio, for the rest.
Thanks, Pierre.
And we will have a short break while we are waiting for the next players to play.
Welcome back, guys, to the live coverage of the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille. I am Leonard König, and I'm sitting here with Spleen again. So, Spleen, tell me, so far, how have you experienced this tournament?
To be honest, amazing here. The venue looks super great.
It is a bien venue. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Bienvenue. I like that play on words. And a lot of players here, a lot of Go players. We were talking about the skills level of those tournaments. So I'm pretty sure that if you are sitting home, you are quite enjoying those high-level battles for sure.
You have to be entertained.
Exactly. And also, we saw a lot of really good Pokemons, different, and this next matchup is going to be quite hype between Stone Collection, a German battler that made day 2 in Worlds, winning the LCQ, and against is facing Green Slash. Green Slash is a Belgian player, so I need to be neutral. But if you know me...
No, you can be for the Belgian player and I am for the German player.
Of course.
So we can root here.
Yeah, they already swapping, and I know that Green Slash and Stone Collection are also friends in real life, so this is definitely going to be interesting.
Okay, so we already see a terrible lead for Green Slash. Being in with the Trevenant against the Noctowl is not what you want to have. Immediately switching into the shiny Walrein.
Exactly, and like we were mentioning, a bit of like, and the players, they are going to actually quit that game and rematch.
Yeah, we have seen this Noctowl not throwing out the wing attacks, so that's not a good sign. This sometimes just happens.
Exactly, and for the audience, Green Slash going with the ABB lineup to have that Trevenant in the lead and 2 answers for a potential Noctowl in the back.
Which would be Alolan, Ninetales and Walrein.
Exactly, and also when you see that Alolan Ninetales, there is always that question mark on the fast move. Is it on Charm? Is it on Powder Snow to catch off guard your opponent? To be honest here, looking at Green Slash lines up, he already has an Ice-type Pokemon, so it will probably make more sense to have that Charm, fast move pressure on it, but we were discussing yesterday how strong Ice-type is looking in the current meta.
It is. So even though Ice-type is strong in the current meta, looking at the team of Stone Collection, I wouldn't be comfortable to go in with Ninetales and Walrein against Medicham, against Registeel, partially Stunfisk. I mean, Stunfisk is of course neutral damage from Ice types, however the Rock Slides really deal a lot of damage, so I think of course it is good against Noctowl, but against the rest of the team the Ice type is meh.
Yeah, exactly, but if you are on Charm, then you pick up that Medicham quite comfortably.
That is indeed true.
You pick up that Umbreon matchup easily as well.
So that is maybe a tell, but the Registeel still is tough.
Exactly, Registeel is definitely a losing matchup there, but that's going to put so much bench pressure on Stone Collection, making him in a way trying to bring some mons to counter it, and that's an interesting strat as well in Show 6 Big 3 formats.
I really like the Cresselia. It has a neutral matchup against almost everything except for the Trevenant. And you have enough answers for the Trevenant. You have the Noctowl and the Umbreon.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw that Noctowl lead for Stone Collection into the Trevenant. That's literally the worst lead you could have if you are a Trevenant. Yeah. And Green Slash safe swapping to that Walrein.
Yeah, and Walrein loses the matchup versus Cresselia. Of course, the Noctowl gets switched out immediately. And Cresselia has the Grass Knot charge move, which is not same type attack bonus. However, it still hits for super effective damage. And Icicle Spears don't really deal too much damage to the Cresselia. This is quite the bulky Pokemon.
Exactly. Cresselia is definitely a very bulky Pokemon. Look how little damage those Icicle Spear are doing to the Cresselia, and here, curious, maybe Green Slash could have gone into that Earthquake, but opting to go for Icicle Spear. Let's see, find out. He's definitely going to shield because he has a lot of energy on the Walrein.
So this Walrein is queuing up an Earthquake here soon. But it has to shield again with that low HP. already on no shields anymore. Grassnot is of course getting shielded, and now you can actually use an Icicle Spear, and after that still have 1.5 more Icicle Spears.
Exactly, and I totally understand the play here
Yeah.
for Green Slash fighting for switch, because he wants to try to avoid at all cost the Noctowl to go back on the Trevenant.
So you still want to have that answer ready. However, there is still another shield for the Cresselia. So Cresselia really just wants to take out this Walrein. And this might be bad news.
Yeah, exactly, and you see how close that was. What a counting by Stone Collection, throwing right before the Walrein reaching his last Icicle Spear.
Now Trevenant is in versus Cresselia, is allowed to farm down the Cresselia. That is not too bad for a Stone Collection. He can go into the Noctowl. Noctowl switches out immediately into the Galarian Stunfisk to beat this
Charm
Ninetales.
with Charm.
Yeah.
So like we were discussing earlier, and at this stage, that's really rough team comp for Green Slash. So really good. Usually when you see that kind of team comp, a lot of people are going to say it's RPS, but you can also feel that just Stone Collection just perfectly read what Green Slash will bring.
Absolutely, he did really well with this. He's going to fire off another Rock Slide. There are no shields remaining, so this Rock Slide will definitely take out the Alolan Ninetales. And the last Pokemon remaining for Green Slash is his Trevenant, which is not going to do exactly well versus Noctowl.
Yeah, Noctowl, we were mentioning, is really dominates the matchup against the Trevenant. You are part normal, part flying, so you basically just resist everything from that Trevenant, and we see Shadow Ball, and you are going to see how much a Shadow Ball does to a Noctowl.
Shadow Ball, such a strong move. However, this did nothing. It was even switched out to catch the Shadow Ball, so that the Galarian Stunfisk does not feint this battle probably, and now Trevenant just gets farmed down by wing attacks.
Exactly, and here losing that first game for Green Slash, he needs to think again about a good strategy, seeing also how Stone Collection looks at his team, how he wants to tackle the main problems. And I'm really curious to see here, do you have a bet on something that both players could brought in game 2?
I mean, first of all, we said that Registeel is a really good answer against this double ice type strategy. However, Stone Collection didn't even bring it and still won. He just brought the Galarian Stunfisk, which is rather a safer option. It also kind of beats the Noctowl. However, well, I think that Medicham would have been really strong in this matchup, or could be really strong in this matchup, which is maybe why Stone Collection didn't bring the Registeel. I mean, he has Umbreon, he has Registeel, he has Galarian Stunfisk. All of those matchups are not really strong against Medicham.
Exactly, and if you look at the teams, we see that Noctowl on Stone Collection that is looking really good, and I can understand why Green Slash went double ice, because otherwise that Noctowl is going to town against this team. Basically, facing a ground type like Diggersby, it's a dominant matchup for a flyer. You have the Noctowl Mirror, you have access to super effective fast move and charge moves against the Medicham, and you just wall Trevenant.
Yeah, so basically the ice types will have to be brought. Maybe Stone Collection just goes for a hard counter to those ice types. Maybe he actually brings Registeel this time, and I think this Pokemon would look quite good, because you can't really bring the Medicham against Noctowl.
You could actually, because depending on the charge moves on the Medicham, there are some shield scenarios where you can win this match.
Yeah, I mean, the Ice Punch is good.
Ice Punch, also maybe we have like a Power Punch or a Dynamic Punch Medicham that could also change, and we see Noctowl lead, and there is the Medicham in the back for Green Slash.
It's the first time we are seeing an Umbreon here on stream.
Exactly, and do you know that's one of my favorite Pokemon, so really looking forward to some Umbreon action. Definitely a tank, filling the same role than a Lickitung, for instance, but with a different typing.
Oh, the Sky attack does so little damage. Umbreon will probably have a foul play queued in soon. There might be a connection issue. This is why both players are not tapping their screens.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, this happens from time to time. Can't really do anything about it. We are just going to quickly reset this, and the game will be on its way soon. There we are having our judge fixing the phone of Stone Collection. Probably this might be the one that has the issues. Green Slash, after losing game 1, you immediately want to go into game 2, right? You don't want to wait.
Yeah, you don't wanna think too much, but at the same time you need to also try to predict. And I think for Green Slash here, it's really key to try to predict Stone Collection lineup, because we see how it's difficult to maneuver against that Noctowl. So in a way, you have to try to predict where the Noctowl is so that you can counter it, and at the same time also try to look out for the protected mons that are going to guard that Noctowl. And we saw with this last team comp that Green Slash is taking a bit more risks, bringing that Medicham, bringing that Diggersby as well, that gets absolutely walled also by the Noctowl.
Yeah.
So let's see how it's going to they are going to maneuver. We are here to see a good show, so I want to see that.
Exactly. So Stone Collection's team, I think it is really well built. We have discussed a lot about Noctowl and the position of Noctowl in the metagame right now, that it is almost untouched by most of the Pokemon. There are just some ice types, and Stone Collection is going for the double steal. He's going for Galarian Stunfisk, he's going for Registeel, so he has so many different options to protect this Noctowl in the team, really making a good call for this event.
Yeah, exactly. And Stone Collection, for those following all that play Pokemon event, is known as a Samurott player. Here, living the Samurott, but bringing, like what you are saying, a really bulky team, but also flexible. And Noctowl is a really interesting Pokemon right now in the meta. I will say that it's maybe the premium flyer with Altaria, but you have a bit more flexibility. We saw that Noctowl against the Galarian Stunfisk has that Shadow Ball to fight back, whereas Altaria is just going to get walled by the Galarian
really
Stunfisk. And those high-level skilled players, they favor flexibility over power, I will say.
It's because you have enough skill that you don't need that much power to win the games.
You think so?
Need to adapt to every option, right?
That's your call.
So what do you think about Umbreon in the metagame? Because every team has one or sometimes maybe two counter users, and I think that's really why Umbreon wasn't seen too much so far.
So I think Umbreon is really interesting, especially because we do see a decrease of usage of Charmers. And without Charmers in the meta, Umbreon is really good. Even like against something that could hard counter the Umbreon, like a Medicham, you can fight back and actually even win the one shield.
Okay, so we are back to one screen. And this is an Ice Punch that got caught by the Cresselia, not really dealing too much damage.
For sure, and this is a dominant matchup for the Cresselia. You are resisting the counters damage, and as a Medicham, you can only throw Ice Punches.
Yeah, Ice Punch is not really the strongest move that you want to throw against such a bulky Pokemon like Cresselia. So this is again already not looking that good for Green Slash.
Yeah, for sure, it's not looking that good for Green Slash, but the good thing is that the Diggersby is going to avoid that Cresselia. So, and if I remember correctly, we saw that Galarian Stunfisk in the back.
Oh, yeah, Galarian Stunfisk, yeah.
That could come handy if Green Slash somehow makes can realign Pokemons. That could be good for him.
So there are still two shields up, so this Diggersby can be protected. Noctowl is just going to take this Moonblast. It's not dealing too much damage, not the same type attack bonus here. And Noctowl is probably just going to, queue in a Sky attack before the Shadow Ball is even ready. So his opponent should know that he does not have to shield this, right?
Yeah, it will. It's going to take out the Crest in the back, and we see that insta swap into the Diggersby. And now Stone Collection is in a precarious situation.
Yeah, both attacks hit for super effective damage here. Oh, and
yeah, and correctly shielding the Earthquake. That's a great call. And now going for the catch on the Umbreon. Basically, Stone Collection using that Umbreon to soak all the damage from the Diggersby, and he's going to shield that Earthquake.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, there is a lot of energy stored on this Umbreon, and this foul play is going to deal a good chunk of chip. Oh, actually, it was not that much, to be honest. But there's another one.
Yes, and we are seeing a battle again, a battle of tanks there. A normal ground type tank against a pure dark tank. And interesting, but Diggersby, with access to that stab, Earthquake, can do some nice damage to the Umbreon, and we see a second shield here.
Stab Earthquake has, since the beginning of Pokemon, always been a big threat in battles.
Yeah, and we see Green Slash trying to catch that move, unfortunately not going through, so it's probably going to build some extra energy and try to catch the next move. Now he will have to use his shield.
Yeah, this Diggersby is really important, and it's not going to be in this matchup versus the Galarian Stunfisk with too much HP. So he's trying to farm up a bit more energy so he can maybe throw a Fire Punch at the Galarian Stunfisk before getting Rock Slided.
Yes, I do think you might survive the Rock Slide at this range. Wow.
Wow, this Umbreon really is bulky.
Yeah, exactly, and we see Green Slash putting his hand on the head because he knows that this is really rough for him. Surviving the Umbreon, is definitely decisive there.
Yeah, and the Umbreon even got preserved, switched out immediately. There can't be any switch advantage for Stone Collection, so he can actually catch an attack. However, I don't think this is going to be necessary.
Exactly. The Shadow Ball is going to do some nice cheap damage. We see the timer up there, but he's going to be Stone Collection is going to be able to throw that Rock Slide and to take the W here.
Yeah, Stone Collection really performing well here. Green Slash did not really stand a chance in this second battle, and especially also in the first battle. So what a crazy performance by a tournament favorite here.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you ask people around, everyone is going to put Stone Collection as one of the potential winners here. And to be honest, he really did super well here against Green Slash. Green Slash is a super good player, so that's I mean, that was a very good game to watch, unfortunately for Green Slash, and I think that maybe we are going to ask that to Stone Collection after. Surviving with the Umbreon was key in the last game.
Yeah, Green Slash also looked really sad during the games and especially after that. So he might have to have a little switch in his mental now after this coming back from this loss. And let's not talk about losses here. So we are going to go into the winner's interview with Stone Collection soon and the count. So stay tuned for that. See you guys soon.
All right, we are back with the winner, Stone Collection. You had some technical issues while starting up, but you overcame that and you won. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. To be honest, going into the matchup, I was a bit shaken up, a bit scared because our teams were a bit. Yeah, it was a bit difficult to find a safe solution for every game. So, yeah, I picked right, I guess.
What were you thinking when you chose your first lineup? Because I think that before the technical glitch,
Yeah.
you had a negative matchup. Or did you have a positive?
No,
matchup?
we both redid the same lead. So in the first, it was my Noctowl against the Trevenant. I guess we didn't say it, but we agreed to use the same lead because I mean, something we can do. And the Noctowl into the Trevenant. I built my team to scare away Trevenants because they are really strong against me, against 4 of my picks. But the 2 other picks, my Umbreon and my Noctowl, are walling the Trevenant. So I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna, if he brings Trevenant, which I'm sure he's gonna do, he's gonna bring it in the lead. And yeah, that's what I expected, and that's what I faced. And yeah, the rest was
Before going into the matchup, I was looking at your team and I was like, this is so bulky.
Yeah, right.
You just put like the biggest Pokemon together and like, okay, let's do this.
Yeah, I mean, bulk Pokemon are fit my playstyle. I also like Pokemon that are a lot of energy based to regain energy to get in front easily. But this time, I think the meta has shifted a lot. And for example, my Spice pick, my Samurott, I can't use it anymore because of the meta. And yeah, I had to find another way. And all of my Pokemon, I think, are really consistent. They are pretty meta, but they are strong, bulky. I like it.
Yeah, your Pokemon choices are also really nice. They're kind of like very neutral against the whole meta.
Yeah.
In a way, you can hit anything for neutral or super effective damage with any of your Pokemon.
Yes.
And that is brilliant, I think. That's an amazing way to team build. And it's something that Bird Power also did in Salt Lake City. He had always played a neutral team and always, just tried to outwit the opponent.
I think that's the right style to play right at the moment. Maybe in the future this is going to change, but for the moment I think bulky teams are here to stay.
Bulky teams are always here to stay. And honestly, you wanted to play it that way, but game 1 was pretty RPS, unfortunately. But hopefully in the future it works out.
I think... sorry, can you repeat the question?
Hopefully in the future you don't get to be on the winning side of RPS. You have a little bit more challenging matchup.
Yeah, that might happen. Yeah.
All right. Good luck in the future.
Okay.
What do you think? Where will you end up? What do you think?
I think I've seen a lot of different teams and a lot of Trevenants, and I think today I will lose a game against Trevenant. I'm pretty sure about it. Yeah.
All right. Let's hope not. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Over to.
Bonjour Pokémon trainers! I am here in Lille with Nuralka, the host of our stream Nuralka. Why don't you tell me a bit about yourself?
I'm a German Pokemon Go streamer and I do outdoor streams and raid hostings and also started PvP now. And this weekend my job is to make the Lille regional stream possible for you behind the scenes and also to beat you in a little competition now.
Exactly, not quite exactly though. So we are going to have a little game. We are going to have a little competition. We both have 15 minutes each to catch the highest CP Pokemon on our way through Lille. I think let's just get it started.
Which trainer level were you again?
34.
34, okay. I'm level 50 Team Mystic, so it should be easy to beat you today, but let's see. Okay, my first spawn. A Pumpkaboo, 114 CP, that's pretty bad. Yeah, okay, let's go. I need higher CP ones. Okay, no spawns so far here, only from my instance. I need to spin the stops to get more items, but 10 CP. That's the lowest one. Oh no. 745. That's not too good, but at least something. Okay, so Leonard, oh, another Apollo. Leonard arrived today, later today, and I was already on a little explore. And the route he is taking, I went already, so we were taking a new route. And yeah, I hope this one is better, but let's see. I'm also doing the Halloween event, started today at 10 a.m. So at this day we are recording, so I'm also doing my quest. Maybe I get also a high CP one from my quest, let's see, but not this Yamask. Okay, now there are more spawns, but the CP are super low. I think I need an Apollo to win because those spawns had the highest CP so far that I saw. Or maybe we are lucky and even get a Gengar or something. Okay, this one, 240. Maybe I should not catch the ones with the low CP and just check them for a while. Okay, one quest done. Let's see what we get. 404. Error 404, high CP not found.
I think that we are going right. Let's just see if there's a Murkrow. 619 CP. It's not as much as the Ghastly, however, I'm still going to catch it. Come on. No! Okay, okay. Let's take a Great Ball instead to increase our chances. 1, 2, 3. Yes, got it. Okay, okay, quick. We don't have much time. Okay. Oh, oh. We got a Wooper. I'm going to. Okay. Just wait until the people are passing by. And I still just don't seem to be able to catch this Wooper. Okay, stay in. Okay, take deep breaths if you can't catch the Pokemon. Okay, great. Great throw. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We don't have much time. Remember, people, always pay attention to your surroundings. Still, our first catch was our biggest one. This can't be it. Okay, we are running out of time. So let's not try to catch this. Instead, let's focus on the big ones. What else do we have here? A Spinnerack. 511 CP. I think this is a really high level for a Spinnerack. However, we do not care about the level today. We just want the raw CP. Still can't seem to catch it. Yeah, this is quite the beautiful scenery right here. It's fun to play in AR here. So far we haven't been that lucky yet. 716 CP, Ghastly is good, but we want more. So we are heading Centreville and we are getting closer to the Opera, I think. So let's see if they're big Pokemon. There are some Zubats. Still, none of them are strong enough to probably beat Nuralka. This guy probably already has like 2000 CP Pokemon en masse. Okay, so a Phantom. 13 CP? No, that's not what we want here. Maybe this Drifloon? Nope. Again, 430 CP, not what we want. Oh, nice, a Pumpkaboo. I love those. I'm catching those regardless. One, 2, 3. Yes, we got it. Okay, perfect. This is a crossroad and I don't really know where to go. So I'm just going to continue this way. Let's see if we can make our way to the Opera. Because this is where I want to go. Okay, so we got a new champion right here. It's Murkrow with 11,058 CP. So let's use a berry, upgrade to a Great Ball. We don't want to risk anything here. 1, 2, And 3. Okay, okay, we got a new champion. 1158 CP. Beat that, Nuralka. So right now I'm hearing that the players are ready for the next round. So let's just go back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Regional in Lille.
All right, we are back after that amazing win by Stone Collection. You had the pleasure to shoutcast it. How was it when you were watching it live?
That was really a dominant performance from one of the players that everyone has put as a favorite. Maybe not the biggest favorite, but one of the players that could definitely take this tournament. A key moment, I think maybe you discussed that with Stone Collection himself, was like surviving that earthquake on that Umbreon, ensuring that it can take out that Diggersby and clearing the path for the Galarian Stunfisk in the back.
Yeah. Because Diggersby is like very bulky. So whenever it throws something, there's a high chance that the Pokemon survives with very little HP. Like it's like two really bulky mons going up against each other, and it's always
it
a coin
is.
toss, right?
It is, and I think we can already talk about a trend in teams. We see that a lot of those top players, they like bulk. They like bulky mons, they like flexible mons, because Diggersby in a way is also flexible with that Fire Punch, with that Earthquake, charging so fast with the mud shots, and we saw how many foul plays were needed to just take it out.
Yeah, I think players are more often right now building very flexible teams rather than teams that can potentially put you in a place where you don't have play around your opponent. So it's very interesting to see how the meta kind of shifts. Like Stone's team, for example, when I had the interview with him, he said it's just going to be like balanced. I don't want like a hard matchup, but his biggest problem is a Trevenant. So he bought an Octow and an Umbreon. And you're kind of scared to play the Trevenant now.
For sure. You definitely are not eager to use the Trevenant. We saw Green Slash leading the Trevenant in game 1, not fearing at all, but meeting a Noctowl, and unfortunately that was rough. But for sure, we were discussing that with Leo a bit earlier, how those top level players, they like flexibility, they like Pokemons. We see less and less Charmers.
Yeah.
Maybe for that reason.
Charmers are now in a pretty bad place because people have to bring in a ground type Pokemon, right? Or a poison type, or something that deals with Toxapex. Or even something that deals with the counter of Toxapex, which is a Venusaur. So where do you put your Charmer? I mean, you're not in the, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And we are seeing the two players that are getting prepared, so we are quickly going to move to the games, and it's going to be Pokesquark against Shifumi. So Pokesquark is a Greek player living in Luxembourg, and Shifumi is a French player living in Belgium. So this is, I think, in a nutshell, a good description of what is Europe in a way.
Yeah, it is true. You have people who move around quite a bit, and we meet Shifumi. We just met him recently as well when we had dinner with the potential Belgian squad. We also kind of think he has a lot of potential. So it's great to see him like coming up here and
Exactly.
then, you know, putting on a show.
Also, he's an absolute fan favorite of that surf edge, and we are seeing the surf edge here. What do you think about the surf edge?
It's pretty neutral. Like it depends on its moveset, right? It has Leaf Blade, Night Slash, and also Brave
Brave
Bird
Bird?
and Close Combat. You can never guess what it's gonna throw at you. As a Reggie, you don't want to take the close combat. As a Sableye, you Leaf Blades do a lot of damage. If you're a Medicham, you don't shield the Brave Bird. Well, back to the Pokeball you go.
And to be honest, looking at the matchup, Surfetch is looking really good here, and probably going to force Pokesquark to bring that Skarmory, and that's also the first time we're going to see a Skarmory on stream, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. First time we're going to see a Skarmory on stream, and they're in both teams. So this is pretty interesting because in the end, the Skarmory is afraid of G-Fisk, but you can kind of bait out the G-Fisk by using the Registeel, right? So it's going to be Pokesquad trying to push for this double steel lineup, and Shifumi has to find a way to, you know, beat it.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, and the place of Skarmory in the meta is also interesting because we saw that the players are tending more to favor Noctowl or Altaria when you want to pick a flyer, but that steel flying type is a super interesting typing for a Pokemon.
Yeah, especially because in the end, it's quite as bulky as well, and ends up beating Altaria and Noctowl. The only thing that sets Skarmory back is coverage in its move, because you usually have to go for Sky Attack and Brave Bird. Sky Attack is a great move, but so is Brave Bird, but Brave Bird ends up debuffing you.
Yeah, you're totally right here, and I do think also that it's a bit less flexible, like you are saying, and if you are caught in a very bad matchup for the Skarmory, that's really rough for you.
Yeah. Both players trying to select their squad. Shifumi still has a Hitmontop on there, and it's going to be replaced by another fighter. Looking at what these two players are going to play, let's see if Shifumi still goes with this, because if he does, it's gonna look pretty difficult for him to come back into the game.
Ooh, last change here. Let's find out if it's going to be positive or not, but we are going to see a fighter lead.
Yeah, fighter versus fighter, but unfortunately Medicham is a part psychic type, so the advantage to Medicham. But most importantly, what is the moves on this Surf Edge? Let's find out. And
I think it was a Leaf Blade 9 Slash, and here safe swapping the Lickitung into the Medicham, and you would think it's a bad matchup, but it's okay in the Zero Shield.
yeah, and Shifumi already pulling up a shield here against the Medicham and shields the Psychic, now throwing the Body Slam, and the Medicham is not going to pull up a shield.
For sure, Abby, and we see a swap into his own Lickitung, and we saw that play already a few times here. You try to chip that Lickitung before swapping to your own Lickitung to ensure that you are going to keep switch advantage.
Exactly. I think that's very, very important in this matchup, because if you immediately swap in your Lickitung, the Lickitung that has the energy lead will end up outpacing you to the moves that need to take out the Lickitung. So it's the best strategy. You can already see that one Lickitung has lower HP and lower energy. So Squark really wants to keep the switch here.
Yeah, he definitely wants, and you see that this also allows him to build a ton of energy on that Lickitung. And yes, Lickitung is throwing maybe only body slams, but they are going to add up.
Yeah, and he already has 2 body slams stored, and this body slam will not knock out this Lickitung.
Oh, it barely hangs out, but it's even better for Pokesquad because he got a few licks in.
Yeah, and will he get to this Power Whip? Yes, he does, and if the Protect Shield does not come up, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's definitely going to do a lot of damage on a very squishy Pokemon, but allowing him to farm some extra energy. And we see Shifumi smashing that switch button to go into his Sableye because he knows that Squark is probably going to come back. Oh, and Squark opting to come with that Skarmory.
Yeah, this is not a good place to be if you're Shifumi, because you're shield down, you're going up against a Skarmory, and you really have to find a way to flip this matchup. Here comes the first foul play from his Sableye.
Yes, and Squark is opting to use a protected shield here to keep his Skarmory healthy. In a way, if you are Squark here, you know your win con and you are going to stick to it.
Yeah, all he has to do is pull up a shield here. He can now effectively farm this Sableye down, and when this bird comes in, it's gonna go back straight into its Pokeball.
Yeah, and we see Shifumi, despite having still a protected shield, opting to not shield because top level players, they know when the game is over.
Yeah, he had shields left. That is unfortunate, but yeah, there's not a lot Shifumi could have done at that point in the game.
Exactly, and sometimes it just comes down to team composition. That's unfortunate. You're trying to cover how many holes you can have in your team, but sometimes you just don't have the right alignment. You just don't read what your opponent are going to do well, and it costs you a game.
Now it comes down to battlers' battle acumen. So they will now sit down, take a little bit more time. Okay, this is what happened to me in game 1. What can I do in game number 2 so that this doesn't happen? Shifumi does not want that Surf Edge aligned against Medicham. And if you looked at what happened last game, it really did not have a lot of places to go. There was Medicham, Skarmory, and Lickitung. Without close combat, this is not a great game for you.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe Squark knowing that Shifumi is an absolute Surf Edge fan and just going strong against it, that could be one of the reasons he went for that kind of line. I'm curious to see how those two players are going to adapt for that game 2, and that it's already super important for Shifumi.
Yeah, you can see Squark's already is like, all right, he led Surf Edge, maybe he's not going to lead it again, but then changing his mind again and going back to the Medicham. Shifumi is locking in his Sableye in the front. So, he's going back again. Squark's jumping back and forth. This might end up with like people being confused. So let's see what he does.
Exactly. In the end, it looks like Squark is going to go with that Lickitung in the lead. Let's see if Shifumi makes a last adjustment. I really find it super interesting to see also the screen selection process, because you can also have an insight on how players they are thinking, how they change their mind in the end, and in the end Shifumi going for that with Sableye as a lead.
Yes, Sableye against the Lickitung is not a great matchup for Shifumi. Squark is in the driver's seat right about now. He's smashing his switch button, and here comes the Lickitung into the Medicham. Oh.
Yes, but I like this play in a way because you're out the fighter, and in the back there is a Galarian Stunfisk for Shifumi.
Yeah, and that Galarian Stunfisk will have to do a lot of work to flip this match. Squark going for the Ice Punch here, expecting Shifumi to pull up a Protect Shield like he did game number 1, but this is not great.
But this time no shield, which is a very good news because now that Lickitung can just win that 0 shield scenario.
Here's the second Ice Punch, opting not to shield again so that he can throw this Body Slam on the Medicham. He goes for the Power Whip. It does not matter because the Medicham has to shield or lose switch.
What Squark is going to opt to do, he decides to just let go that Medicham.
He does have a Sableye, and Sableye is gonna farm this Lickitung down.
That's an
and-
aggressive
oh my
farm
God.
down, and that could be the game changer, Abby, here. So much energy on the Sableye, still 2 shields.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim for Shifumi, but let's see how he plays it out. He brings in a Sableye, knowing that it has no play against the Lickitung. So I'm like, all right, here's my Sableye, do what you can.
Yeah, and building energy is going to reach that foul play or going to build some extra energy, maybe trying to avoid a potential catch there, which is a smart decision.
Yeah, at this point, Squark pulling up this Protect Shield, but over farming quite a bit and then throwing the foul play. Is this enough to take out Shifumi's Sableye? Let's find out.
Yeah, the Sableye should barely survive. Yes, it does, and he's able to throw a foul play. The foul play will kill, and this is a critical moment of the game, and Pokésquark uses Protected Shield.
Yeah, he knows that the Sableye is going to be important because it is loaded with so much energy. Shifumi now has to shield a foul play at some point because it will do the most damage among all the moves that are going to come in.
Yeah, smartly not throwing his charge move on charge move priority, knowing that the Sableye is going to win that to farm some extra energy, and we see the reaction of Pokésquark swapping out. So I'm just going to use my Lickitung and absorb all that energy.
Yeah. That's what Lickitung is usually used for in this meta, is to soak up a lot of energy, and that's exactly what it does. It took an Earthquake, which is a stab move, and still in the green.
Yeah, still laughing at you, and we see that Power Whip doing some nice damage, and Shifumi is in a precarious spot because you need to take down that Lickitung, but at the same time build some extra energies to throw at the Sableye.
Yeah, but this Lickitung is going to survive. Will he be able? Oh my god, that is a lick down and a half, and Lickitung closing it out for Squark, and Shifumi going down to the losers bracket 2-1, 2-0 to Pokésquark.
Really well played. We didn't see some Skarm action, unfortunately, but we had that Surf Edge on stream.
Yeah, we had Skarm game number 1, Surfetch game number 1 as well.
You're right.
But I was expecting a little bit more dynamic play by using the Registeel, but in the end, Squark didn't need the Registeel to win. He just went for his strategy, and it worked absolutely perfectly.
Exactly, and it was tempting to shield that Medicham against that Lickitung, but Squark really kept his calm, knowing, like you're saying, I have my game plan. You want to throw that energy, I'm just going to come down with an aggressive farm down with the Sableye.
Yeah. I mean, that was 6 Shadow Claws. He had a foul play, so in this meta, even if you have like 3 Shadow Claw advantage on the Sableye, you're not very comfortable as the opponent. Imagine having like 1 foul play third
and 2 protected shields to hide behind. So for sure, that was critical. And we are always talking about how Pokemon Go is a micro decision and really super quick decision game, and that was it. You basically have 5 seconds to decide if you shield your Medicham or if you try to do something else. So you have to think, and we saw Pokésquark watching the shit with the opponent's team, so thinking, okay, he might have that in the back, so I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I think Pokésquark played absolutely brilliantly, especially game number 2, where he's like, I don't need switch, I'm just going to win it with my Sableye, and that's exactly what he did.
Exactly.
Very perfect execution. We are waiting for the winner to come here so that we can have a winner's interview.
Is there? So we are going to go for a short break while we are going to set up everything so that we can interview Pokésquark. We are going to see you very soon.
Welcome back, guys. I am here with PokeSquawk for the winners interview. So this was quite the intense match. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the critical points in the match and what you were thinking during it?
Yes, so I would probably talk more about game 2. It was a bit less RPS, I would say, and it was the game that I actually felt that I could lose there because I swapped into the Licky with my Medi, and I had basically I had my Sableye in the bike. I was thinking at this point, my Sableye is quite strong against his team, even if it's a Stunfisk or anything that could be in the back. So I didn't really mind losing Switch there and having Licky with basically enough health there to even farm down. Even if Licky could get to the Body Slam in the end, I think I would still be kind of fine at that point. That was it was a good game. It could go both ways, for sure, and I'm happy it went my way.
Yeah, you came out on top, definitely.
Yes.
So you were talking about your Sableye, and I want to talk about that one as well, because
Yes.
Sableye has basically always been a staple in the game, and it kind of shifted away from the meta. It's not like the most common pick anymore. Why
Yes.
is that, and why did you decide to still bring it?
Yes, I was going to call it resurgence, but maybe the surgence of Noctowl and Licky everywhere basically made Sableye go away. But it's a nice, safe pick for any team. Basically, it fits in any team. The reason I used it up to that point, my team had an Umbreon there. I was feeling that I'm a bit too weak to Reggie. Sableye can put some work against Reggie in some Registeel in some cases. So that was like a last-minute switch basically yesterday. I'm glad I did it. I'm still a bit, I'm still a bit. It's a bit weaker against Noctowl and Lickitung, but yeah, it can make any team work. So I was happy that it was there.
So there is another Pokemon on your roster that has now increased in popularity, which is Tapu Fini. So why don't you tell the viewers why Tapu Fini is better than it was before now?
Yes. So I don't think it is better than it was before, but the main reason is Azumarill and Tapu Fini basically share the same role. The main reason that Tapu Fini now I think is more out there is because it can deal. It can do very well against Stunfisk, Swamperts, even Altarias that we've seen quite a lot in the past. And the surprising thing about Tapu Fini is that with the shield advantage or even in the zero shield, it can actually beat Trevenant. So this is the reason I have it there. I wanted to be strong against Ghosts in general in my team because they're quite prominent. Even if Noctowl and Lickitung is around, Ghosts are still there. So Tapu Fini is I think it's a nice bench pressure. My team was already bulky enough. I didn't need another bulky Pokemon like Azumarill, so I think something that would put more pressure would work.
Yeah, also the Sableye is really good against Ghosts, as you said.
Yes,
so
exactly.
You're really prepared for Trevenants.
Exactly.
So, I wish you good luck in the upcoming matches. Thank you for the interview, and we are going into a short break, and then we will return for the next featured match.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Good
you.
job. Welcome back, guys. No breaks for this stream. We are having yet another featured match. There is so much content being put out here.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing, and every game has been really good, top-notch games.
Exactly.
Man, I'm super pumped. Every game I watch, I'm like, yes, this is nice, this is good. They did this well. Oh, you've been using my glasses, I see, but thank you.
Well. Okay, so Gyarados boy 150 versus Mini Benoit. We have interviewed Mini Benoit. I have interviewed him, so I'm pretty excited to see how he is doing here. Are we seeing anything exciting here? We are seeing the first Swampert mirror match. Not exactly a mirror match, Shadow versus normal form.
Swampert does look really good. Like, all the Swampert has to do this game is avoid the Trevenant.
Yeah.
And one of the best ways to get the Trevenant into the game is by throwing in your Medicham. Medicham has coverage against the Trevenant with the Ice Punch. Psychic is also neutral in the end. So if you get the Trevenant out of the way, the Swampert's going to be like, oh, I'm a Shadow Swampert. Whatever I throw is going to do a lot of damage to Gyarados' team.
That was a nice Swampert impression, by the way. I can only imagine that Swamperts really sound like this. Oh, you did the hands even.
They couldn't see it, unfortunately.
Okay. Nice. Okay, so there are other Pokemon that can bait out a Trevenant, or rather take out a Trevenant. I mean, you most likely want to have the Altaria in there that can easily Sky Attack it down or go into the Trevenant mirror match, and also the Licky is really strong here.
Yeah.
Lickitung.
Yes, Lickitung. Mini Benoit has a very nice setup here going on.
Yeah.
It's like, he has Pokemon that deals with Trevenant. 5 of his Pokemon can deal with Trevenants. The the Galarian Stunfisk matchup is IV dependent. It depends on if you hit a Shadow Claw breakpoint. So you need to have a certain amount of attack on your Trevenant that will help you win this matchup. And you have Altaria, of course. Altaria is bulky, so it can easily take a Shadow Ball. You have the Lickitung, which absolutely dominates, or semi-dominates a Trevenant, because you don't really hit it for any neutral charge moves. Both of your charge moves are resisted.
Yeah.
And you have your own Trevenant. So all he has to do is get the Trevenant in, and once the Trevenant's out of the way, Swampert's going to go brr.
Yeah, so he's having a Swampert. The only hard counter to Swampert basically is Trev right now. He's playing 5 Pokemon that can beat Trev. Why did nobody else come up with this strategy? What is the downside of this?
To be honest, I don't know.
Altaria is maybe also a good counter.
Yes, Altaria, but if you go with a team like this, there's a high chance you get paired up against a very neutral team. For example, Lickitung is kind of neutral against all of his mons. Yeah. Beats Medicham in the zeros, but we're already locked in. Let's get straight to the shoutcasting and see how they play it out rather than how I would play it out.
And we are on sync again. Beautiful. So let's see, Stunfisk versus Noctowl. You don't really want to stay in there as the Noctowl. So Trevenant immediately coming in, and Altaria is now going to Dragon Breath it down. This is a lot of damage.
This is unfortunate for the Altaria, but you see Gyarados boy going for that charge move priority event, but Mini Benoit is like, nope, I'm not falling for that. I'm not going to throw my move. And being patient, and these Dragon Breaths, look at the Trevenant, it's already almost done.
It's almost more damage than the Shadow Ball. This dealt so much damage. Altaria is also kind of bulky, so this is looking really good for Mini Benoit so far.
Yeah, at this point it's tricky because straight Seed Bomb from here will take out the Altaria. Yeah. So Mini Benoit has to pull up 2 Protect Shields to take this out. Oh! Wow! I think he hesitated for a second, but that is unfortunate. Farming down the Trevenant and Mini Benoit maintaining the switch.
That was a really valuable shield there. Okay, so we are going for the Moonblast. Will it be shielded, or will it deal just a lot of damage on the Noctowl? It does, about 35 to 40%. And now Altaria is going to get Wing Attack down. However, Dragon Breath still dealt a lot of damage. This Altaria was putting in the work.
Oh man, this is looking really rough for Gyarados boy. He did have a little bit of energy lead coming in, but Trevenant usually has pretty dominant matchup against the Medicham. No shielding the first Ice Punch, because Mini Benoit knows, okay, I have to tank an Ice Punch anyways. Will he throw? Yes, he throws exactly on the CMP event.
And now this will even go unshielded as it seems. So Medicham actually takes this hit and can go for the Ice Punch, which will also not be shielded. So Trevenant is very likely to go down here.
Yeah, Mini Benoit knows, okay, the Medicham is in a range where I can shut it down. And the Noctowl does have energy, but the Stunfisk is chilling at 70% HP.
Yeah.
You need 3 Shadow Balls to take it out at this range. And it also has the shield parity, so it looks near impossible for Gyarados boy to cloud out. And he knows he doesn't shield. He knows this is over.
Yeah. This Noctowl is sitting there at 1% HP. The Rock Slide is going to come in. No shield to answer it. And this is game 1. Mini Benoit looking really strong here.
Yeah. Absolutely. He's made a very, very dominant round 1. I think this is exactly what you want to do as a competitor, is like have a really dominant game 1. So now your opponent's like, okay, he absolutely had me. And they might panic a little bit. So this is where your competitive spirit kind of shines, is that, all right, it's a bad matchup. I got hard counted. It's not because my team comp is bad. It's just because I got hard walled. So what will I do? Will I go with the same thing and hope I don't get hard RPS'd again? That's a decision-making process right about now. Let's see what the competitors do.
And it is looking like he is going for the exact same team again. As you said, Noctowl, Trevenant, Medicham. I think he even led with a Noctowl in game 1, right?
Yeah. Usually when you get hard countered like that, it's, as I said before, it's not because your team's bad. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
So more likely than not, your opponent might adapt because they're like, oh yeah, I absolutely destroyed him game 1, so I'm going to adapt. So he did. Mini Benoit going with the Altaria lead right about now. So which makes Trevenant for Gyarados boy really, really in a good place. So let's see. Let's see if he really goes for the lock-in. No, he's changing his mind.
Really close, actually. Also, we haven't seen Swampert yet.
He's afraid of the Trevenant?
Might be.
He goes for the same team. He goes for the same team. Waiting for Mini Benoit to accept the challenge. I think it might be a technical issue because they just rematched. So let's wait and find out while Gyarados boy shows us his sparkles.
With a nice mask.
Yeah, the Lugia mask. I think it's really, really a cool mask to have. And he has the Fashion Week headgear as well on top of it. That is really, really cool. He's also level 50, flaunting the level 50 jacket. Something that I still don't have.
Oh, really? I mean, same here, but okay, so we are resetting this game. This will take another minute. As we already said earlier, these things happen sometimes. There's not really much you can do about it. Just wait it out. I mean, we are not having that much downtime so far, so I think we can take it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've been doing okay, and I've been saying exactly again. So this is good because now, in a way, for us, it's good. We get a breather, but it's very bad for the battlers, for me personally, because if I get too much time in between game number 1 and game number 2, you start to overthink.
Yes, and it's not healthy for me. I mean, maybe some players need another minute to think about things, so this is maybe not a disadvantage for everyone. We're back. Let's see if they lock on the same thing. Gyarados boy is rethinking again. Does he swap? Does he swap? I mean, the strategy hasn't really worked out for him in the last match, right? So this might not be the best team for him to go with. However, all the other Pokemon don't really look too good in the matchups. Yeah. The thing with Noctowl going up against Altaria is that you land a Shadow Ball or you go straight Sky Attack and then try to hit a Shadow Ball, and then you can suddenly farm it down with the Trevenant. So Trevenant with a huge energy lead is great. All right, they're going with the same lineup. It should start any moment now. Still looking at the sparkles. Mini Benoit's characters standing there like, come at me, bro. Let's do this. Okay, so we're going into game 2. Altaria versus Noctowl lead. Altaria is going to deal a lot of damage with these Dragon Breaths. Yeah, but you see how bulky this Noctowl is. It's still
Yeah.
not. It's still not in the yellow yet, right? And it looks like they're almost doing the same amount of damage to each other. Not electing to pull up this Protect Shield, knowing that okay, my Noctowl is gonna have a neutral match here, so I'm just gonna stay in and see what I can do.
So Noctowl is going to charge the first Sky attack. Altaria is not going to shield it.
Yeah, it does about 20% damage here, and in comes a second Sky attack. This Sky attack is gonna put this Altaria in the red, and you see what he's doing. He throws all the balls. I was not expecting him to hit all the bubbles, and he's going into the Medicham. That is really surprising here. This Moonblast is gonna do so much damage if unshielded.
Oh, and it goes unshielded. This Moonblast is going to almost take out the Medicham. This was like 60% of the HP thrown away, and it was almost immediately knocked out by Shadow Claws, just able to throw one Ice Punch.
He did a very smart play there. Before the game, what I said was, you need to bait out the Trevenant, right? The Trevenant's out of the way. Now he still has a Noctowl that's not going to get KO'd by this Seed Bomb. It's not going to get Shadow Bolt. So this is perfect. Will he shield here? Because I think he has to. Oh my god, no shield.
This Seed Bomb takes out the Noctowl, and now we're only in the mirror match right here with a shield advantage for Gyarados Boy, but still, there are so many Pokemon in the back for Mini Benoit.
Mini Benoit going straight for the Shadow Ball, and Gyarados Boy has to shield it. He has to use his shields because there is no other Pokemon behind this Trevenant. The Trevenant has to do a lot of work here.
And this Trevenant is already really low. This is probably below 20%.
Yeah, going in with this G-Fisk against the Trevenant. Trevenant going straight for the Shadow Ball here. This does more damage than the Seed Bomb, and Mini Benoit not shielding it. This will put it in the yellow.
Yeah, he does not have to shield this yet, and he can actually go for a Rock Slide or an Earthquake. Earthquake will be resisted, so Rock Slide is it. Will it be shielded? It will be shielded, but it is almost at 2 Rock Slides.
Yeah, and might be a CMP event, but no, it's not. Gyarados Boy knows that. All right, I'm in a really bad spot now because this Trevenant did whatever it could, but surviving with 1 HP. But does that matter? Oh, does
and
not.
Altaria
Altaria
Dragon Breaths it down, so Mini Benoit winning 2-0 versus Gyarados Boy in a really convincing manner.
Yeah, that was very well played there, very well executed. Gyarados Boy swapping out his Noctowl was a bit of a disadvantage. If he stayed in and then farmed it down with the Trevenant, I think this match would have been flipped by Gyarados Boy.
Yeah, I felt like the Medicham thrown into the Shadow Ball, or the Sky attack.
Moonblast.
No, Moonblast.
Yeah.
Moonblast. Got it wrong twice. That was an interesting decision because this Medicham felt like it was wasted completely.
Yeah, it's Medicham usually can pretty much semi-healthily tank a Sky attack, but Moonblast does more damage, even though Sky attack is the same type attack bonus. It was surprising. I'm not sure why that happened, but I think what was going in his mind was like, I don't want to get farmed down.
Yeah.
So if he gets farmed down, then he has to pull up a shield on his Trevenant, even though he will potentially, let's say, farm this down. It's a very close game. Might have been much closer than I had in my head.
So we might hear about this from our winner, hear it from his perspective. So we are going to a quick break and then right into the winner's interview.
All right, let's go.
Well, welcome back. I'm here with the winner of the previous match, Mini Benoit. It's on the other way around. I'm Splin. It's Mini Benoit. Can you tell me more about this match? How was it to play on screen in front of everyone?
It was very stressful because I was on stream, so I didn't prepare myself to be on stream. The match went. I had good leads. My strategy worked, but I got a bit lucky sometimes. So.
And you are now Frio, right?
Yeah.
So what's the next step for you? What are you aiming in this tournament? Because as far you are going up, the more difficult it becomes, right?
I didn't expect to win any match, and I know my next match is against Stun Collection, which is a very, very strong trainer. So I hope everything will be fine, but I'm nervous.
Who has been your MVP so far? If you have like one month that really shined for you so far, what would you pick?
Trevenant.
Trevenant.
Yeah, that's been very good for me.
So I'm going to wish you good luck for the next battles. Maybe we are going to feature you again on stream a bit later. That will mean that you are doing even better than of now. And good luck. So we are going to go on the short break while we are going to set up the next battlers there. So floor is yours.
Okay.
Welcome back to yet another live match of the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille. This event has been an absolute hype fest so far.
Yes, definitely. And Leo, you remember yesterday we met for the first time and we were so hyped with Xevious about this tournament, and it's not disappointing at all.
So perfectly matched here. So we are going to see yet another big name in the next match. Do you mind telling the audience who it is?
Yes, we are going to feature Inadequence. So I guess almost everyone knows Inadequence is a Dutch battler streaming on Twitch. Definitely one of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
Always coming out with unusual strats as well.
Oh, so I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, exactly. Really a creative battler as well. He's going to face Pokesquark. We saw Pokesquark play just earlier.
And
really
he won.
Exactly.
So
really solid players. And at this stage, both players, they are Frio. they want to continue into that winning streak and trying to go as far as possible.
So we can see the Pelipper plushie on there, and wow, it's a Jellicent and Mandibuzz. I love those.
Yes, and that's why Inadequate is such an amazing battler. He has the possibility to just think outside the box and bring picks that no one is going to expect in a way. So
Yeah.
we saw that Umbreon as a dark type is going with the Mandibuzz. We saw so many Trevenants as ghost types is going with the Jellicent.
Yeah, I mean, Mandibuzz is really, again, as Noctowl is, a really good counter against Trevenant. So it basically does the same job. It is also neutral against counter users. Just the dark type is really strong against ghost Pokemon.
Yes, it is. And also, there is always the question mark when you see a Mandibuzz. Is it going to be a Snarl Mandibuzz, allowing you to be more spammy, to charge quite quickly? Is it going to be Air Slash Mandibuzz? With the Air Slash Mandibuzz, you are less a generalist and you become more a specialist with that anti-fighter, so really being able to dominate that Medicham matchup, for example.
So what do you think about the Jellicent? What do you think it's going to run?
I mean, I was just about to tell you the exact same thing. The Jellicent is the same. Could be a Bubble Jellicent,
Yeah.
could be a X
Curse.
Jellicent.
Oh, X. Yeah.
So there is the big question mark on that, always. And for the Jellicent, you had some extra there, because is it going to be a Bubble Beam as a charge move, or is it going to run double nuke? And this is critical. And also, we are always talking about how game one is important for players to gather information. And I'm pretty sure Squark at this stage is trying to wonder, okay, maybe he's trying to go with those charge moves, maybe he's trying to go with those charge moves. So I need to prepare myself for both situations in game one. And after that, I might have the information, because Inadequate could also just decide to not run them in game one, to hide them in a way for a potential surprise in game two or game three.
Yeah, so he, just looking at his team comp, might actually have an edge. I don't recall all the 6 Pokemon of both players right now, so we can see them again right here in just a minute. So let's see. Which of these Pokemon, Mandibuzz or Jellicent, are particularly good against Pokesquark's lineup?
But Squark has some hard counters. We see that Registeel, we see that Tapu Fini against that Mandibuzz, so it could really cover that well. Same for the Jellicent with that Sableye lurking out, and even Registeel having access to a Zap Cannon allows you to do a ton of super effective damage to the Jellicent. So it's going to be quite interesting, and it might come down to a wire to who is going to be able to predict what the opponent is going to run.
Yeah, Pokesquark told me in the winner's interview, that it was a last-minute choice for him to run Sableye in his team, and he was really happy about it so far. So again, this time he will think, okay, good thing I have the Sableye for this Jellicent, because this could otherwise be a big threat.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Being able to, I mean, he still has the Lickitung that is doing quite a nice job against the Jellicent.
That is true.
Especially if it's
with a Power Whip.
Yes, having access to the Power Whip, you are dealing super effective damage. Yes, it's non-stab, but still it hurts. And if the Jellicent is on X, that's a dream matchup for you, because then you can resist. You are resisting the move, and we are seeing both players queuing up, so the battle is really just about to start. Let's find out who is going to go and defeat it.
So we are seeing a Skarmory lead on Pokesquark's side versus Lickitung. This matchup should be actually 50-50.
Yeah, it is. It is a very neutral matchup, even if on paper that Skarmory has definitely the advantage, because you are going to resist both the Body Slam and the Power Whip. But Lickitung has its bulk really to shine in this matchup, and to be able to just absorb the damage.
Yeah, and the licks deal a lot of damage. Skamri already in the yellow after
And
one
going
body slam
for the
that didn't
Brave
deal too
Bird.
much damage. Wow. And
That-
immediately switching out because of the defense drops.
Yeah, exactly. That was a weird play, and you can see that in Adequan's face is that I was really surprised by this move. But really interesting here, going for that zap cannon first, trying to chip for the debuff, and he got the debuff.
Wow, this debuff was really huge. So not going for the focus blast to deal a bit more damage, and now taking this body slam that did nothing. Looked like lick.
Yeah, it is, and you can see that, yes, Registeel is definitely going to dominate this matchup, but Lick is trying to fight it out despite being debuff. Yes, Body Slam are not going to do a lot, but Lick over time is adding up on the Registeel.
That is true. Registeel actually, after this body slam at lower HP than the Licky Tongue, it is going to be taken out with this charged move.
And I really like the play by Inadequance here, going Zap Cannon in a way, not revealing the Focus Blast, making an amazing undercharge to farm extra energy. And now for Pokesquark, he always needs to ask himself, is that a Flash Cannon, Zap Cannon, Registeel? Is it something else? And here we see what is he going to expect. Oh, what a catch by Squark.
So he identified his Registeel as his sweeper for this team. This is his win condition, so he throws in the about 50% HP Skarmory to just take the Zap Cannon, so the Registeel doesn't have to. And now he's throwing out a Focus Blast on his own to take out the opposing Registeel, even though it's only at 10%.
And Inadequance letting this go, and he has that Nidoqueen lurking in the back, and 2-shield Nidoqueen is going to be rough for that Registeel. He's opting to let the first move goes, and remember, Inadequance still has that Licky Tongue. In case you got that defense drop or attack drop, you can switch out.
Yeah, absolutely, and he also didn't get the attack drop with his Zap Cannon and Earth Power.
And that Earth Power landing
unshielded
is huge.
So I think Pokesquark knew that he was going to lose this, so he did not shield the Earth Power, because this Nidoqueen versus Registeel matchup is almost unwinnable if you don't carry the Flash Cannon.
Yeah, it's really rough, and especially at this range. I mean, just saving some time for us, because I mean, I think the Nidoqueen can just go straight power and take this matchup.
So Pokesquark needs to reset here,
and
get his place in order.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about that Mandibuzz and Jellicent, and we didn't see one of them.
Unfortunately, I was really hyped to see them, because also both of those are some of my favorite Pokemon. As you can already tell now, I'm really a big fan of Gen 5.
Yes. Okay, that's good. That's interesting to know. And so all the Gen 5, or you have really a specific Pokemon that you are a fan of?
I mean, my favorite Pokemon of all time has to be Darmanitan, the Flame Power Monkey. I love this thing so much. I'm really a bit sad that it's not used competitively as much, because, I mean, fire types are not the strongest ones in the meta right now.
Yeah, and I think that in the case of Darmanitan, is a bit too squishy to fit into the Great League. It's a high attack Pokemon, so it will shine a bit more. If there is one day a Show 6 Pick 3 in Master League, that could work.
I would hope so. I would actually hope so. But let's see how this Game 2 goes out. Maybe these players are using their favorite Pokemon here.
Yes, and we are seeing that double steal strat. So far, Pokesquark maybe thinking that it could be interesting to go with Sableye double steal. So basically bringing the Sableye and having some answers for what potentially can beat the Sableye in Adequan's line. And on the same time, we see that Mandibuzz in the body for Inadequance. So let's find out.
This is starting with a really bad lead for Inadequance, because he has the Medicham in the Sableye, so he will immediately switch out, not taking too many of these Shadow Claws, going into the Mandibuzz, and this one is answered by the Registeel. And now it depends. It's Snarl Mandibuzz, by the way.
Yeah, it's Snarl. So right before Registeel got access to a Zap Cannon. Oh, and he is carrying Dark Pulse, so that could allow him to actually do some well if he doesn't get the defense drop here. The attack drop, sorry.
So the Zap Cannon actually goes through. It goes unshielded. This will deal a lot of damage, about 60%.
And unfortunately, there is the drop. But Inadequance is going to be able, again, to throw at least 2 Dark Pulse.
Yeah. And this will also chip down the Registeel quite a bit, so it maybe can be farmed down later. And another Dark Pulse before a Focus Blast can happen.
Yeah, he could also, select it to just shield and being able to at least force the shield back. So here, that's what the question that Inadequance is asking himself. Do I shield this? Yes, I'm going to shield this because I'm going to reach another Dark Pulse and I'm going to force my opponent to decide, do I want to keep switch? Will I shield this or not?
So we will see, and he actually does shield it. So there is another charged move happening here. Let's see if this goes shielded as well. I would not think so. This attack drop actually mattered quite a lot.
Yes, the attack drop was in a way somehow bad, but now he's like asking, what should I do? And he's Inadequance opting to come with that Medicham.
3 counters until Registeel feigns, and now we are back in the Sableye matchup with the Medicham. You don't really want to be here. You can switch into the Lickitung after that, but then you're again in a
opting
worse
to throw that Ice Punch and swapping into that Lickitung. And now Squark going for the
really
huge return, and it's going to be unshielded. And look at the damage on a really bulky Pokemon.
I understand why Inadequance did not want to shield this, because most of the time you just get a foul play thrown your way, but this time this return really dealt a lot of damage to this so bulky Lickitung.
Yeah, exactly, and we see that Skarmory in the back, so really, really good team read by Pokesquark here, in a way knowing what Inadequance would probably run in game 2 and calling his line, and that's also what is sometimes making the difference at such a high level.
So this will have to be shielded, otherwise the Lickitung is probably going to fall. Yes, exactly. Lickitung feigns, and now we have the Skarmory versus Medicham matchup. Basically every matchup that Medicham can have is kind of bad here, shielding the Sky Attack.
I still like the play here by Inadequance, so knowing that he wants to try to have as much energy as possible on the Medicham to try to do something against the Sableye. So, but unfortunately, I think the Sableye is maybe a bit too healthy. Will we see a shield here on Pokesquark's side? We don't see a shield. Tanking the Ice Punch and knowing he's going to be able to shield the next one. And despite that really badly, the Inadequance did a tremendous job to bring that game to such a close hand.
That was really close. If there was like only one shield that Pokesquark used in a bad way, then he would have gotten the win. This really came down to the last shield there, to the last slither of health on the Sableye being able to take this Ice Punch.
And we were discussing earlier about how micro decisions are important here.
Yeah.
And we see that opting to not shielding, to come with the Medicham to farm a Skarmory, it's not something that you will think at first, but Inadequance, knowing that was his only potential win con, went for that strategy. Didn't pay off in the end, but I really like the play.
Yeah, I found it really sad that the Flash Cannon went off on the Mandibuzz and actually got the attack drop.
Zap Cannon, yes.
Zap Cannon, yeah. All these cannon moves.
Yes, all these cannons, but you're right, indeed, that was really a critical part because it allowed the Dark Pulse to do less damage and securing the matchup and the alignment for Pokesquark.
Would you have shielded this? I mean, this Zap Cannon.
The first one.
Yeah.
I think I agree with Inadequance's call. You don't shield the first one in expecting that maybe you can get the defense drop.
Yeah.
And we also those kind of mons like Mandibuzz, like Lickitung, Umbreon earlier, they are basically here just to soak damage. and to save you some shields for, let's say, more glassy Pokemons or Pokemons that really can shine with shields, like a Sableye, for example.
Yeah. So we have not seen what Inadequance is picking here. Pokesquark already has kind of a lined up. He is leading with the Registeel, packing the Sableye and the Skarmory in the back. So it's the exact same lineup, just with a different opener.
Yeah.
And let's see what Inadequance brings, because maybe he can go for the Shadow Nidoqueen again, because this one won him game 1.
Yeah, it's a really interesting choice. So Pokesquark went what we call ABB in game 2. So Sableye double steal, and he's opting to go to play ABA in this game 3. He hasn't decided yet what he want to do.
And he again leads with the Mandibuzz into the Registeel. So will we see another attack drop from the Zap Cannon?
Let's find out. It's a 2/3 chance, so it's likely going to happen. But will he stay there? Will he swap out? Yes.
He immediately switches out, so he doesn't think this matchup is favored, going into the mirror match as well. And of course, Pokesquark reaches the Focus Blast first.
Yeah, will we see a shield on Inadequance side? Yes, we do see a shield, and let's see what Squark is going to do. And Squark opting to stay in the matchup.
Wow, and he actually shields this Zap Cannon, so will there be an attack drop? This would be huge.
And there is the attack drop!
This time on the other side.
Exactly, this could definitely flip that matchup, because now, yes, the Focus Blast is going to do a ton of damage, but you are going to be able to absorb that. But we see a shield on Inadequance side.
Blocks it and no defense drop or anything, so Zap Cannon is going to be thrown out. Maybe Pokesquark was expecting another Focus Blast.
Oh, and he got another attack drop, and that's huge because trying to go for the catch, the sneaky foul play catch there, but now the Sableye is going to be able to land the return.
And this is going to deal a lot of damage. There are no Protect Shields remaining on Adequance, and this dealt so little damage.
Yeah, this does a solid damage, and let's see. Yes, he's opting to throw here, just to avoid the Sableye reaching another return. It's going to be a very close matchup.
The Aerial Ace takes out the Sableye. So one shield lead for Pokesquark, going in with the Registeel and taking the first Dark Pulse because of the energy advantage that Mandibuzz had. This is not something you want to shield, because it does not
Yes,
deal
you don't want to shield that, and you're going to reach that Zap Cannon, and you see how those players they are really counting well. So he even throw in the middle of the animation so that he's sure it doesn't get caught right before it reaching an additional charge move. And here comes the Medicham, and can it farm down the Registeel?
Not quite. There will be a Zap Cannon, but will it be enough to deal a huge amount of damage?
A lot of neutral
attack
damage and the attack drop again, and we see a swap instantly. And this is a good matchup, to be honest, for Inadequance, because you are going to resist everything the Skarmory can throw at you. We see Squark using his last protected shield, and is probably going to try to chip as much as possible. And at this stage, he needs to catch if he wants to get a shot.
Yeah, this next Zap Cannon is going to be really important. It's going to come out in just a second, and it is going to hit the Skarmory. So will this take off the Skarmory, or will it just leave it with a slither of health? We're going to see it soon.
Barely
it actually
surviving,
takes it.
and he's going to be able to reach a move. No, unfortunately, he needed that Brave Bird if he wanted to win. And I really like this play, smartly played, because he's just going to say, you just farm down, use your energy on my own Registeel, and then your energy dry, and I can just come and counter you down with the Medicham.
And now he actually wins with the Focus Blast of the Registeel in the Registeel mirror match. Inadequance taking this game.
And definitely, I think putting his name out there as a big
Absolutely.
contender to take down this tournament.
So we have seen two players that looked really, really strong. Inadequance with the cool Mandibus pick. We haven't seen the Jellicent. I am really looking forward to see it on stream again. And we have seen Stone Collection as well, who's also a top contender. So these two already two tournament favorites that have played here on stream.
That's definitely, I mean, putting a great show as well.
Yeah.
Showing how good they are. If you are really seeing when you are looking at top battlers, how they count precisely, even lock-ons. I mean, we were discussing that yesterday. It's really hard to be able to count Dragon Breath, lock-on, Fury Cutters, those one-turn energy move, and those high-level battlers. Not only they are counting, but they know all their counts. They know when to throw. They take advantage of every mechanic this game has to offer, and that's what put them on the edge in the end.
Yeah, exactly. That's what makes them the best Pokemon trainers in the competition. But will they make it to the finals? Will they be able to win this event? We don't know. However, there is going to be a winner's interview with Inadequance in just a second, so don't go anywhere. We are setting it up. See you soon.
All right, Martin. I mean, I see you're having a great time here.
Yeah, I think I'm playing pretty well. Thank you.
With a smug look, I think I'm playing pretty well, undefeated so far. How do you feel?
Well, the smug look is just my face. I feel kind of good. Last season I went 0-2 here, so this feels like a good comeback from what was last year. We're not there yet, though. One more win, right? And then I'm in finals for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's going well.
One win at a time, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, every player I've been playing so far, everyone's a nice guy or a nice woman. You know, but only one can advance every time, right?
Fair enough. I think all trainers here deserve. I think all the trainers here kind of deserve to be in the top, because all the games you watched so far have been pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, I saw a little bit of Arsenio against Tonton. I saw Boxwart play a little bit before me, not too much, but you know, the plays everyone make and the mind games that come with it, it's not easy especially when you're up there, right? Knowing that so many people might be watching you.
Walk us through your game. Well, it was very difficult game, I think.
Yeah, so basically it's difficult to say afterwards. I have a short-term memory that I already forgot my battle. But no, one thing that I figured was my registeel is pretty good. And his Skarmy is kind of risky to bring, right? Because my Registeel is so good. I didn't really anticipate to it. I know Lickitung does very well against, and Medicham wins like 2 shoots as well, so I wasn't too worried about it, but he did bring it 3 times. I was very fortunate he didn't bring the Sableye against me in game 1, right? Because that is what I was expecting. It beats 3 on my line. So yeah, I think I was just very fortunate in alignment there. Seeing that Registeel in game 1 was really a relief for me. Game 2, I decided to not bring Registeel because it might be a little bit too predictable. He might bring Medicham or something, and Minibuzz wasn't bad against his line either. But in the end, it seemed that the Registeel would have been pretty good in game 2, so I regret not bringing it. And then game 3, I just were like, leading weak to Registeel isn't ideal when your own answer to it is, well, the mirror, so you swap in a disadvantage. But it ended up very well because it doesn't have any hard answers to it besides the Medicham, which probably was scary for him to bring.
Yep. I think you adapted pretty well, actually very well to win the games. I know you want to win this, right?
No, I'm here to lose. Yeah, of course.
No, you want to win this. What are you going to tell yourself after let's say if you win one more game, you're going tomorrow for sure. So
the thing is, a lot of this comes a little bit to luck, right? I need some alignment. I know from myself that I know the counts. I can manage my energy and health pretty well. So I need some luck and alignment. And well, if I qualified for tomorrow, that's great. I'm still gonna go have a drink with all my friends who came here as well. And we'll see tomorrow. I'm not too worried about it.
Wish you all the luck. With that, we'll get back to the audience.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille 2022. I'm here with my co-caster Spleen, and since it's the first time for me working with you, what got you into casting? I'm interested.
What got me into casting? So I started playing the game when it launched, so back in 2016. I used to love grinding, but then PvP came out, and actually I loved PvP.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that was exactly the feature I was looking to really continue playing this game in the long term. And I've always tried to help out in my community and help them like build optimized teams, which Pokemon they should power up and stuff like that. And I was talking to Count Xevious at the time because we are coming from the same city, and we started with this YouTube idea to have a place where people that want to battle could come, improve their mechanics, improve also their knowledge around PvP, knowledge of the metas, like Go Battle League metas, or also other grassroots organization organizing competitions. And we started like that, and quite quickly after doing those YouTube video, we got contacted by those grassroots organizations to shoutcast their tournaments. So it's including like world championship team-based formats, or like invitationals, like kind of an all-star as well of the best battlers that are picked as well by those organizations. So we used to cast between around 2 tournaments per month. Also doing that with other famous battlers that are, I'm assuming, that are going to be there in Lille fighting.
Yeah, hopefully we can see them.
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of are a community hero in that sense. I want to call it like that. You don't have to, I will. How does it feel for you to cast your first regional here?
To cast my first regional, to be honest, I'm super hyped.
That's what I want to hear.
I couldn't be more hyped because I mean, like the number of players coming here. I mean, we are almost full. I think. I think there were like 119 players yesterday. So it's going to be the best of the best here in Europe, and having the opportunity to shoutcast that is definitely a plus and something I'm going to be really proud of. And I do hope we are going to do a great job so that everything that happened is a big show, basically.
Yeah, I'm also really excited. This is, I think, also the biggest tournament that I have ever casted in Pokemon Go. So we're just going to see what happens. I want to ask you one last thing.
Yes.
Who do you think is going to take the event down?
Oh, that's such a tricky question.
It is.
To be honest, there is so many top battlers that are participating here. I have a lot of friends also that are going to participate, so I'm not going to take a bet. I could told you a bunch of names that I think they are probably going to do well, but there is one thing I learned from those tournaments is that usually the favorite doesn't win, and it's more or less of a surprise. If we talk, for example, about last Lille regional championship, Dex is definitely a beautiful winner, but I don't think someone will have bet on him before the event. So I'm thinking, I don't know, but I'm thinking a surprise may arise from the tournament.
So maybe someone is putting their cards on decks now. We will see, and we will go back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille now.
Alright, we are back again. We just had Inadequance with this amazing win. He's on fire today.
Yes, definitely. We were discussing that with Leo. Both Stone Collection and Inadequance putting some really strong performance and making just out there, I'm here to win this.
Yeah, I was very impressed on how Inadequance is playing this time around. I think he's always had something holding him back during these live tournaments, but today he's on his game.
Yeah, he's really focused. Also, what I really always like about Inadequance is the fact that he likes to think outside the box, bringing some really interesting mons. We saw that Mandibuzz and Jellicent on the line. We didn't get a showcase of the Jellicent, maybe in a future round, but that's definitely what I really like about him.
Yeah. I was just talking to him before as well, and he absolutely abused the Mandibuzz whenever there's a Lickitung save swap. It's not like the Mandibuzz is just the opposite of what you want to see when you try to swap your Lickitung in. And we already have our next battlers. We have Colin 6 going up against No Man.
And it's going to be a Dutch derby. So just after featuring Inadequance, the Netherlands are on fire here. Any thoughts on the matchup, Avi?
The Beedrill is a very interesting pick. I'm not sure if it's a Shadow Beedrill or not. I don't think it is because it will be shown here. Shadow Beedrill can pick up Trevenant in the one shield scenario, which is super good.
Yeah, and definitely an interesting pick here. If it can avoid the knockdown, obviously, could do a lot of work for Snowman.
Yeah, it has coverage, amazing coverage as well, with that drill run, which can hit super effective damage on the Galarian Stunfisk, which is potentially one of the best answers that Snowman can that Colin can have against his Beedrill.
Yes, and you always have, I know I'm always saying that, but you always have that question mark for the second charge move as well. Is it going to be a sludge bomb, so dealing some crazy stab damage? Is it going to be that X scissor bait allowing you to reach that drill run in critical situation? Big question mark here.
Also, we see an Obstagoon as well. I think it's a very, very nice pick. It's one of those Pokemon that can also really, really hard wall a Lickitung. I think you have Scrafty and you have Obstagoon who can really, really put in work. And Scrafty is a little bit better than Obstagoon in the sense that you power punch your way and then whatever comes after is scared.
Yeah, exactly. But the Obstagoon is definitely an interesting pick. And if you look out, I haven't seen a Scrafty so far. So this is a good analysis as well of the meta. As we shifted, we even saw Surf Edge. We saw
no
Toxicroak, but no Scrafties yet.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty interesting. If you look at Colin's lineup, Scrafty has 4 good matchups right out the bat. Noxowl and Scrafty is actually pretty okay because Power Punch Foul Play takes out the Noxowl. So it depends. All right, we go straight in. It's a Shadow Beetle after all going on against the Azu. That is an absolute nightmare.
Exactly, that's an amazing league for Snowman, and we see that he's carrying that X-Scissor drill run, and
he's met with one of the best, as we were just talking about, one of the best answers to a Sableye and Lickitung safe swap is the Obstagoon. The Sableye will have to land a return to do any damage to this Obstagoon, but Obstagoon being the bulky mon it is, it will tank a return.
Yeah, you're totally right, but it could be interesting maybe to shield that, opting to not use a protected shield and building extra energy before throwing a Night Slash.
This Night Slash, unfortunately, will it KO? I don't think it does. A Sableye surviving with a little bit more HP. Can the Obstagoon farm it down? No, it cannot. It barely misses out. Will this Foul Play take out the Obstagoon? Let's find out.
Yeah, it might take out, and Snowman is opting to not shield and is going to lose that precious shield switch advantage.
Yeah, this is putting him in a very, very tricky position, but in the end, it is still a Noxowl going up against a Beedrill, but, oh man, this has absolutely been flipped. You see this Azumarill mirror that we are all too familiar with from playing GBL over the last 7-8 seasons. Azu is a monster, and Azu mirrors are...
They are going to be long and tough, like we say. But interestingly, maybe we can speak a bit about how Sableye show why is definitely one of the favorite save swap. Being able to just flip that matchup in the zero shield against like something that is supposed to be a counter to your Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. That did so much job. I think that kind of flipped this game on the head, but we see these two Azumarills throwing players at each other. The important thing is Colin's Azumarill is pretty low, and Snowman is now shielding his Azumarill, knowing that he needs to preserve this. Will he try to snipe with the Beedrill? Let's find out.
Yeah, we are going to see. And he's trying to go for the catch and gets that X-Scissor. So will Colin shield that? This is resisted by the Azumarill, but barely hanging out, so that could be interesting for the end game.
Yeah, poison jabs are adding up, as you can see. These X-Scissors don't do enough damage to the Noctowl, but the poison sting is doing a lot of work, but he gets a shield. This could put the game.
Shield, and he's going to throw another X-Scissor. This time, Beedrill, Colin directly pressing the no shield.
Yeah, that was a smart move here because now you have the Noctowl with so much energy. It's going to win CMP against Yazu as well. And Snowman is kind of forced to shield this because there will be another Sky Attack coming immediately after.
Yeah, and he's going to throw that Ice Beam. Obviously, Colin is definitely going to shield that. Still has that Azumarill. Timer is almost up, so it might be able to try to attempt a catch.
Yeah, this one's done and dusted, I think, because it's going to be an immediate swap into the Azu, and then he will go for the player off. But no, he wants to finish with the Noctowl, and he can! Noctowl pulling through such a bulky mon. The bubbles do nothing.
And I see that you are happy about that showcase of the Noctowl.
I'm always happy when Noctowl does well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Snowman, we already touched upon that, but losing that switch advantage after having such a beautiful lead was like deadly for him.
Yeah, I think a shield at that point would have been very, very, very advantageous for Snowman. But even with that, even with the shield, the alignment, he might not have been able to pull this match off, because going shield down against an Azumarill that's going to farm your Obstagoon down is always dangerous, because your Beedrill cannot tank two icy winds.
Yeah, it's
Ice
exactly.
beams. Yes.
And it's also why when we had like that return, I was thinking that maybe he could pull out a shield to be just ensure that you are going to keep switch. But if you get baited, that's a disaster for you.
Yeah, exactly. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Hopefully, we'll see Colin. Will he change his lineup, and will Snowman mix it up a little bit so that he can adapt to this Sableye safe swap, which looks, in all honesty, really, really good against this team.
Yes, for sure. That is very good assumption, and Noctowl also is looking quite nice. So this time maybe he's going to go super strong Snowman against the Noctowl and just bench the Beedrill, because Beedrill looks good. So it forces, in a way, Colin to bring some answers, and it's also a way to play that show 6 pick 3. I have a super strong Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to play it, and you are going to bring all your answers to it.
It's a smart way to go about this show 6 pick 3. Like, more cases than not, when you know your opponent has a Pokemon that's going to be absolutely going to demolish your team. Like, all right, these are my 3 best Pokemon against your team. Here, do what you can. You know, that's the best approach. Snowman is still thinking. He's still unsure on what to do, because he had such an amazing matchup. The matchup was almost in the bag, but it just slipped in between his fingers, unfortunately. So he's still trying to process this.
And I mean, I can understand as well. If you don't shield the return, it hurts to shield the foul play that is resisted. But yeah, and you never know what is in the back. You can try to predict it, but there is no guarantee that you are going to have the right bet. Both players are locking in. We are about to start that game too.
All right, we see an Azumarill going up against an Azumarill. We know that Snowman's Azumarill won CMP, because in the last game, when they tried to throw an alignment, it was Snowman Azu who did the first player off. So let's see what happens here. Will they go overfarm a little bit? Usually, as an Azu, you can go up to 99 energy and then throw your first player off, or you can just throw when you feel like it.
Yes, and I do think that Snowman is pretty happy to see that Azu here. If you look at the background, is kind of weak to Azu, but the Galarian Stunfisk actually could do fine, because Azumarill is not carrying Hydro Pump.
Yeah, I think as the meta evolved over the course of the GBL meta, you see more Hydro Pumps on the Azu, but in Show 6 Pick 3, Azu with Ice Beam does a lot better, because if you have a bubble advantage, you can flip that Trevenant matchup, and that's why we see it.
That's exactly, and what we were talking also earlier, how those top players, they are going to favor that flexibility, and this is the most flexible Azu moveset you could have.
Yeah, exactly. Here's another CMP event. Colin, knowing that his Azu loses CMP, but still goes for the tie. Does it survive? No, it barely dies, but this is insane. A Sableye with a lot of energy advantage. Oh man, he gets the player up and catches it on the Noctowl.
Gets the catch on the Noctowl. What a play by Colin charging so much energy on the Sableye and keeping his shield.
But is this really going to help him out? Because here comes the Stunfisk, right? Stunfisk is going to have a field day. He can charge up to 100 energy and then throw a Rock Slide. Or throw a Rock Slide, undercharge it, charge up to 100 energy. And he is looking... he's absolutely in the driver's seat right now. If you're a Snowman, you're very, very happy with this outcome.
Yes, totally, and still both player with the 2 protected shield. So will Snowman or will Colin try to go for that aggressive 2 shield Sableye play, thinking that maybe it's Obstagoon in the back?
2 shielded Sableye, but the moment he sees the last Pokemon, he is going to regret the 2 shielded Sableye, because the Altaria can tank a foul play, can tank 2 foul plays, and has 2 protective shields on top of it. So
we see a first shield on Colin's side, building again so much energy on the Sableye.
Snowman, will he opt to bring up this protect shield? I don't think it's advised. No, he says, all right, Stunfisk, you've done your job. You got the Noctowl out of the way. I'm going to win this with my Altaria. And Colin is going to be visibly frustrated when he sees the Altaria.
Let's find out, but the Sableye has so much energy and Snowman attempting to catch there. So maybe opening a win condition for Colin.
It's going to be still very, very difficult. Calling the foul play even at this point, you just Dragon Breath it down. There's no need to be any fancy here. The Sableye is not going to get to 4 foul plays to kill you, so it's still going to be close.
Yeah, indeed, the Altaria with the big Dragon Breath down, and I feel he's opting to throw there, grabbing the last protected shield from Colin.
Yeah. Man, this is still going to go down to the wire. Will he get to another foul play?
Oh.
No, it's not enough, because that you take a turn to throw your charge move now when the Dragon Breath registered, and that was the end of Sableye.
But
very well
Colin
played.
really bringing that matchup super close.
It's very, very close here, and yeah, I mean, that is an amazing plushie, by the way. The one
I bought that for my daughter because it was just so amazing. It's such a cool Pokemon, to be honest. I needed it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not too much into plushies, but I would like to own one at least. So I might buy one today.
And both players are thinking this is a decisive game here. 1-1. Snowman really doing some great calls in this game too. After a bit, maybe having some regrets in game 1. So how do you think those 2 players are going to adapt in this decisive game?
Well, we already noticed that Snowman takes a lot of time to think, and his matchups and his squad is usually very balanced here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to be a little bit more brave and then go with an Obstagoon lead, because I think game 1 was okay for Obstagoon. Game 2, Azu, and Azu didn't really work out very well for Colin, so he might not really bring Azu in the lead. Game 2, Azu at the back would have been absolutely devastating for Snowman. So that might be what's going through Colin's mind. And if Snowman thinks about it in that objective, in that way, then an Obstagoon lead is what I would expect. But let's see what he's going to click on.
Totally, and like we were mentioning, I'm really liking the fact that you have access to the screen, to the Mon selection, because you can see how they think. So we saw, for example, Colin, I put Lickitung in the lead. No, I'm going to go Sableye, and you can just imagine all the thought process behind that, and it's really interesting if you are watching it, if you are into competitive plays, if you want to do competitive plays, to also just have a shot. And look at Colin, I locked in, but no, I'm going to change, to do a last minute change.
And it's also an important message for players who want to come and play competitively, is that take your time. There is time. There's no need to panic. There's no need to panic lock. Take your time, relax a bit. If you want to lock in immediately and that's how you do it, go for it. But there's always time to take a few seconds, take a breather, and be like, all right, this is what I'm going with, this is what I'm comfortable with, and this is what I will run. So that's what's happened here. You see two players just taking their time because this is a decisive game number 3. Let's see who pulls this off. You see a Sableye lead into a Shadow Beedrill. This is not a bad matchup for both parties.
Exactly, you're totally right there, and let's find out how they are going to play it now that actually every moveset has been revealed.
Yeah, Beedrill on one hand needs to land the drill run to flip this matchup. Sableye does not have to bait. Let's see what the Beedrill does. Oh my god, he catches
a catch! Amazing catch by Colin, and wasting all that energy into a resisted catching on the knockdown. What a play by Colin.
That is amazing play, but this Azu is going to put in a lot of work right about now. Coming in with the Azu kind of gives Colin the idea that, okay, there is no Stunfisk at the back. Because it makes sense. If it was Stunfisk, he would have brought it in. So now he is kind of have to prepare for this, what could be at the back. So that's already something.
And also it gives you an insight that you have an answer for that Sableye as well, other than your Azumarill, and that's really valuable information for Colin.
Yeah, Colin trying to get this charge move priority event happen, but Snowman is like, nope, that's not going to happen. I'm going to keep farming you, and that is what he will do. Will he be able to get the full farm down? No, I think he would have been able to get the full farm down, but he is opting to have a little bit more HP on the Azumarill so that he can get to the player off on the Sableye if it decides to come in.
Yes, but we see Colin coming with the Azumarill, and it makes sense. I'm just going to absorb all your energy on my fat blue bunny.
Exactly, as you say, the fat blue bunny is going to tank this player off easily and will farm down Snowman's own bunny. The Beedrill is going to come in, but it is coming in with a huge energy disadvantage, and Ice Beam has to be shielded.
And we do indeed see a shield from Snowman, so there is still 2 protected shield on Colin's side, and now Sableye and Altaria in the field.
Going for the foul play here. At this point, the best move would be to go foul play and return. Let's see if he goes for the return next and take out this Altaria. Here comes the first Sky Attack. He's not shielding it. He is not shielding it. This is very, very risky gameplay because maybe, just maybe, Dragon Breaths don't add up.
Yes, Dragon Breath could add up, and going to force there, but I think Colin is in the driver's seat at the moment. He just knows that he needs some a shield and some energy, and he should be good.
Yeah, throwing this Ice Beam, and this Ice Beam will most definitely take out the Altaria, and he is just 1 or 2 away from the next Ice Beam to take out this Beedrill. He's 1 away, and here comes the Ice Beam, and that should be it. The Beedrill will go down to this move, and very, very well played by Colin, catching that drill run onto his Noctowl. Absolutely amazing gameplay there.
For sure, definitely that was what won the game for him, because you waste so much energy on the Beedrill. Beedrill is quite a squishy mon, so the energy and shields are valuable for it, and when you are able to do such a great catch, it puts you directly in a really advantageous situation.
Yeah. I mean, that drill run did nothing to the Noctowl. It's surprising, right? So early on in the game, you can't really make mechanic-based decisions. For example, what Colin Snowman could have done is wait a turn and then throw his drill run so that the Sableye cannot swap and catch on another Pokemon. But he can't do that early game because, well, Sableye in the end will outpace your Beedrill.
Yes, that's it also, and he didn't throw the drill run when he had the drill run, so that was also kind of a mind game there to also predict, because for Colin, if he didn't get the catch, that could have been also really bad, because the Beedrill will have been loaded, can swap out, you have really a good, you can align what you want on the Noctowl, and that could definitely change the outcome of the game.
Yeah, very, very well played there. I think that's all the analysis we will be doing. We will wait, take a break while we wait for the winner's interview. Colin will be here shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back, guys, for the winner's interview with Colin. I'm really thrilled to be here. So this was a really interesting match. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
So what were the critical points for you in this match? Can you talk me a little bit through it?
Right. Well, there's some RPS matchup with the Sableye and the Obstagoon. So I tried to build a team around that, which could break that RPS. And in the end, it worked out.
Oh, really? It worked well for you. Let's say that. There was a B-drill on the opponent's team, and I was quite shocked to see it because it didn't seem like it would line up well against your team.
Nope. I actually didn't expect it in the lead as well, the final game, so I was relieved it was. And I could even swap out to the Noctowl to catch a move, which I think won me the game.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Which was the Pokemon that was basically the best for you this entire tournament so far?
I think Noctowl's definitely been the best as well in this matchup. It just, even against his counter, it just does a lot of damage.
Yeah, indeed it does. So, anything else about your Pokemon? Was there something that was disappointing for you so far, or did your entire combination of Pokemon work out really well for you? I mean, obviously
it worked out really well. I actually got the team for someone else from Hot Pocket, and it's been working great.
So, okay, that seems great. We actually have another match queued up already, so don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Thank you for the interview, and we're going into a short break and then back to the next match. Welcome back, guys. As promised, no longer breaks here. We are directly going to the next match, and it's going to be a great one.
Yes, this is, I think, one of the most hyped matchups that we can witness in Pokemon Go. It's going to be the reigning champion Dex going up against, let's say, again, we saw two favorites. He's probably the most community. It's so tactical going up against Dex. This is going to be one hell of a matchup.
Yes, I'm really happy that I'm able to cast this one.
Me too. You can see how I'm smiling teeth to teeth.
Absolutely. So Dex putting off the cap, the hat, so you know it's getting serious here.
Yeah. Both of them are in the zone. You see Thomas is like, what should I do?
And Dex is bringing his beloved Talonflame again. He's bringing it to every tournament, and it's performing.
You know what's weird? It's a nightmare Pokemon for the tactical.
Yeah.
Frostlass, Venusaur, Stunfisk, Noctowl, they don't like this Talon. As a Noctowl, you don't want to shield the first Flame Charge, but if you do end up shielding the first, if you do let the first Flame Charge go through, you just get farmed down. The Talon double shields farm you down, and look at his backline. What wants to tank a move from Talonflame that's boosted? Nothing.
Nothing. So Dex always brings this Talonflame as a rogue pick, basically, and it always ends up being a great pick because nobody apparently prepares for this Pokemon.
It's surprising, right? But I understand why nobody wants to prepare for this Pokemon, because the meta is Stunfisk and Rock Slide kills you. Lickitung is neutral, but in the end, if you play in such a way that you can give some energy to the Talon, it's just going to say, okay, I'm just going to carry you through the whole freaking tournament.
Look at this jersey that Dex is rocking.
He's showing off. He's showing off. He's like, Toad, this is what you have to beat.
Yeah.
Look at my back.
So we are waiting. Of course, the beloved Talonflame is queued up. With a Walrein, a Pokemon that has fallen out of favor.
Yeah, we do have Toe Screen that's a bit off, but they are both locked in. Let's see what happens. We see them looking, are waiting, I think, at this point. There must have been a technical error.
So a Pokemon that we also see in Dex's lineup is Toxapex, a highly anticipated Pokemon that we have talked about a lot. I don't think it really showed up on stream so far. It really performed.
I think Toxapex was on the stream once, and it was very, very underwhelming.
Yeah.
But it did get locked against one of its worst counters in the game. So hopefully, since Dex is such a highly rated, high-caliber player, maybe he's going to put on a show with Toxapex. He is doing well so far, so...
Yeah, and I mean, also this Walrein pick has to pay out for him, right? This is a Pokemon that has really fallen out of favor because it loses to the Trevenant now in many scenarios. Because of the nerf on Icicle Spear.
Exactly. What used to happen before is that Icicle Spear was 5 for the first one, 5 fast moves, 5 powder snows for the first one, and 4 for the next. So you outpace the Trevenant. Now you CMP tie, and Trevenant just wins the charge move priority. So it's no longer a Trevenant answer, which again was the second most used Pokemon in Salt Lake City regionals. A Pokemon that we have seen in almost every team. I don't remember a non-Trevenant team so far.
This Pokemon is used a lot here.
Yeah.
And this is why I understand why people are shifting away from it. His opponent is going with Frostless, a Pokemon that is more popular now even than Walrein. What do you think of Frostless?
We saw it in the first game. We shoutcasted together. Frostlass with shields. Bye opponent. There's not a lot you can do. But I really like how Dex kind of formulated his team. He does have Toxapex that's really, really weak to the Galarian Stunfisk. And he has one of the best Pokemon to bait it out with the Walrein. Walrein has play, so bait out the Stunfisk, clean with Toxapex. You don't know.
So both players are still setting up. We can see our producer on screen. It's nice to have him there. You have probably seen him in a little video where I did a challenge against him earlier on stream. Was shown. Good old Nuralka helping the players.
Yeah, he is. And I remember last time around, Thomas played on stage. He had he had some issues as well a long time ago in the last season of regionals. Maybe it's not the technical issue. Maybe it's just Thomas.
Maybe he just doesn't want to play it. Also, you can see something really iconic. Dex is always so laid back in these tournaments. This is maybe one of the best arguments for him why he is such a top player, because he has nerves of steel. This guy is as cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, man, I would not be like him when when I'm up there. I would be nervous. But he is playing to Thomas. He needs to show confidence. If Thomas senses weakness, he's gonna capitalize. All right, I think we are ready to go. There.
We have another shot here.
Thomas cannot hesitate from spinning a Pokestop when he has a chance. All right. Are they going to send in friend invites? Waiting for a battle. We have all done this a lot. And he gets the battle. There we go. He's locking in the same team, which is brilliant. And we should be up and running soon. Let's see if Dex changes his mind.
So this Toxapex even in the lead. Do you remember what Though Tactical queued in as the first Pokemon?
I think it was Medicham. But oh my god, he's changing his mind. Medicham.
Oh no.
Here's the funny thing, right? Medicham is a psychic Pokemon and has access to one of amazing psychic type move, which is Psychic.
Yeah.
And it still loses to Toxapex in the one shield scenario. Toxapex just goes straight Sludge Wave and takes you out.
I mean, the psychic typing is not the reason why Medicham is strong, right? It relies much more on countering and the Ice Punch coverage. Both of those don't really deal anything to the Toxapex.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe Psycho Cut Medicham is the next big deal.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Okay. So you're disagreeing there.
I was just speaking out with my mouth. But it's okay. It's I don't think Psycho Cat Medicham counter is such an amazing move. All right.
Oh,
they're both locked in.
Dex going with the matching team, 1499 CP on every Pokemon that he's bringing, and Walrein is played into the Frostless, so Though Tactical also changed his mind there, or we just misremembered it. So is that a 50-50?
Yeah, I mean, the Walrein has to land the Earthquake. Frostlass is in a position where Shadow Balls do a lot of damage. And you see Though like absolutely being mechanical here. He waited his turn, one turn, so that the Walrein cannot catch a move. Let's see if Dex repeats the same. He goes in immediately with the Lickitung, trying to soak some energy. And here comes a Medicham.
So the Lickitung has not soaked any energy. It was an immediate switch. He did not catch an attack, and this Walrein is loaded with energy.
The Walrein is loaded with energy, but Frostlass wins charge move priority. So it's going to come down to Dex's thinking process. All right, do I let my Medicham go and then come and farm down with some other Pokemon? Or I will just try to, save some energy on my Medicham. Let's see what he does. Here comes the Body Slam. This will most definitely take out Dex's Medicham. Let's see if he pulls up a Protect Shield.
I don't think so. He might just as well send in the... Oh, wow. It actually gets another hit
the stare down. The stare down. They both don't want to let their Pokemon go, and Dex finally falls, and we will see the Frostlass trying to get some energy here, and Dex has to throw this Ice Punch, and Ice Punch is resisted by the Frostlass.
And this Ice Punch will connect. It still deals a little bit of chip damage. Frostlass is a really frail Pokemon, so it actually deals some damage. And now the Lickitung comes in, hitting with the super effective licks, and now going to get avalanched.
Yeah, Avalanche does a lot of damage to the Lickitung. It is a very bulky Pokemon, but you wouldn't...
Wow.
It's almost as an Earthquake from a Stunfisk. That's just because this Frostlass is so bulky. Oh, trying to catch a move. Did he get the Body Slam? No. Dex being on point there, throwing the Power Whip onto the Stunfisk. And this, again, does about 30%. So not that great. Going straight for the Earthquake. Will Thomas shield?
This is going to be a crucial point. At some point, he will have to start shielding.
Oh,
and
no!
he does not, so this is almost immediately taking out the Stunfisk, and Stunfisk will reach the rock slide. No, it won't! Walrein just farms it down. This Pokemon has so much energy, and they are both still at 2 shields.
Oh my god, that is going to be... That's it. I mean, Thomas knows his win con at that point was to try and catch, call the Earthquake bait, the Icicle Spear bait, but unfortunately it did not work out.
Wow.
Wow.
And Dex on his way to defend his title as the Lille regional champion, winning 1-0 against No Tactical.
Ooh, man, this is going to be super interesting. I think To played really well. The only thing that didn't go in his favor was calling that Icicle Spear bait. But if it was me as well playing in To's position, I would not shield as well, because you did have 2 shields. It's more incentive for the opponent to bait rather than throw the huge nuke move. We saw this already a while ago where where House Stark went straight Earthquake because that was his only win condition, and his opponent had a shield, and the opponent was thinking, all right, my lose condition is if I, shield the bait, but
Yeah,
just
of course.
works out.
In the end, my math, guys, is it's always a 50-50.
Yeah.
Either it happens or it doesn't.
I mean...
I mean, this is why I'm sitting here and not playing there in the semifinals.
Oh, Thomas is ready. He's just, I know what I have to do. And Dex is, and Thomas sharing a brief moment of eye contact.
So Dex is sitting there with the exact same team of the first game. He's thinking, okay, this strategy worked out well. And you said earlier, Talonflame is a nightmare Pokemon for Thomas. Why is he not bringing it? Why is Dex leaving Talonflame on the bench?
You saw what Thomas was running. He ran Frostlass, which in a way is decent against Talon.
Uh-huh.
And Stunfisk and Lickitung. But it seems Dex is going to go for the Talon. Will Talon secure this amazing win for Dex? Because that will be trademark Dex.
Absolutely. This Talonflame is just his signature Pokemon. Everybody knows at this point. And it is Stunfisk versus Lickitung.
Yeah, this is perfect. Because Lickitung is one of those Pokemon that can do neutral damage to the Talonflame, and over the course of the time, the licks and body slams will add up. Going for the Earthquake here, and this is unshielded.
This will go unshielded, and this deals a lot of damage. It's not 50% yet, but it is a Lickitung, so that's still quite impressive to go with like 45%.
Yep. The first Power Whip comes up, and that does actually quite a bit of damage. Both of them are at 50% at the same time. This shows that Thomas's IVs are absolutely amazing. He tries to go for the CMP event, but ends up catching the Power Whip. This is not a big deal because Power Whip does do more damage, but it's not stab.
So now we have the vice versa scenario, Lickitung against Galarian Stunfisk again.
Oh, what was To's answer to the Talonflame?
Oh, probably just the Galarian Stunfisk. Yeah, you're right. Oh, this is... Oh, he does not think that Dex is going to bring the Talonflame. It was not revealed yet. This thing could go absolutely ham on the tactical, and this will go unshielded, even though he probably knows it's an Earthquake coming his way, because he really wants to keep those 2 shields on the Talonflame.
Yep. Talon is going to be on 2 shields, going for the body slam here, trying to put it as low as possible for the Talonflame farm down maybe, but To Tactical has to get as much energy as he possibly can on this Stunfisk. Going for the Rock Slide. Does the Rock Slide KO? He's done a lot of research over the Stunfisk mirror matchup. Let's see if he's done quite a bit more research on the Lickitung matchup. He barely KOs. That was amazing farm. Going for the Earthquake. Will he shield this?
Oh, he is definitely considering it, and it will go shielded. So this Stunfisk, I mean, he has to keep the Talonflame check, right?
Yeah.
So
Coming in with the Lickitung,
and it will get Earthquaked again. This is yet another Earthquake.
Yeah, man, this is looking really rough for To Tactical. This Earthquake might not barely KO it.
Oh, it KOs.
Oh my god. Will this be a Frostlass farm down? Because that's the only way I see back for To Tactical. And here comes the Talonflame.
Oh, and these fiery spins. deals so much damage.
Incinerates do a lot of damage, and Thomas is forced to shield, but the Talon needs to throw his moves and take out both shields. And if it does not have an have flame charge loaded, the Stunfisk is going to rock slide it. It's going to be really, really
true.
close.
However, these fast moves deal so much damage that I think 2 or 3 are enough to take out the opposing Pokemon.
Yes, but the thing with Frostlass is that the avalanches come 6, 6, 5. Will it survive to get to the next avalanche is the big question.
No,
oh my god!
not.
Ooh, that is amazing gameplay.
Wow.
He just snipes this Talonflame in between the Incinerate animation. So Dex had no play that he could do. It's going to be, he's just going to go for the Rock Slide this time around. I think, oh my god, this is an absolute nightmare. We have been in this position earlier where Thomas did not think the Rock Slide KOs, but now he knows he'll get to the Earthquake and goes for the win.
This was spectacular.
Whew. Oh my god, that was an amazing game.
It really was. I can see you sweating here. No, I'm just kidding, of course. Wow, 1-1 tied up. These are 2 great players, and you can really see it. These matches are so intense. Really thought he had it there with the Talonflame, that it would go absolutely ham on Thomas, but the 2 shields on the Frostless were a bit too much.
Yeah. No, he was 2 shields on the Talon. Frostlass was a shield disadvantage. He just sniped it with his. I think I told you during the play that Dex has to throw the Incinerate. He cannot try to farm down the Frostlass, and I think that's where he just got a little bit caught up. Did not pay attention. Maybe did not pay attention to the timer, and he got sniped, and that's unfortunate. And that was. I think both of them are sweating. Thomas is visibly flustered at this moment.
They both are absolutely in the zone right now. So let's see what the players decide to bring in Game 3. This all-deciding match.
Did Dex do enough with the Talonflame to make Thomas bench the Frostlass? I am not sure yet. Because we see the Frostlass there. Yes, he did enough. Going for the Noctowl, I like this play. Anybody who plays Noctowl, I like the play.
Noctowl has been performing this event.
It's amazing Pokemon with the coverage, especially for this meta, where there's no Walrein. Noctowl is absolutely insane.
So at this point, a Walrein would be a really good decision for Dex if he leaves the Talonflame in the bench and brings Walrein. This would benefit him a lot.
Yeah.
Also, Medicham would be amazing here.
Yes, but Medicham, as you saw, was not... Dex didn't bring it any of the games, so maybe this could be it. You see the Talon in the lead. This is... You know, when you play Talonflame, one of the things that you can do is throw the Brave Bird and then dip. Because Brave Bird does a lot of damage, even to the Lickitung. So that's probably what he might be thinking. Okay, I'm going to lead it, I'm going to Brave Bird, get a shield, and get out. But Totectical has a Lickitung in the lead. It's one of the Pokemon that can tank a Brave Bird.
Brave Bird, Talonflame in the lead is how he won the last regional in Lille in the final game. So let's see what he is going to do here. So he actually goes for the Brave Bird. Does though anticipate this, or will this Lickitung just take it to the face? And this deals a lot of damage, and you immediately switch out here.
That is a very, very quick swap there into the Noctowl. Thomas knows that I want my Noctowl a little bit more healthy to survive the Incinerates and throw a move onto his onto the Talonflame. First Body Slam comes in and goes unshielded by the Noctowl.
Would have surprised me if he shielded that, to be honest.
You never know. Some people can misclick sometimes.
That is true.
All right, here's the first Sky Attack. Does significantly good damage onto the Lickitung. In comes the second Body Slam. Noctowl still happy in the green, but now it's going to be put in the yellow by this Body Slam.
The question is another Sky Attack going to be able to take out the Lickitung before it reaches another Body Slam? I don't think so.
Yeah, the Sky Attack will probably not be enough, but it does put it in a position where you can farm it down with the Noctowl, and that is exactly what you want in this matchup.
Yeah. So the last Body Slam of this Lickitung is going to come out here, really dealing a lot of damage to the Noctowl. Noctowl almost getting KO'd, and now it's going to hit the Galarian Stunfisk with a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, this puts Tactical in a really difficult position. What does he come in with? He comes in with his own Lickitung, and he will be forced to throw this Power Whip. Um, will Dex shield? No, he does not shield this. Oh man, that is going to be very, very risky.
Dex does not care. This Galarian Stunfisk is already really low. He really wants to rely on this Talonflame. Oh, Earthquake goes unshielded. This is game over for Lickitung.
Lickitung has done its part, but now two Stunfisks start at the exact same energy. And 2 shields left. So it's going to be one hell of a bait game. And the good thing for Thomas is that the Talon cannot survive a Rock Slide. That's basically
That is true. He still has 2.
Does he call it? Does he call it? Oh, he does not. The last second shield. That is unfortunate. But he will put this Stunfisk in a range where the Rock Slide kills. And Dex trying to catch with his own Lickitung, but he's going to get farmed down.
Stunfisk already at max energy. Now tanking another Body Slam. This is not going to deal too much damage. This Stunfisk is ready for Talonflame.
Yeah, but will the Talonflame come in, or will it be Dex's own Stunfisk? Because Dex's Stunfisk is now at a range where it can throw an Earthquake, but oh my god. This is... Oh, that did so much damage, that one Incinerate. Talonflame pulling up a shield here. This is going to go down to the wire, to be honest.
Talonflame shielding the first one, getting out another Incinerate. And there we go. There is the next Rock Slide. You will have to shield this, 100%.
I think the Stunfisk is going to outpace the Talonflame. 1, 2. Yes, it does. Oh my god.
So
the
Talon... Another Rock Slide. But is there another Stunfisk with a loaded attack?
Yes, there is, but it's in a range where it can be much-shutted down. Oh my god.
It's not. Wait, what is... Earthquake gets channeled by Dex.
It's over.
There is a shield.
It's over. It's over. I think Tactical has it. The mud shot went through, and that should be enough to take out
wow.
the Stunfisk. Oh my god. Amazing gameplay there.
Gotta clap for this.
Yeah, that was amazing. Amazing gameplay by the reigning champion and the people's champion.
Absolutely. This was such a crazy match. Really happy that happened, gotta be honest. We saw some Talonflame in the spotlight. That was really cool.
Yeah, I think Dex had game 2 in the bag. Or very close to having in the bag, but that snipe by Thomas, like paying attention to his clock and making sure that, all right, okay, if I just swap in my Stunfisk in between his Incinerate animation, there's nothing he can do because I just throw the Rock Slide. He can't swap out. That is amazing gameplay. That is something that you can learn as players as well, to try and time your moves to be in between your opponent's fast moves so that there is no chance for a catch.
This was absolutely perfectly played by him. What a mechanical masterclass here. So we will go into a short break. I mean, you know the drill. We will have the winners interview up in just a few minutes. So stay tuned and we will hear from Though Tactical.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with the winner of the last matchup, To Tactical. Can I call you Thomas first?
Sure, go ahead, Spain.
Congratulations for that win. How were you feeling facing the reigning champion, actually? Because Dex won Lille last time.
All very scared. First off, Dex, amazing player, playing Talonflame, a Pokemon I didn't really have like a direct answer to.
Yeah.
So I really had to play around it with my Lickitung and my Stunfisk, but luckily I managed.
Yeah, and Talonflame is definitely Dex signature Pokemon.
It
so
is.
if you are facing him, you are somehow really expecting him. And can you tell us more about the play that you did when you throw a powder snow and then throw the rock slide to KO, so that the audience also understand a bit more how mechanics is working in the game?
Yes, so we both were shields down. I had a Rock Slide stored on my Stunfisk, but it would lose CMP against the Talonflame. So if I would switch instantly and he would predict that and throw a flame charge, then I would have died to that. So I needed to make sure to not CMP tie.
Okay, that was a brilliant play. We have seen so many brilliant plays. How are you confident for the rest of the tournament?
Well, I haven't been confident all tournament, so I'll just continue not being confident, I guess.
Okay, that's perfect. I'm going to congratulate you again, Thomas. Wish you good luck for the rest, and I do hope we will feature you on stream again.
Thank you very much. All right.
So let's talk a little bit about what we expect from the meta in this tournament. The main thing that I think potentially will have a lot of influence on the meta is Toxapex. It is a very, very bulky Pokemon and has pretty good movesets, especially the fast move with Poison Jab, and it's going to have a huge effect on the amount of parries we will see. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. I think we are going to see a shift on the poison types. So poison types have been quite used a lot in the past in those play Pokemon tournaments, especially the likes of Nidoqueens for most of them. But now with the increase of Toxapex, and will we see more Toxapex having access to that brine to also deal super effective damage for its main counters? Or will we see maybe something else rising up from the meta?
I think what's going to be important is people will decide whether they want to run a Galarian Stunfisk, because it kind of is a decent counter to the Toxapex, and also in Salt Lake City it was the most used Pokemon on the top 8 and also overall. I think that's one of the reasons that's going to hold Toxapex back, and I will maybe a lot more of Swampuds as well. But people have been refraining from using Swampert lately, but this might be where we see a meta shift.
Yeah, exactly. Also, the nerf to the Wall Rain is a big big thing, and we saw that how much the usage of Walrein decreased in the first regionals. Walrein, Registeel as well, that was less prevalent, even if the Bilbao winner used the Registeel with flash cannon.
Yeah.
To be precise as well. So that also is going to free up the space for other picks that are super good, but that were held back by that Walrein Registeel's core, like an Altaria.
Exactly. We saw a lot of Altarias in Salt Lake City. And also what we saw in Salt Lake City was the rise, or at least, I'd say from the ashes of the ice types. We saw a Shadow Lapras coming up. We saw a lot of Frost Lasses. And I think in Bilbao, we also saw an Abomasnow, which I think has a very, very good place in the meta, except for if it goes up against the Toxapex.
Yeah, exactly. Like you are saying, also something interesting to point out is the rise of Noctowl. So I know you like that Pokemon, but this is Noctowl is becoming the premium flyer in those Show 6 Big 3 formats.
Exactly, because Noctowl does whatever it has to do very, very well. You usually want to have an anti-grass Noctowl. You want to have, let's say, an anti-ghost type Noctowl, which again, the third most used Pokemon is a Trevenant in Salt Lake City. You also have one of the most common picks in every regional, Medicham, which again is kind of countered by Noctowl as well. Having absolutely amazing coverage with Sky Attack and Shadow Ball, I think Noctowl is, and its inherent bulk, is a very, very good Pokemon to have in your roster.
Definitely.
I would expect to see it in almost every other team.
Yeah, definitely. And like you were mentioning Galarian Sunfisk earlier, those two mons, they are really flexible, have a lot of coverage, so they bulk, so they definitely do a good pair as well. Also, something maybe interesting is you are mentioning Trevenant, but the first regional, so kind of a decrease of grass type usage, and with the rise of potential of Swamperts to counter Toxapex, will we see some of the premium grass types back? There is something like a Fairy Wind Jumpluff, for instance, that could be interesting. Trevenant, obviously. We saw some good showcase of Shadow Venusaur at Worlds. Will we see again Shadow Venusaur here?
I think I highly doubt it, to be honest. Yes, there's going to be Swamperts, etc., but, well, I think if there's going to be a grass type, it's going to be Trevenant in my team. Venu is good, but I guess, again, the matchup against Toxapex is not that great. So if you're... It's about who predicts the meta, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. That's all there is, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's look forward to the championships.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a super hype tournament with a lot of amazing players coming from all over Europe. So definitely we are looking forward to shoutcast that.
All right.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, for yet another live match of the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille. We have had amazing matches so far. Dex versus No Tactical was a highlight, gotta be honest there. And we have another great match for you guys.
Yes, definitely. Until the end of the event, we are only going to see some really crazy matchups here. And what about this incoming matchup? So we recognize here Arceus Aurelius that we already featured on stream. So battlers from Norway, but who is he playing?
We will see that soon. It is not though tactical.
No, it is definitely not so tactical here, but we are going to to analyze is a bit the teams. Let's find out while production is trying to set up the scenes correctly, but we are seeing that's the last semi-final. If those players wins, they move to their group final, which is a huge achievement. And every time you win, you are just like one step away from coming to day 2.
Exactly. If you are getting to the finals, then you're almost there.
Yep, exactly. And he's going to face Wolfpack, and we see that Toxapex lead
Finally.
into a Medicham. So this is a fairly neutral matchup. Obviously, the Medicham can land that super effective Psychic. Will we see a shield from Arceus Aurelius?
However, this Toxapex is a really bulky Pokemon. It could take a Psychic, not too easily, but there is going to be a Sludge Wave.
Opting to shield, and will we see a shield here by Wolfpack? No shield, and look at the damage of that that neutral Sludge Wave. Wolfpack is going to reach another Psychic, and this time Arceus Aurelius opting to directly not shielding.
Yeah, so this was pretty well taken. Going for, yet another Sludge Wave now. Those Poison Jabs really putting in the work against the Medicham. Let's see how much damage this deals to the Umbreon.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be interesting, and we see that Lapras lurking also in the back, and now he's opting to go into that Stun Fist, so fair neutral matchup. Obviously, the Umbreon has a ton of energy, so he's going to be able to unload those foul play.
Snarling its way into the foul play, just channeling it immediately, dealing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and adding up on time. Will we see, and let's see again the amazing counting on Arceus Aurelius, throwing that Earthquake right before the next foul play. But this is not going to be enough to knock out the Umbreon.
Not at all, and Umbreon is going to get to yet another foul play. He still has two shields available to him.
Yeah, 2 shield available, but 2 mons that are almost knockout. So at this stage, he might be thinking, okay, I'm going to put everything on my Sableye trying to go for the snipe there to counter down. But this is going to be enough to take down the Medicham, the Rock Slide.
Yeah, this Medicham was pretty low already, so not the worst thing that could happen to him. And now trying to farm down the Stunfisk with the Sableye. Stunfisk, however, is switched out immediately. And now you have the foul plays and the return available to you. Going for the foul play, this is going to deal quite a lot of damage.
It's definitely going to do some quite damage, but I do like that call, knowing that his win con for Arceus Aurelius is to not shield the potential foul play.
So another Surf coming out, and now Sableye is trying to reach this foul play. Sableye is going for this foul play. There is one more shield available to Arceus. He's going to shield this so hard, and now he's trying to reach the next Surf.
And makes sense, trying to lower here the timer. Wolfpack is going to shield that Surf, and now there is the big question, is that can you set up a catch? Can you let's see what Wolfpack is trying to do. Shadow clawing down the Lapras is huge for Wolfpack.
This does not look good for Arceus Aurelius.
Makes the great catch to catch the foul play on the Toxapex.
Toxapex, however, might not even take this. Nope, it was too low already. So the Stunfisk coming in, going for the Rock Slide, hitting this Sableye, and this is very likely to KO it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to knock out, but in the back there is still the Umbreon, and one Snarl is going to be enough to take down that Stunfisk. So really well played by Wolfpack. The French battler is definitely not there achieving. I mean, if you are still unbeaten at that stage of the tournament, you are definitely an amazing trainer.
Absolutely. So there we can see. Okay, so this is a wrong Ninetales that we have there.
Yeah, I was wondering because
Same.
Yeah, Shadow Alolan Ninetales is not available yet in the game.
Yeah.
And when you look at Shadow Charm damage, I think it's a good thing that it's not available yet. But
you would have seen that thing already in tournament play.
Yeah, exactly, because Ninetales, so far the only, if I'm not mistaken, available Shadow Charmer is the Granbull, but it's quite squishy compared to the Ninetale, so it kind of balance out a bit the move. But here...
You wouldn't think so, right? That Granbull is squishier than Ninetales?
Why?
Because it's really bulky. Just look at it.
Yeah, I mean, so let's say it just max out iron, so it's a bit more squishy when in terms of stat product. We see Arceus Aurelius still picking up his team and going with a totally different team composition here, trying maybe to predict what he's going to do, and what a lead for Wolfpack, leading that Azumarill into that obstacle. And we see an insta-swap into Cresselia.
Yeah, and now this Cresselia is getting countered by Sableye. However, Moonblast is an attack that will deal a lot of damage if it goes unshielded, which it does in this scenario. So Arceus might get out of this bad matchup with a lead. Wow, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, and now we see he's building some extra energy. He's going to throw that foul play, and Cresselia is tanky enough to be able to tank that foul play, and he's going to reach the grass knot, so putting the Sableye in a position where he has to elect if he wants to shield that move to preserve switch.
So now this is an easy Shadow Claw down on the Cresselia. There's a lot of energy on the Sableye, and now we are seeing the Obstagoon. Obstagoon, of course, not going to shield this foul play. A low damage, a low energy move, and it is resisted. So let's see where it goes from here.
Yeah, you're totally right, and I think that at this stage, Arceus is just sacking the Obstagoon.
This is a return, and this return is going to deal a lot of damage. Obstagoon is actually taking this hit, and it has a lot of energy left.
And we see Arceus Aurelius tapping that Toxapex, and this is going to be to shield Toxapex against that Umbreon. So this is still going to be a pretty interesting match, especially because switch timers are misaligned. So Arceus Aurelius still has a ton of energy on the Obstagoon, and at any time he could be able to just came in and throw that energy to take out the Umbreon. We see here a protected shield on the Sludge Wave. So now it's a 2-0 shield against two very Pokemon.
So this is maybe the moment we were all waiting for going into this tournament, seeing Toxapex shine here for the first time on stream. This Pokemon could actually make the difference in a match, and I am really excited to see it. So he knows there is no shield on the opposing side. Arceus Aurelius can queue in any move that he wants to, and it will go through. So let's see how much damage this move does to an Umbreon.
Yeah, Sludge Wave doing a decent amount of damage, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a shield here. Yes, indeed, because Toxapex is such a wall to Azumarill that basically you are going to resist everything that the Azumarill can throw at you. So you could even win the 0-2 shield. So now let's find out. This is going to bring the Toxapex in the farm down, and let's see. Yes, and that's the combo play I was talking about earlier. Really swapping in the middle of the snarl animation to throw that cross shot, barely surviving though. And this is going to be able to try to chip that Azumarill a bit.
That was really well played from Arceus Aurelius. He is in a commanding spot in this game. So now it is really Toxapex versus Azumarill.
Yeah, we see that Sludge. This is going to do a tremendous amount of damage with that same type of bonus attack. But Azumarill is so tanky, and I think that the Umbreon is really low. So let's see. This game is really going to come down to a wire. I can't predict the winner right now. Tanking
this dealt no damage at all.
Tanking, but he needs to throw the Bright.
Oh, he did not do it. He was too greedy with the energies, and now this Playrough is going to take out the Toxapex, making Wolfpack the 2-0 winner of this match.
Wow, what
did not see that coming.
Game. Exactly, we had everything in that game, from that combo play with the Obstagoon coming back in, throwing that cross shot.
I thought he was going to win this for sure after the Obstagoon.
Yes, and unfortunately he didn't throw or miscounted, and that's also the difficulty of those games, especially when you arrive in the end game, because it's really hard to keep track of
you
the
will
energy
have to
on
remember
all.
how many bubbles the Azumarill
Exactly,
used, like
remembering the
20 turns ago.
Exactly, remembering the energy, also remembering if the Umbreon had a move or not, so that he might need it to have also something. But that was a crazy matchup, and to have the feeling that every time the skill level is increasing and increasing.
Absolutely, every game we are seeing is so close. Even the last match was really close. This one was extremely close. I just can't imagine how it's going to continue like this.
Yeah, I do hope it's going to continue like this.
Give us a moment to breathe.
We just want to see more and more amazing games. At least I'm here for that.
Absolutely, me too, of course. So we are going to the winner's interview right after that.
All right, congratulations for your win. You did play against, let's say, a very, very top battler, Arceus Aurelius.
Yes.
How do you feel after winning?
I don't know. I don't know how to react actually, because yes, I'm kind of nervous because it's my first tournament.
Oh wow!
And yes, all of my friends told me that the player I was about to play with is really good. So I was nervous, but
hey, you're still nervous, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Right? That's
Yes.
fine. But I'm glad you're happy at least that you won.
Yes, I am. I am happy to be here. Yes, also, and thank you.
Are you looking forward for tomorrow?
Actually, I wasn't attending. I didn't think that I would be in the final. So I took my train to go back at home very earlier. So I'm gonna have to.
Yeah. Here's the trend, guys. Like, people who win regionals, we don't think they win, and they don't think they win.
Yes.
And they end up winning. So maybe.
Don't do like me.
All right. I'm so glad you're happy, and thank you for the interview. We're gonna go on a short break while we prepare for the next casting.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Bonjour, trainers. Well, we are in kind of a break, so I am joined here for an interview by Mini Benoit. How are you today?
I'm fine. What about you?
Well, I'm fine as well. Thank you for asking. So, first question I gotta ask, how did you get into Pokemon Go?
Oh, I started Pokemon Go when it first started in 2016. I was a huge Pokemon fan before, so having to travel to catch Pokemon was like a child dream to me. It was like being Ash in the anime, so
Absolutely.
I love the concept, so I played Pokemon Go and it was really, very fun.
Well, that's an amazing story. So you said you wanted to travel and feel like Ash in the anime. So what were like the coolest areas you ever visited to catch Pokemon?
Oh, I actually traveled a lot for this game. I went to Germany for the Go Fest in Berlin.
Beautiful
summer.
country, by the way.
I went to Sevilla for the several reasons. I went in London, I went in Dortmund also. There are beautiful cities and countries all around the world, and Pokemon Go is like a pretext for me to travel, and I really love the game just because of that.
I mean, it's completely understandable. So, of course you met friends, but
yeah, of course.
What were like the best stories that you had with friends while playing Pokemon Go? Did you encounter anything cool and you were all excited?
Oh, I don't have any in mind, but I met a lot of friends and even love thanks to Pokémon Go. We played a lot. It's really a game which is based on the community for me. I met so many people from all around the world, and some of them are really, really close friends to me, so very nice community.
It's always great to hear these emotional stories about players finding friends and love because of this game. So, I have to ask you something about your Pokemon as well. So, which one is your favorite Pokemon, and which one is your favorite shiny that you own in Pokemon Go?
My favorite Pokemon is Charmander because
classic.
Yeah, classic, of course. And my favorite shiny, I guess it's Sableye because it was the first one I got in Pokemon Go.
Really?
The first Sableye I picked was shiny, and
it's a good one.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a really good one. So, is it also a good competitive Pokemon for you, or which one is your best competitive Pokemon?
I love Sableye actually, competitive, but I'm not sure if I will be playing it tomorrow, so I don't have chosen my team yet. So I love Swampert. I love
oh yes, Swampert is a really good Pokemon in Pokemon Go for the last 20,000 formats basically. So, I won't ask you anything about your roster, of course this will stay a secret until your opponents discover it in a battle. So thank you very much for joining me, and we will go back to the live coverage.
And we are back, Avi, here. And now it's going to start the real games, right?
I think we are a bit further down in the tournament where all of these games have a huge implication on what's going to happen to the player.
Yeah, they are, and we are seeing that every time each game gets closer and closer, and that's why we are here actually, just to watch some amazing plays by amazing players and even learn some new tricks, new matchups, new potential also, maybe someone coming with an attack break point from hiding from that. I know you like those kind of stats.
Yeah, I know that there's a few players because I met them yesterday who showed me their IV distributions. I cannot reveal it, but some of them are pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I was talking with a competitor. I think he's still here, but I'm not going to reveal him. And I was like amazed because that was swag tips improved. He was like, okay, I have those IVs. They are going to pick up that matchup. My opponent is never going to expect that. And then I'm just going to flex on my IVs after the game.
I think that's a lot of research, and to be honest, it always comes in handy. There are games that can be flipped because you're confident in your IVs. For example, a Lantern. If you have a really high stat product Lantern running Spark, you can beat the Altaria in the Zero Shields. That is insane. A lot of people probably might not know this, but then it's an amazing matchup.
Indeed, and same for the Altaria. For example, in the mirror, there is a poke point, actually. It's not a break point, allowing you to completely destroy in the mirror. And those top players, they know that, and they try to take advantage of everything in the game.
I think that's a way forward. Once you reach a position in the game where you, let's say, you're very familiar with the matchups, you're very good with counting, the next step is charge move timings, trying not to let your opponent catch your moves, and also IVs. It's something that you should deep dive into, and there's a lot of platforms that you can do it on. Go outside, check it out, and I think that's the next step if you find yourselves stuck in an ELO range.
Yeah, and same if you do have some locals as well. Pokemon Go is definitely a game that encourages you to go out, to meet new people. So if you know that there is someone in your community that is pretty good with PvP, just ask some insight. And we are up for the first final here, and it's going to be between P-Magas and Inadequance.
Ooh, I am in absolute love of P-Magas' team. Any team that has a skunk tank is an amazing team.
A shadow skunk tank.
And you know what that means? Jellicent has nowhere to go.
Yeah, indeed. And we see also that spicy, shiny Alolan Sandshrew. And you know I'm a big fan of baby Pokemons, so I'm definitely hoping we are going to see some action of that.
And we are going to see it immediately, locking in his team. Inadequate's going with this Mandibuzz in the front. Man, he's still not locked in. He's very, let's say, afraid, as you can see, of the Shadow Skunk Tank. He's bought 3 Pokemon that can deal with it. And this is going to be really, really, really close game.
For sure, Inadequate's taking some extra time and actually is going to queue up with this team. Let's see. Let's put the show up here.
All right. Both of them waiting for the game to go in. And what? All right. It is a Shadow Venusaur going up against the Mandibuzz. This is a very, very amazing matchup for Inadequate. It is a Snarl Mandibuzz and safe swapping into this Shadow Skunk Tank. Will he go for the Flamethrower or the Crunch?
And he's going to go for the Flamethrower. Will Inadequate shield that? No shield on Inadequate's side, and that's going to do a ton of damage.
The Zap Cannon, does it take out the Skunk Tank? I don't think it does, and it might get to another Crunch. Let's see what happens. The Zap Cannon does not take it out. Will the Skunk Tank get to a move?
Gets the debuff.
I think he has to shield his Crunch because it is a Shadow Skunk Tank. And this is a stab move. Yes, he shields it to preserve his switch.
Exactly, and now he can just lock on down and leave this matchup with so much energy on the Registeel, and probably P-Magas going to come back with that Venusaur.
He has to come with a Venusaur, and the Zap Cannon is resisted. It's not going to do a lot of damage, but it is a Shadow Venusaur. Will he get the attack debuff? No, he does not.
Attack
that is
debuff. So maybe trying to go for that farm down. Will he throw? He doesn't throw. Maybe now he's going to try to shield that. Or maybe he's going to bank everything on the Sandshrew. No, opting to shield the Zap Cannon.
Yeah, at this point he gets the attack fall. This is perfect. because now he can swap in. He's farmed more energy. He swaps into this Sand Slash, but
Inadequance with the perfect answer to that Sandshrew lurking in the back and farming down, and unfortunately for Pimagas, not able to throw that Blizzard to threaten the Medicham, and at this stage Pimagas knows it's over, is going just to let that Ice Punch go, and that's going to be a first win for Inadequance.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't think the Blizzard would have taken out the Medicham as well, so this would not get disputed, hopefully, but of course it is a high stakes game, so I wouldn't be surprised if they want to.
It looks like Pimagas is already in the team selection for next game, so recognizing that anyway Inadequance had like this team comp advantage in game 1. Let's see how they are going to do in that game 2, and I really like that Lowland Sandshrew, but I think that Inadequance had like the perfect line to counter that, leading the Mandibuzz with ABB to try to counter that Lowland Sandshrew.
Yeah, P Mega is now absolutely switching it up, going with the Shadow Skunk Tank lead, and against a Registeel, it's going to do quite a bit of work because you get to the Flamethrower, and if you don't get the debuff, then you could potentially try to shield.
Yeah, let's find out. This is going to be quite interesting, and indeed we saw how much a Flamethrower does to a Registeel, and maybe he's going to opt for a bait this time.
Yeah, let's see what happens, but at this point, oh, he's trying to CMP tie there, goes for the Flamethrower, and Inadequance this time around says, okay, I'm just gonna shield.
Yeah, preserving the health on the Registeel, and we see the backline for both players, and that's going to be quite interesting, right?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. P-Mega shielding the Zap Cannon, but unfortunately gets that attack drop again. That is really, really unfortunate. And Reggie gets to the move.
Reggie getting to the move one turn before the Skunk Tank reaching his next charge move, and Pimagas is going to shield that.
Oh my god, that is another attack foul. The Reggie does not have to shield his Flamethrower. It is super effective, but it's been debuffed twice.
But
wow.
Inadequance opting to shield, and this will come down to a wire here.
Oh man. Oh, catching the Focus Blast. That was an amazing move by P-Megas, and Inadequance acknowledging that, yes, that was good move, but he does have this Licky Tongue, and the Medicham has a lot of HP that's taken away from it.
Yeah, exactly, and Inadequance opting to come with that Licky Tongue, maybe thinking that's to lure out that Mandibuzz, but we see in the back a Tapu Fini.
Oh, it's going to be really, really hectic because the Tapu has nowhere to go, because the Registeel is very, very good against it. But again, it's all about alignment. Let's see what he comes in with.
Yeah.
Okay, comes in with the Skunk Tank and immediately takes his Body Slam. But I think the play for P-Megas is to let this go. I mean, he cannot shield.
Yeah, he's definitely going for the farm down near Abbey to have almost 2 crunches, and yes, I like the play by Inadequance. He's just going to use that Mandibuzz to just so-called that energy. Skunk Tank not running that Sludge Bomb makes it a very good matchup for the Mandibuzz.
Unfortunately, this didn't even do 30% to this Mandibuzz. Trying to catch a move on the Tapu, but the Tapu is immediately met with this Registeel. The most important thing here is the Water Guns, and Surf, does it take the Registeel out? Because if it does, then this is going to be very, very big up.
The Registeel, is definitely going to survive, and is going to reach that Zap Cannon. That's going to do tremendous amount of damage, and it's going to put the Tapu Fini in a situation where it just knocks him out and can just clean the back line. Maybe, yeah, he has a lot of energy, so maybe he has something, but we see an aerial ace, and we saw how much did the Flamethrower, so it's going to be taken out by the aerial ace just right after. Really well played by both opponent. That was a crazy first final to show.
It was amazing gameplay. Inadequance maxing out his energy and kind of letting that Lickitung go, knowing that okay, that's not my win condition, and played it perfectly. That was amazing gameplay there.
Yeah, I really like the fact that knowing that bringing the Medicham was probably a way to try to bring that Mandibuzz into play was brilliant by Inadequance.
Yeah, at some point during the mid game, it was kind of like, oh no, they need to make alignment, and it was going to be a rock paper scissors scenario if they don't maintain alignment. But somehow they wiggled around. PMEG has played very well to almost put it in his favor, but unfortunately those 2 attack debuffs at the start of the game kind of
made
handicapped
it
him a
really
bit.
hard for him. But we showed that Skunk Tank. We both love that mon, so that was a good showcase. Plus that Alolan Sandshrew. So to show also to people doing those play Pokemon tournament that there is room for spicy picks if you are really going to build a balanced team around. Almost every mon can be viable.
Exactly. That was a really good first finals. We are going to have a short chat with the winner of the first finals. He was here before, but you're going to see him a lot more, I think. So let's go over to the next caster.
Welcome back, guys. I am sitting here with Inadequance after an interesting match. First of all, congratulations, of course.
Thank you.
You should be in the winners bracket finals here, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So, what was going through your mind the exact moment you saw your opponent's team?
It was very unconventional, if that's the right word, because Shadow Alolan Marowak, Alolan Sandshrew are picks you don't really see a lot. I thought it was cool, to be honest. I thought it was cool, but there were definitely some openings that I could benefit from in the team. So I was optimistic about my matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the Alolan Sandshrew, you kind of become optimistic. What do you think was the purpose behind this pick?
Actually, the Alolan Sandshrew could beat my Lickitung, my Mandibuzz, my Nidoqueen, and my Jellicent. So it wasn't that great. But the thing is, the things that I have to beat it, the Medicham and the Registeel, my opponent wasn't very strong against. So That's basically what I did, right? I let Mandibus, I brought the Medicham and the Registeel, and for game 2 I adjusted a little bit, but not that that the Alolan Sentry will be too much of a problem. And do you really want to bring Alolan Sentry after I counter it down in game 1? That was pretty cruel, right? So
yeah, that was a lot of damage that we've seen there. So were there any, let's call it, choke points in the match where you thought, okay, I might give this one away, or were you confident all the way through?
You mean where I don't use a Pokemon, or
where you think that maybe things could go into your opponent's direction, where you think, okay, maybe I could lose if I don't shield here, or
yeah,
if my
that's
opponent makes a good call.
That's a good one. The Shadow Skuntank was a very good pick from him. The Flamethrower did way more than I thought, actually, and I was afraid that I could lose Switch here. Luckily, he didn't go for it. I'm not sure. I don't think he really can, but since my Switch was pretty slow into my Registeel to answer the Skuntank, I was afraid for a little bit, right? And I was fearing that it could be something like Alolan Marowak in the back, so I don't want to lose Switch, or the Alolan Sentry, right? I don't want to have that on my Mandibus. So basically, those were kind of points where I was a little bit afraid. In game 2, not so much, because he stayed in with the Skuntank against my Registeel, so they gave me the feeling that he was kind of weak to it in the back. Maybe the Alolan Sentry again, right? But then it turned out to be the Tapu Fini, which I maybe expected, because in game 1 I used Mandibus, Medicham, right? And Tapu Fini is good against that. So I guess my picks were very accurate there.
So they indeed were. So there you have it, guys. Sometimes also the best players in Europe don't know everything about the game, don't know exactly what's going to happen. But, I mean, if you're playing like an inadequate, you still make the right call. By the way, I have to say, amazing voice. You would make an amazing caster as well. Guys, we are going to see the next featured match soon. Thank you very much for the interview. We're going into a short break. Bye.
Thank you.
In a little competition now.
Exactly, not quite exactly though. So we are going to have a little game. We are going to have a little competition. We both have 15 minutes each to catch the highest CP Pokemon on our way through Lille. I think let's just get it started.
Which trainer level were you again?
34.
34, okay. I'm level 50 Team Mystic, so it should be easy to beat you today, but let's see. Okay, my first spawn, a Pumpkaboo, 114 CP, that's pretty bad. Yeah, okay, let's go. I need higher CP ones. Okay, no spawns so far here, only from my instance. I need to spin the stops to get more items, but 10 CP, that's the lowest one. Oh no, 745. That's not too good, but at least something. Okay, so Leonard, oh, another Apollo. Leonard arrived today, later today, and I was already on a little explore. And the route he is taking, I went already, so we were taking a new route. And yeah, I hope this one is better, but let's see. I'm also doing the Halloween event, started today at 10 a.m. So at this day we are recording, so I'm also doing my quest. Maybe I get also a high CP one from my quest, let's see, but not this Yamask. Okay, now there are more spawns, but the CP are super low. I think I need an Apollo to win, because those spawns had the highest CP so far that I saw. Or maybe we are lucky and even get a Gengar or something. Okay, this one, 240. Maybe I should not catch the ones with the low CP and just check them for a while. Okay, one quest done. Let's see what we get. 404. Error 404, high CP not found.
I think that we are going right. Let's just see if there's a Murkrow. 619 CP. It's not as much as the Ghastly, however, I'm still going to catch it. Come on. No! Okay. Let's
take a great ball instead to increase our chances. 1, 2, 3. Yes, got it. Okay, okay, quick. We don't have much time. Okay. Oh. Oh. We got a whooper. Going to... Okay. Just wait until the people are passing by. And I still just don't seem to be able to catch this whooper. Okay, stay in... Okay, take deep breaths if you can't catch the Pokemon. Okay, great throw. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go. We don't have much time. Remember, people, always pay attention to your surroundings. Still, our first catch was our biggest one. This can't be it. Okay, we are running out of time. So let's not try to catch this. Instead, let's focus on the big ones. What else do we have here? A Spinnerack. 511 CP. I think this is a really high level for a Spinnerack. However, we do not care about the level today. We just want the raw CP. Still can't seem to catch it. Yeah, this is quite the beautiful scenery right here. It's fun to play in AR here. So far we haven't been that lucky yet. 716 CP, Ghastly is good, but we want more. So we're heading Centreville and we are getting closer to the Opera, I think. So let's see if there are big Pokemon. There are some Zubats. Still, none of them are strong enough to probably beat Nuralka. This guy probably already has like 2000 CP Pokemon en masse. Okay, so a Phantom. 13 CP? No, that's not what we want here. Maybe this Drifloon? Nope. Again, 430 CP, not what we want. Oh, nice, a Pumpkaboo, I love those. I'm catching those regardless. One, 2, 3. Yes, we got it. Okay, perfect. This is a crossroad and I don't really know where to go. So I'm just going to continue this way. Let's see if we can make our way to the Opera. Because this is where I want to go. Okay, so we got a new champion right here. It's Murkrow with 11,058 CP. So let's use a berry, upgrade to a Great Ball. We don't want to risk anything here. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, we got a new champion. 1,158 CP. Beat that, Nuralka. So right now I'm hearing that the players are ready for the next round. So let's just go back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Regional in Lille. Welcome back, guys. We are here with another live match. Well, not quite yet. We still have to talk for a few minutes maybe. Let's maybe have a breakdown of the event. Now, we've done our research here. We know which Pokemon are the most played and which are not. So let's go over it a little. Which one is the most played Pokemon? It's not a surprise, spoiler alert.
I mean, it's a tie between Galarian, Stunfisk and Medicham.
Yeah, those two Pokemon have been in almost
58 people using this. It's insane. I mean, not a lot of Pokemon beat both, right? So I understand. It's followed by Trevenant. No surprises there.
Yeah.
Maybe you can guess the last one?
Which one is it? It's not going to be Registeel. It's not going to be Walrein. Swampert.
How many Swamparts did you see today? All right, take a gander again.
No, I completely forgot about it. I looked at the list as well, but I forgot.
It's a very, very bulky Pokemon.
Oh, it's Lickitung, of course.
Of course, it's Lickitung. That took you long enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long day, guys. I mean, I know I have seen Lickitung in almost every featured match so far.
Yeah.
So, also, it would be nice to know if the top % of the players all run Lickitung. I mean, the percents might change.
Yes. I think top 8 we will know soon, and then maybe we'll get some more data. But I do think, from what I've seen so far, top 8, the only one that's been very, very, very different from common meta is Inadequance with his Mandibuzz and Jellicent. I think he's the only one who's using Jellicent, as far as I know.
Jellicent is such an amazing Pokemon. I love it so much.
I think it was really, really good because at that point, Trevenant was not so, let's say, so popular. It does beat... It does a quite good work in the meta. It beats. It can beat the G-Fish, can beat Medicham, can beat Noctowl because it can have Ice Beam.
Yeah.
So it covers a whole lot of the meta. And if you don't get baited by the Trevenant, you beat the Trevenant as well. So I think it's underlooked. But the point is, you're always scared that you're going to be locked up against a Sableye, and you're.
That is true. I mean, Sableye is falling a little bit out of favor, so this is why maybe this Jellicent is such a great pick. I mean, in Stone Collection's team, we don't see it. You have the Umbreon there, which is a threat. You got to be honest there.
I mean, Umbreon is 10 times better than Sableye against a Jellicent, because whatever you throw, the Umbreon's going to say, hey, I'm still here.
I don't care.
I think this is going to be super interesting. You see one of a Charmer here. Which is very, very interesting. But unfortunately for Stone, unfortunately for Wolfpack, Stone has two really hard answers to this.
This is a little bit of a mistake. This is a regular Ninetales in the Shadow form.
Yes. Of course. The Alolan Ninetales never release in Shadow, so
exactly.
So that makes sense. But
it would deal a lot of damage in Shadow form with the Charm.
I hope they never release it. Because Shadow Charmers are really, really difficult to deal with. You see Shadow Granbulls running around, which is actually one of Stone's favorite Pokemons to use.
Really?
And it's an absolute nightmare to deal with. 2 shields up. I don't think a lot of Pokemon survive. And it has access to close combat. So if
Also
you're having a shield advantage, you kind of take off the G-Fisk and the Steel types as well.
So why are so few people using it?
Because you need to get it to a 2 shields advantage, and if you take any charge move, the Pokemon is off the line.
Okay, that makes sense. I have discussed this with Spleen already. He has also said this thing is a glass cannon. This is really frail. So now we can see the roster locked in for Wolfpack. He is leading with Trevenant, then followed by Umbreon and Zumul. What a lineup!
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense because Stone has quite a lot of Pokemon that are weak to Trevenant, and he's going with an ABB format in the sense like he has a lead that is weak to a certain type of Pokemon, and both his back Pokemon are very, very strong against it. Unfortunately, he's going to be met with his worst nightmare in the lead, which is the Trevenant.
Yeah, absolutely. So he immediately has to switch out and probably go into the Noctowl. We might see an Umbreon mirror match later in this matchup. So Umbreon versus Noctowl seems to be neutral.
Yeah, Umbreon versus Noctowl is very neutral because Umbreon is very bulky, Noctowl is very bulky.
Yeah.
Both of them are not doing a lot of damage. You see 4 Snarls and a move coming in on the Noctowl, and I think both of them will be at almost similar HP even after this Sky Attack lands.
So this Sky Attack dealing not too much damage. You were absolutely right. These Pokemon look really evenly damaged. And there is another Sky Attack coming in earlier than the Foul Play.
Yeah, let's see if he does one more. Yes, he does one more Snarl and throws his Foul Play. The difference in this matchup is that Sky Attack and Wing Attack adds up a lot more than Snarl Foul Play. So it will be really close, but if I was Wolfpack, I would definitely want to preserve Switch here, and I would, if the Noctowl lets this go, shield and farm down. Ooh, the Protect Shield comes up.
Does not want to take it. I think it would have easily have taken this Foul Play.
Yeah, he does not want to get switch locked. I mean, he doesn't. He wants switch. Stone wants switch because the lead matchup is absolutely horrific for him.
Yeah.
And if you see what he has at the back, which of course Wolfpack does not know, is that he has a Pokemon that's gonna really be a nightmare for Trevenant, whatever shielding scenario it may be.
So I think that if Umbreon shields this again, you will still probably be switch locked in Stone Collection's side.
Yes.
Oh wow! It just takes it. So Azumarill comes in now.
This is going to be a huge bubble down, and if the Azumarill shields, it's a big team comp call here. Wolfpack's Azu looks amazing, but him not shielding might prove costly.
The Shadow Ball actually does not deal that much damage, and Azumarill has so much energy against this Medicham, and Play Rough is a move that deals super effective damage. No Protect Shields remaining. This is looking grim for Stone Collection.
Yes, it is looking quite bad, but it will depend on whether Wolfpack wants to get a shield here. Oh, tries to catch. Wow. Oh my god, swaps in the Trevenant. That is unfortunate, but the Trevenant has to do something, right? It's going to be throwing Seed Bombs at this Umbreon.
So Seed Bomb coming out, dealing a decent amount of damage. Actually, it's not too much, gotta be honest there. And now the foul plays are coming down.
Yep. And Wolfpack finds himself in this very weird position where he's gonna get farmed down. There's nothing he can do about it. But this Seed Bomb might put this Umbreon in player of range. He needs to now play in such a way that Azu still has a shield left and has energy.
Okay, we had a small disconnect there with our microphones, but we are back now. I hope you guys did not hear this. Last Resort is coming out, and it is going to deal barely any damage at all. So we're bubbling a few more times to get more energy, farming this down, and now going for the Play Rough, which is 90% sure going to be a KO on the Umbreon.
99.98%.
Yep, we got it.
But yeah, at this point, he does have a shield. As long as he pulls up this Protect Shield, he is good to go, because the next bubble will give him the win.
So, and now clicking on this Play Rough. Stone Collection is expecting this Play Rough from Azumarill, and Azumarill is going to play so rough with the Medicham to knock it out and win game 1.
That was a great first game. I think Wolf made a really, really good team read there. It's like, hey, why is he coming with a Medicham into my Azumarill? It makes no sense. And he made very, very good use of the Trevenant. Like, letting it go is like, okay, I have nothing to do with this. It's an Umbreon.
Yeah. I don't need the Trevenant in the Medicham matchup when I have my Azumarill and you don't have any shields.
Exactly.
You can't really beat me. That was stone cold from Wolfpack.
Yeah. Giving a taste of Stone Zone medicine.
Absolutely. So we are doing something with the phones. Okay,
they're scanning the battle codes because I think Stone or Wolf were kicked out. This is a lot of pressure for Stone Collection right now because Wolf is in the driver's seat. Let's see how he's going to deal with it. Last time we had a chat with Stone Collection here, he really, really did not want to see the Trevenant. And when he was talking to me, he said, if people ever bring Trevenant into my team, it's going to be in the lead. But he's not prepared for the Trevenant lead this time around. So it was really unfortunate for Stone.
So why does he think that the Trevenant has to be the lead?
Because he has two really, really, really solid answers to the Trevenant on the Umbreon and the Noxel. So people expect him to play maybe weak to Trevenant in the front and two super strong Pokemon, which is what he did last time around. Unfortunately, did not work out because of the Azu. Azu is too good there. And this is super interesting. Going with the Ninetales, it's actually a Kanto Shadow Ninetales and not a Shadow Alola Ninetales on Wolfpack's team. All right, Cresselia lead into a Trevenant. Oh my god, that is not where you want to see your Cresselia getting matched up against. Let's see what his safe swap is going to be. It goes into the Umbreon, into the Noctowl, and in comes the Umbreon, exactly like last game.
Yeah, same game again. I mean, if he expects that people are leading Trevenant versus him, why does he not lead Noctowl?
I think Stone is a bit too much in his head and trying to get into his opponent's head. And sometimes you have to make these difficult calls, right? Or else you cannot be competing, because if you make the most obvious thing, somebody will do the exact opposite. And
Yeah, of
that's what's happening. Wolf is Stone right now.
Yeah, there we are again with the 50-50 chance that I was talking about earlier. Either it happens or it doesn't.
25%, because it's two parties making two different decisions.
Don't come at me with logic in this scenario. No way. No way you just said that. I'm so insulted. Okay. So Umbreon is trying to race to the foul play. Is actually getting there before Noctowl can get to a Sky Attack. This time it does go unshielded, unlike in the last game, because Noctowl will be able to take this and get to the Sky Attack before falling to Snarl. So Sky Attack is coming down here. Will Wolfpack shield this to not
he has to bring this Protect Shield up. Yes, brings up the Protect Shield, goes out. He can farm this Noctowl down, and now he has a lot of energy, right? Foul play is neutral against the whole of, let's say, Stone's team, except on the Umbreon, which he can hit for last resort as well. In comes the Stunfisk to tank all of these foul plays. The first one goes through, does about 30%, and here comes the second one. That's really, really fast.
That is still a lot of damage on the Galarian Stunfisk. Even though Umbreon is a really bulky Pokemon, it can really dish out many foul plays, which has relatively high base damage. It's such a great move. But the Umbreon is going to get farmed down here.
No, the Umbreon would have got to the move, and Stone Collection is forced to throw here. Unfortunate, but, well, sometimes 1 HP and a dream is what you need, but Stone saying, nope, I don't need that today.
So actually, in this situation, Trevenant is a really good Pokemon because it can actually deal a lot of damage versus the Stunfisk as well. Is resistant to the Earthquake. Rock Slide is not the strongest move, and it doesn't have the same type attack bonus, and it is a very favorable matchup versus the Cresselia. So this is actually looking okay for Wolfpack, but he does not want to shield this.
Yeah, because he is a shield down. If the Alolan if the Ninetales comes in at the back without a shield, Stunfisk is just going to take it out. He can't shield, and Stone's win condition is not shielding anything here. Going for the Grass Knot, and he pulls up a shield.
This Grass Knot really wouldn't have done too much damage, and the shield got baited. So Seed Bombs, 2 of those are ready now. They are going to go into the Cresselia. Cresselia is going to take the first one and falls to it.
He throws the Seed Bomb immediately. At this point, the Stunfisk has to shield, but the point is it does have 2 shields. Will it be able to mud-shot this down? I don't know.
I don't think it's going to be able to match it down. Wow.
Catches a Rock Slide, but this shouldn't matter because this is what you want to be doing as Stone Collection. But the goal here is, will he throw just before he gets to another Weather Ball? He has to, right? Yes, absolutely brilliant counting from Stone. Throwing just before the Ninetales gets to a Weather Ball, because it would win charge move priority against the Stunfisk. In comes a Trevenant, but this is too far too gone. Let's see if anything can happen.
Trevenant
no, it cannot.
Cannot get to the Seed Bomb, and the Rock Slide is cute. At 1% HP, I don't think that this is going to work. So Stone Collection ties it up 1-1.
Yes, that was very, very well played. I think Wolfpack kind of made a mistake on swapping out of that matchup, because as long as your Ninetales is aligned against a Cresselia, you're good. Why? Because Cresselia usually runs in this meta Moonblast and Grass Knot, both of which don't do a lot of damage for the Alolan Ninetales. It resists Fairy types, resists Grass moves, so it would have put in a perfect position where the Alolan Ninetales, the Kanto Shadow Ninetales comes out with a lot of farm. But, well, it's huge pressure. I understand people make mistakes.
This can happen from time to time. Nobody is perfect, and especially in those mind games, you can't always decide perfectly. Okay.
Wolfpack is flustered right now because he knows, I think he had that game in the bag. This is where the pressure adds up. And he's already ready. He's like, okay, I made a mistake. I'm just going to go and see what happens. He did win the lead both times. Let's see if he does it a third time.
Okay, so Stunfisk as a lead, being able to maybe beat Trevenant. It's not the best matchup, but it's not the worst as well.
because Wolf's not been bringing his Medicham, and he leads the Medicham game number 3 into the Stunfisk. Oh my god, that is not what you want to see. Let's see if it's going to be the Noctowl that comes in. It is a Noctowl. At this point, what you want to do is you throw the Ice Punch, and then you go into your own Azumarill, because you just want to chip it a little bit so that the Ice Beam takes it out. And shields. Ooh.
The shield is thrown immediately against the Ice Punch. Now we are in the Azumarill. Azumarill is going to take so many Sky attacks. It is such a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, Wolfpack is now a little bit more comfortable as well. He's like, okay, this is exactly where I want this to happen. And you see he has he's rocking the Sableye at the back, and he's like, oh, hi Noctowl, thank you for showing up.
So Stone Collection actually lost the lead 3 times in a
Yes,
row.
it happens. It's unfortunate, but it happens. But it was a very big heads-up play from Wolfpack as well. Leading Medicham after not bringing it in the first 2 games is takes some courage.
That is actually true. And it was a great call, because this Medicham got him the switch advantage.
Yes, he is going to no-shield this, and the Sky Attack does not take out the Azumarill, and he will be able to land this Ice Beam onto the Noctowl. It doesn't kill the Noctowl, but can put it in a range where the Sableye can farm it down, and that is absolute nightmare for anybody who plays this game.
That is true.
Oh my god, does it take it out? Oh, almost.
Noctowl lives with a slither of HP, gets one more wing attack off. Not sure if that matters in the end. Would be interesting to see. And now the Cresselia is in the matchup versus Sableye. And this is not really what you want to see. However, Moonblast is such a strong move. But he goes for the Grass Knot and baits out the shield. Very well played.
Yeah, when you have 2 shields on your opponent and you have none, it makes a lot of sense for you to bait here, and it puts Stone in a really good position, because now he has a win condition. He needs to bait the Rock Slide and land the Earthquake, or just land the Earthquake, and then he can potentially try to flip this match. But what Wolfpack can do is...
Oh, he baits the Rock Slide. This is exactly what you said was going to happen if a Stone Collection wants to win this game. So Wolfpack must be really discontent with this situation right now.
Goes for the Rock Slide because he knows he's not going to get to an Earthquake. This is a CMP event with Sableye winning the charge move priority. Let's see what happens here. Does not take it out, but he threw the Rock Slide, so now the Sableye can farm the Stunfisk down and throw a Foul Play on the Cresselia. But Cresselia is very, very bulky. A Foul Play does not kill. And, oh, very smart there. Very, very smart. He goes into the Medicham, and he's going to keep throwing these Ice Punches to put it in Foul Play range.
The attacks wouldn't kill anyway. The Pokemon would just get knocked out or faint.
Or goes back into his Pokeball.
Exactly. So Ice Punch is being thrown onto the Cresselia. Cresselia now can just Moon Blast away. Medicham has no Protect Shields. Wolfpack has no Protect Shields. So this is a lot of damage. And it won't be farmed down. However, the Ice Punch is not going to hurt that much, and we're almost at a Moonblast. This is really good for Stone Collection.
Yes, this is really good for Stone Collection, but Wolfpack is smart. He went out with a Foul Play Toad. Let's see if he clicks on it and gets a charge move priority. He's spamming it. He's spamming it. Yes, he gets it.
Wow, it really came down to the charge move priority. Both players ready with the attack that would blow out the last Pokemon of the opponent.
Oh, very, very well played. Amazing. Like, Wolfpack read Stone Collection like a book. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. It's amazing. Very, very well played there. Wolf was here just recently saying, I had no idea I was going to get through to day 2. And here he is winning the day 1 finals.
Yeah, actually beating Stone Collection, one of the top favorites of the entire event. Winning the lead 3 times in a row.
I mean, it takes a lot of courage, right? Like, you saw what Stone was trying to do. He was trying to counter the Trevenant, and bringing Medicham Game 3 was a very, very big heads-up play. Not a lot of people would have the courage or the creative thinking that, okay, maybe this is what he's going to do and this is what I will have to do.
So this is absolutely deserved for Wolfpack.
Yes.
And maybe we will hear from him what he thinks about this Medicham lead in the winner's interview. Don't go anywhere. We're in for a short break and then the winner's interview. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
we are back with our winner. So apparently you are not here to win, but you are just winning against everyone.
Yes.
How was that match against Stone Collection?
Intense, really. I had to play my best, really. But it's okay now.
And I heard I was just discussing with you when you were coming to the senior, and you need to change your train ticket, right?
Yes, I have to now. Yeah, because I took my train ticket very earlier because I didn't thought that I could go to the final.
So really big congratulations. And what's going to be the objective for this day 2 now that you are qualified for day 2?
And maybe go as far as I can.
Okay, that's a good thing. I really congratulations again for reaching the top 8. That's a massive achievement.
Yes.
And I wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Looking
Thank you very
forward.
much.
Thanks a lot. We are going to be back really soon for the next final. Thank you, Wolfpack.
Thank you.
And we are back, Leo, for yet another game, another amazing final. And honestly, we have seen so many beautiful games today.
It's absolutely baffling to me how close all of these games are. They all come down to micro decisions. Can you press the button at the right time? Can you switch at the right time? Do you catch the attack? Do you deal just one more damage with the fast move? It's crazy. This day has been so exciting so far.
Yeah, it is definitely crazy, and I do hope after such a showcase of high-skilled, talented battlers that no one is never going to talk about Pokemon Go as a tap-tap game.
No, absolutely not. Those matches were so close. You know that the players, they also gave the insights in the interviews, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You know how many thoughts they put into this.
And we are seeing here the two teams, one from Johnny Rechar on the left and Colin on the right. Definitely the Stunfisk is not Shadow.
I don't even know if that would be good.
It will definitely be good for sure.
Yeah?
It's already broken. If
True.
you can do 20% extra damage, you take out the Registeel instantly with the EQ. So really going to be an interesting matchup. We see a Noctowl on both team. We see a Sableye on both team. We see a Lickitung on both team. We see a Medicham on both team. So we are going to focus on the only mon that is different between those two players. And that's Azumarill for Colin and Venusaur for... let's move directly to the game and Water Lead for Colin.
Absolutely, Noctowl is going to crush this matchup, and it's just going to basically stay in for a moment versus the Sableye, because Sableye can't really deal anything to the Noctowl, so this is not the best switch you want to do.
Yeah, you're totally right, and we have seen that
Wow.
so many times. You chip down and you swap, and here Johnny reading that, shielding to preserve the health of the Sableye, and now it's up to Colin.
This is important.
Will he shield the return? He doesn't shield the return.
Wow, and this dealt so much damage. This Noctowl is really important in this matchup. It is a perfect answer to the Venusaur.
Yeah, and you want to align that Noctowl on the Venusaur, but electing to take the damage, going into his own Sableye and build some energy could be also a good strategy.
I think it's crazy that both of these teams are almost completely the same. This seems to be maybe the most ideal lineup that you can bring to this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like I really like the Shadow Venusaur pick. To be honest, I was discussing with a lot of competitors before, telling them how this could be an interesting core breaker, and we see that Shadow Venusaur lurking out, trying to go for that aggressive Vine Whip down, but the Sableye is going to reach a foul play.
This is going to deal a lot of damage. The shields are already gone for Johnny Redshaw, Vine whipping even further beyond. So now we are seeing a switch into the Noctowl. The Noctowl immediately cues the Sky Attack, and this takes all the energy from this Venusaur.
Yeah,
this Venusaur has
exactly.
so much potential to deal damage.
Yeah, the Venusaur losing all his energy because of a small overtap there, and that could be costly for the game, because Colin still has a shield and has switch advantage.
Wow, now we are seeing the Steel Trap mirror match, Stunfisk versus Stunfisk, mano a mano.
Yes, and Johnny is going straight for that Earthquake, and I like the play, forcing the last shield and banking on the fact that he has a small energy advantage. Obviously, Colin, with no shields into play, is going to throw as well an Earthquake.
Yeah, and it is going to deal a lot of damage, almost immediately taking out the other Stunfisk, which will, before it falls, get to another
charge
Earthquake.
move priority, and this Earthquake is going to take down that Stunfisk.
It absolutely will, and now the Noctowl is coming in against the Sableye. Noctowl will reach the Sky Attack before the Sableye gets to the foul play.
So clutch, the Noctowl winning that race to the charge move, taking down the Sableye, and now can he wing attack down before the
this is
Stunfisk
getting really
can
close,
reach?
but Stunfisk falls, and Noctowl wins the game for
Colin. Yeah, that was crazy. We were just talking earlier about how crazy those matchups are going.
Yeah.
We have just seen a Noctowl wing attacking down Galarian
basically
Stunfisk.
farming down the Galarian Stunfisk. This Noctowl did so much work in this matchup against every single Pokemon that Johnny brought.
Yeah, you're totally right. And we usually saw how they like to switch, they like to chip the safe swap before coming back in, but here Johnny shielding to preserve the health of the Sableye while he was like building some extra energy was a really good play.
Absolutely. So what do you think the players are going to swap out of their rosters into the bench and onto the playing field? What's going to happen here?
I mean, if I was Johnny, despite having the worst lead he could have, he still brought that game super close.
That is true.
So maybe he has his plan, he should stick to his plan. For Colin, it's more, so he used that, how can I counter that, or how he's going to adapt as well, because the pressure is on Johnny. Colin is like one game of securing a day 2.
That is true. So Johnny is leading again with the Shadow Venusaur. And I don't know if I like that, because in the last game, Shadow Venusaur did not really do a lot.
And here it comes against
there we
the
go
Noctowl. Let's see if he's going to play that differently.
Actually, Noctowl in the last game took out every single Pokemon.
Yeah, you're totally right. And this time going into G-Fisk rather than Sableye, but is going to be met by an Azumarill.
And this Azumarill is dealing so much damage with these bubbles. Not having a water charged move is, of course, sad,
Yeah,
but
it really makes that matchup quite close. Obviously, as an Azumarill, you can tank 2 Earthquake if you want, but you are just going to do some neutral damage with that Ice Beam. Doesn't have stab, so it's not, let's say, per se a bad matchup for that Galarian Sunfisk.
that is true, even if you would think so, looking at the typings. Earthquake is going to come out here, and it is really close to knocking out the Azumarill. Azumarill actually kind of is comfortable at this HP, even getting to farm a little bit more energy. This is more than 1 Ice Beam.
Yeah, he has some energy, but now the Sableye might be able to farm it down. Reaching that Ice Beam is pretty clutch here.
Exactly. This is not going to force out. It is going to force out a shield. So maybe a little bit of a miscalculation on Johnny's side, because he thought this could have been a play rough.
Yeah, probably. And also, I mean, you know how Sableye is valuable for you, because that has to be your answer for that Noctowl.
That is true. Even though it is not the best answer, these Shadow Claws do not really do too much damage. So Noctowl is in there in the Shadow Venusaur, and this can't be a good matchup for Johnny. This is looking really bad for him.
And Colin is not messing around. He has the Sky Attack. He's going to throw that Sky Attack,
and
taking
he just
out.
lets it go immediately. I mean, it makes sense. You really need to have this shield on the Sableye, but does Sableye even beat Noctowl here?
That's going to be rough, because Colin still has 2 shields. So even if you land that return, still you need another charge move. And at this range, Sableye on Colin's side also has a bit of energy. So this is going to be rough for Johnny. Obviously, he's going to shield that Shadow Ball there, but will he shield the Noctowl? That's a good question here.
Oh, he does not even shield the Noctowl. I'm quite interested in why, because I think Noctowl could close this game out with another.
Yeah, but
Sky
he has a
Attack,
foul
but
play ready. The foul play is going to be enough to take out the Sableye. So, and he's going to honestly win in good fashion with still
Colin
2
secures
shields.
day 2, winning this winners final.
Yeah.
What a crazy game.
Amazing game, amazing play by Colin. Second time we're seeing Colin into action, always really dominating, really keeping his
Game
calm.
2 was really strong by Colin. Never looked like he was going to lose this game. This was so dominant.
Absolutely. Really, you look at his line of 3 and you have the impression he's like above the shoulder of the opponent and just calling his line. That was amazing.
Colin actually just casually going through his entire opponent's team with his Noctowl in game 1, and in game 2 he even had like 1 shield left when he won. So this was absolutely dominant.
Yes, and you know what I like is really the call to bring back the Noctowl, because at that stage you are okay. I won. I really hard-wall him in the lead in game 1. He's probably maybe going to put the G-Fisk in the lead, or he's probably going back with the same line, and in the end, that was a good call.
He might go and try it again. Oh, there is the Dutch
see
flag.
the Dutch, and to be honest, Dutch people are really starting to be good here.
It's really strong. They are so good at Pokemon Go.
Colin is day 2, Inadequance is day 2, and we still have Tactical that is going to play right after that, could also join a day 2. So almost half of the competitors could be Dutch in that day 2. So that's a pretty achievement.
That is really insane. Ik kom van de Netherlands, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Ik kom van de Netherlands. I really do not come from the Netherlands, to be correct here. However, this nation is really good at Pokemon Go.
It is, and you know, I was joking around with because Statistan just moved back to Rotterdam, and I was joking around, just telling that as of now, the Rotterdam city has amazing players. Statistan, Tactical, Inadequance. There is also Aoi that is not here, but that's an amazing player. So
this
crazy.
Really, those really are amazing players, and you know who else is amazing? Colin. So we are going to hear from him in the winners interview right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You had, I think, one of the most dominant finals performance we've seen so far. Weren't you nervous going for the 2 shield flags at the game number 2?
I was pretty comfortable in that situation. I knew I had the foul play stored, so.
But you're here. I mean, I've been always seeing you with your friends the whole day. Does that help? Like
it does. You can discuss a bit of strategies with them, and it helps. Yep.
Does it help calm your nerves?
That as well. I still have a bit of nerves, but.
Yeah, I understand. Because on to day number 2, right?
Yeah,
like
didn't expect that, but I'll take it.
That's what everybody says. I think in the end, there's enough people who don't expect it, they end up winning.
Yeah, just don't go with too much expectations and you'll end up doing pretty well.
Well, probably. But then we're going to put pressure on you, don't worry. You have to win now.
We'll see.
So did you prepare for a long time before, or did you just make a team and like, let's do this?
I tried making a team, couldn't figure out one, and I saw this team use another regional, and it was like, it seems amazing. I'll go with that, and it's paid off.
Right. Anybody you want to give credits to?
Hot Pocket, it's his team, I believe. So thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much for having this interview. We have one more game, and then we will be done with all the finals.
Yes. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Yes. I mean, I will be here, but.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Pokémon Go Regional in Lille 2022. I'm here with my co-caster Spleen, and since it's the first time for me working with you, what got you into casting? I'm interested.
What got me into casting? So I started playing the game when it launched, so back in 2016. I used to love grinding, but then PvP came out, and actually I loved PvP.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that was exactly the feature I was looking to really continue playing this game in the long term. And I've always tried to help out in my community and help them like build optimized teams, which Pokemon they should power up and stuff like that. And I was talking to Count Xevious at the time because we are coming from the same city, and we started with this YouTube idea to have a place where people that want to battle could come, improve their mechanics, improve also their knowledge around PvP, knowledge of the metas, like the Go Battle League metas, or also other grassroots organization organizing competitions. And we started like that, and quite quickly after doing those YouTube videos, we got contacted by those grassroots organizations to shoutcast their tournaments. So it's including like World Championship team-based formats, or like invitationals, like kind of an all-star as well of the best battlers that are picked as well by those organizations. So we used to cast between around 2 tournaments per month. Also doing that with other famous battlers that are, I'm assuming, that are going to be there in Lille fighting.
Yeah, hopefully we can see them.
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of are a community hero in that sense. I want to call it like that. You don't have to, I will. How does it feel for you to cast your first regional here?
To cast my first regional, to be honest, I'm super hyped.
That's what I want to hear.
I couldn't be more hyped because I mean, like, the number of players coming here, I mean, we are almost full, I think. I think there were like 119 players yesterday. So it's going to be the best of the best here in Europe. And having the opportunity to shoutcast that is definitely a plus and something I'm going to be really proud of. And I do hope we are going to do a great job so that everything that happened is a big show, basically.
Yeah, I'm also really excited. This is, I think, also the biggest tournament that I have ever casted in Pokemon Go. So we're just going to see what happens. I want to ask you one last thing.
Yes.
Who do you think is going to take the event down?
Oh, that's such a tricky question.
It is.
To be honest, there is so many top battlers that are participating here. I have a lot of friends also that are going to participate, so I'm not going to take a bet. I could told you a bunch of names that I think that are probably going to do well, but there is one thing I learned from those tournaments is that usually the favorite doesn't win, and it's more or less of a surprise. If we talk, for example, about last Lille regional championship, Dex is definitely a beautiful winner, but I don't think someone will have bet on him before the event. So I'm thinking, I don't know, but I'm thinking a surprise may arise from the tournament.
So maybe someone is putting their cards on decks now. We will see, and we will go back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille now.
All right, so we are here for another finals. How are you looking forward to this? Because so far it's been an amazing set of games.
Yeah, I really have the feeling that every time there is a final, it's even the level is increasing and decreasing. So definitely looking forward to the next match here.
Yeah, we saw, I'm not going to call it an upset, a little bit of an upset when Stone Collection lost, but we have, I think, the last French battler.
In the winner's bracket,
Yes.
no, because Wolf back went
he's-
today too. But definitely Show is definitely an underdog here, facing Toe Tactical, who is definitely, I think, the player no one wants to face here. So.
Yeah, it's an absolute nightmare. You saw how close his game was against Dex, but I think that was the game for Toe, that the most difficult game that you could have, especially with the Talonflame, because he has two Pokemon that has no play against the Talonflame. So now it does look like his Frostlass is gonna go do a lot of work here.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at Show's team, Frostlass can put a ton of work and definitely will not be surprised. But
Oh
we are
my
starting
God,
with amazing link for Thomas here with that Venusaur into the Swampert.
Yeah, this is amazing. And the Swampert can stay in here because, well, Lickitung does have a very dominant matchup against Swampert as well. So, very early shield coming up for Chorizo.
Yeah, and like we saw, it's like forcing a shield and maybe then swapping out to ensure that you keep switch advantage. And here, an interesting play from Show that is going to go for the bait, actually.
Yeah, he had to go for the bait, but he's still going to get outpaced by this Shadow Venusaur. Venusaur is already a very, very attack-heavy Pokemon. Put Shadow buff on top of it, it does.
And add it Frenzy Plant, which is one of the best fast charge move in the game, and you have that.
Yeah, and now Toe's doing what people usually do with the Lickitung. Come in, soak all the energy, and say, well, good job Lickitung, you've done your job.
And interestingly, he charges up a bunch of energy, so he's almost at the power whip.
Chorizo is running double water fast charge moves. He's running Muddy Water and Hydro Cannon.
That's crazy. Definitely a spice choice here.
Yeah, he has to shield everything with his Lickitung. He will go for this Hydro Cannon. Will it take it out? Because I'm not very sure about the Shadow Swampert matchup with the Lickitung. Does it? No, it lives with the HP. He has to tap his move.
Oh, and Thomas Lickitung hang it out with 1 HP and the Dream and able to throw a Body Slam.
Man, this Venusaur is now going to be able to Vine Whip down shields even and farm down this Shadow Swampert. Let's see what Chorizo does. Does he go into his own...
Coming into Lickitung, and the Venusaur is going to reach yet another Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, man. And Toe, I think what he wants to maybe try to do is close out with the Oh my god, that did so much damage to a Lickitung. I've never seen that much damage on a Lickitung from a single charge move there.
Yeah, non-stop charge move on top of that. And show really nice counting, throwing that Body Slam right before the Venu reaches another move. And Thomas swapping out to the Noctowl.
Yeah, Show knows this is over, right? His Noctowl, his Lickitung has no more play here. His Swampert has no more play here, and this is done and dusted. That was a very, very dominant game number 1 from Thomas. Like, this is one of the reasons why, let's say, people are afraid to bring Swampert, is if it gets stuck in a bad matchup, you kind of lose the game so fast.
Yeah, exactly. And here, Toe Tactical calling that Swampert lead with the Venusaur, and that was just amazing for him, and he just put him right on the track to win this first game.
I was with Toe Tactical yesterday. We were having dinner together with the community, and I saw him playing GBL, and he was just practicing Shadow Venusaur Frostlass. He was just changing it up every game, every GBL game, but I kind of knew, okay, he's gonna bring Shadow Venusaur and Frostlass tomorrow. I even asked him. He said,
Yeah, and this is something that usually we have with very good players. We were, the two of us, yesterday at that event trying to snipe some info on picks, on teams, and most of the players, they wanted to keep that secret.
yeah, it makes sense, right? Oh my god, another
Another Venusaur in the lead.
This is bad. Goes for the same strategy again, but maybe this time around he goes for the Earthquake, because last time Toe did bait Thomas, but at this point, I think, does it really matter? Because there's still a Lickitung looming at the back.
Yes, indeed, like you are saying, and no shield on the first and trying to go for the catch there, but good reaction on Show, keeping his energy, charging a bit more, and throwing the EQ.
Yeah, EQ does about like 40% to the Lickitung. It's still in the green. It will take another Earthquake and a Rock Slide to take this Lickitung out, and Thomas is perfectly happy letting this go.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were mentioning, people using that Lickitung just to soak damage, soak a lot, and going for that lick farm down.
Oh my God.
Wow, what a play by Thomas, because now he has a bunch of energy.
Yeah, but at this point, Chorizo, his Swampert has no play, right? He has to let it go, and comes into the Swampert, tries to call the Power Whip, but unfortunately gets Body Slam baited. But I think he'll get to the Power Whip here. Oh my god, he does
get to the Power Whip. So Show is going to put his last protected shield, and this is going to be rough for Show to come back in this matchup. Yes, he has a lot of energy on the Swampert, but Thomas still has 2 shield, going now for the Hydro Cannon bait.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for the Muddy Water there. He was going to be shielded. This is your must-win game, and you cannot afford to not throw the Muddy Water, because it does cost less energy. But here comes the Venusaur. I think the Venusaur is gonna go to town here.
Yeah, Show still has a protected shield, but he will need to trying to catch there the Body Slam on the Noctowl.
Yeah, but the Noctowl is at this point really ahead. I mean, Body Slams damage it, but, well, it's still such a bulky Pokemon. I think
You resist the leak on top of that, and you're really going with that Shadow Venusaur on the lead and two Pokemons that have a lot of flexibility so that you can try to either win back switch or just set up a farm down for a Pokemon is really a good strategy.
Yeah, and we see why. Like, these are the games that really showcase Noctowl and why it's been such a strong pick, especially in this meta. Like, this Noctowl would have been able to tank a Hydro Cannon and throw a Sky Attack because it would live with like maybe 1 or 2 HP. Very close, but damn, an amazing show by
dominant performance from Thomas here. And like we were talking with Leo earlier, Dutchies are going to town here in Lille.
We have 3 Dutch players already making their way into day number 2. That is amazing.
And maybe more are coming up because there are still games ongoing on the losers bracket. So maybe half of the players tomorrow are going to be Dutch, which is amazing for such a small country in a way.
Yeah, I think they really turned up, and we have 2 more losers bracket rounds, and I think that will be it for today for those 2 games. We are going to now go to an interview with Tactical, and once that's done, we will be back to shoutcast these last 2 games to find out who goes to day number 2.
Stay tuned.
Immediate winners interview with Though Tactical. Congratulations on reaching day 2.
Thank you very much.
The Netherlands are crazy this tournament. Why is it the best country to play Pokemon Go in? How are you all so talented?
Dude, I don't know. It must be the Dutch water. I think we have the best water, that's for sure.
That has to be it. I always say that on streams. Water is key for tournaments. You always
100%.
stay hydrated.
100%.
Talking about water, did you know that Swampert had Muddy Water as the second move?
Not during the match, but I was just told that, and that's insane. I mean, I was going to shield the Hydro Cannons anyway, so it didn't matter, but still, that's crazy.
Yeah, I figured. These Hydro Cannons still hurt the Shadow Venusaur.
Yeah.
So Shadow Venusaur was quite good for you this tournament, right? I
It
heard
was
you cheering
insane.
about it.
It was insane. Like, really, really good.
Was it even better than Noctowl? Because the Noctowl in this matchup particularly looked really, really strong for you.
I think in this matchup, the Venusaur was definitely better. He really had nothing for it. It was a super safe lead. But the Noctowl did amazing the whole tournament. It's just a very solid core breaker for a lot of teams.
So let's just talk a bit about your general tournament experience. Was there any match so far that you thought you would lose?
Dex, 100% versus Dex. I mean, he's the title holder, of course, here.
Yep.
So that's already a lot of pressure. He's very good. Besides that, he had a Talonflame, which is quite tough for my team.
Oh, this looked strong versus you.
Oh,
yes.
it was, yeah.
You had to really snipe it out with the Stunfisk.
Yeah.
Really well played, by the way.
Yeah, quite happy with that, with those matches, yeah.
Yeah, so as you have advanced to tomorrow now, you are in day 2. Do you think you can take this down?
We'll see. We'll see. You know, there's a ton of good players tomorrow, and
that is true.
And you know, I can't underestimate my fellow Dutchies, so it's gonna be tough, but I'll try my best.
So you're saying that one of the Dutch players is going to win this event?
For sure.
Okay, there you have it. Let's see if you are right with this one. We will see that tomorrow. But we are not finished for today yet. We still have losers finals to play out. So don't go anywhere. We will be back for the next featured match soon.
All right, cool.
So let's talk a little bit about what we expect from the meta in this tournament. The main thing that I think potentially will have a lot of influence on the meta is Toxapex. It is a very, very bulky Pokemon and has pretty good movesets, especially the fast move with Poison Jab, and it's going to have a huge effect on the amount of parries we will see. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. I think we are going to see a shift on the poison types. So poison types have been quite used a lot in the past in those play Pokemon tournaments, especially the likes of Nidoqueens for most of them. But now with the increase of Toxapex, and will we see more Toxapex having access to that brine to also deal super effective damage for its main counters? Or will we see maybe something else rising up from the meta?
I think what's going to be important is people will decide whether they want to run a Galarian Stunfisk, because it kind of is a decent counter to the Toxapex, and also in Salt Lake City it was the most used Pokemon on the top 8 and also overall. I think that's one of the reasons that's going to hold Toxapex back, and I will maybe a lot more of Swampert as well. But people have been refraining from using Swampert lately, but this might be where we see a meta shift.
Yeah, exactly. Also, the nerf to the Walrein is a big big thing, and we saw that how much the usage of Walrein decreased in the first regionals. Walrein, Registeel as well, that was less prevalent, even if the Bilbao winner used the Registeel with Flash Cannon,
yeah,
to be precise as well. So that also is going to free up the space for other picks that are super good, but that were held back by that Walrein Registeel's core, like an Altaria.
Exactly, we saw a lot of Altarias in Salt Lake City, and also what we saw in Salt Lake City was the rise, or at least I'd say from the ashes of the ice types. We saw a Shadow Lapras coming up, we saw a lot of Frostlasses, and I think in Bilbao we also saw an Abomasnow, which I think has a very, very good place in the meta, except for if it goes up against the Toxapex.
Yeah, exactly. Like you are saying, also something interesting to point out is the rise of Noctowl. So I know you like
that Pokemon. But this is Noctowl is becoming the premium flyer in those Show 6 Big 3 formats.
Exactly, because Noctowl does whatever it has to do very, very well. You usually want to have an anti-grass Noctowl. You want to have, let's say, an anti-ghost type Noctowl, which again, the third most used Pokemon is a Trevenant in Salt Lake City. You also have one of the most common picks in every regional, Medicham, which again is kind of countered by Noctowl as well. Having absolutely amazing coverage with Sky Attack and Shadow Ball, I think Noctowl is, and its inherent bulk, is a very, very good Pokemon to have in your roster. Definitely. I would expect to see it in almost every other team.
Yeah, definitely. And like you were mentioning Galarian Sunfisk earlier, those two mons, they are really flexible, have a lot of coverage, so they bulk, so they definitely do a good pair as well. Exactly. Also, something maybe interesting is you are mentioning Trevenant, but the first regional saw kind of a decrease of grass type usage, and with the rise of potential of Swamperts to counter Toxapex, will we see some of the premium grass types back? There is something like a Fairy Wind jump off, for instance, that could be interesting. Trevenant, obviously. We saw some good showcase of Shadow Venusaur at Worlds. Will we see again Shadow Venusaur here?
I think I highly doubt it, to be honest. Yes, there's going to be Swamperts, etc., but, well, I think if there's going to be a grass type, it's going to be Trevenant in my team. Venu is good, but I guess, again, the matchup against Toxapex is not that great. So if you're... It's about who predicts the meta, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. That's all there is, I guess. Yeah. Let's look forward to the championships.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a super hype tournament with a lot of amazing players coming from all over Europe. So definitely we are looking forward to shoutcast that.
All right. So
welcome back to the first losers final, I think.
Yes, the first losers final. So far, amazing battlers have gone through, and a huge dominant showing. I was just talking with Sergio about this. It's a huge dominant Dutch showing in this in these regionals. Let's see if some other people can shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can't stress this enough. I mean, we've opened every round like this, basically saying, wow, those were amazing matches, but they were.
I really, last game, I really wanted Chorizo to throw a muddy water at Thomas. Because I wanted to see how he would react. Because if somebody threw a muddy water at my Venusaur and I shielded it, I would be...
really mad.
Yeah. Why would you do that?
Okay, let's see. Johnny Redshaw versus Lorenzo Löwe. I'm not trying it anymore.
Let's go with Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, yeah, that works perfectly fine for me.
Johnny going up against Lorenzo. You see, after a very long time, the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, and this one has been a staple in many teams for the longest time, so why has it fallen out of favor? I mean, it's good versus Tox, right?
It is good versus Toxicroak. I mean, it's good versus Toxapex, but as you saw, like, people are not preparing for Toxapex. They're preparing for the counter of Toxapex. And Nidoqueen kind of went out of favor, mostly because you have the Sableye that's going to do well against it. You have the Trevenant that has an okay matchup. Noctowl can force you to double shield and not shield at all, and still throw, and still, like, almost flip switch there. So when those are core meta Pokemons combined with Medicham, Ice-Bound Psychic, and no, I mean, the reason why Nidoqueen was very, very popular in GBL is you don't know the opponent's backlines. In Show 6 Pick 3 format, you cannot really hard, let's say, force swap and then win the game, because the opponent is going to prepare for you to do that, because they know, okay, I saw this Pokemon and this Pokemon. What will they have at the back? And we're already ready to go and see how this goes.
Johnny versus Lorenzo. Who is going to take this? Who is going to advance to day 2.
What a lead knocks Owl into the Sableye. Sableye can still play this as well, but immediately swapping into Lickitung, which is still a bad matchup.
Lorenzo, by the way, another Dutch player. I figured from the name, but it could have been also Belgian.
Yeah, for sure. This is a dominant matchup, and at this point, Johnny Red can kind of think that, okay, maybe there is something that's good against the Sableye at the back. This is perfect, chip and dip, like we talked about earlier.
Yep.
Throw a move, get it to a range where you're comfortable dealing with it, and then bring whatever you have to.
Yeah, and Medicham can easily almost counter it down, even though the licks deal a sizable amount of damage. Also, 2 body slams already thrown onto the Medicham. It is good damage, but the counter is going to save up a lot of energy. And do we get to another? No, I think he could have countered again.
Yes, I think he could have countered it down. Ideally, how you would want to play this out is to give 1 HP to the Medicham and counter it down, because then the Sableye has nowhere to go. But this is going to be really, really interesting, because what does he come in? Does he come in with the Noxal, or does he come in with the Lickitung? He does come in with the Sableye. Does he get to an Ice Punch? Yes, he does, and this Ice Punch is not going to do a lot of damage.
But however, it's doing a little bit of chip damage. Very nice introduction to the Ice Punch. But you were right, it didn't deal a lot of damage. But you can safely go into the Noctowl here. I mean, Lickitung is already down, so going into the Noctowl really just walls this. Okay, now we go into the Lickitung versus Galarian Stunfisk matchup, which is kind of neutral.
Yeah, these Earthquakes are going to really add up. What some good players do is they go for the big nuke first and then start baiting.
Yeah.
Then that's exactly what he does, and he gets the Protect Shield from Lorenzo, and that is very, very good for Lorenzo. Now he's in a little bit more comfortable position.
Now he has the energy advantage. He had to use the Protect Shields at some point, and I think all of his moves that he has now are relatively cheap. I mean, Shadow Ball is maybe a different story. It's not the highest energy cost move, so shielding them won't feel really good.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Going for the next Earthquake
and
gets
gets
another
he shields
shield.
it again. This is the perfect scenario for Lorenzo.
The Lickitung is still chilling at 85% HP, which is insane. The Stunfisk is forced to shield, but maybe what he can try to do is catch a move. But will he do that? Let's find out.
So another Earthquake is going to come out, and this time it is going to deal about 50% of the max HP to the Lickitung, but Lickitung is going to counter it with, okay, not yet a Power Whip. So we are switching the Noctowl into the Sableye again. Noctowl is going for the Sky Attack, and this is going to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sky Attack is neutral against Sableye. His Shadow Ball would have been better, but he is in a position where he cannot lose. 2 foul plays do not take out this Noctowl.
Nope, Noctowl is way too big for that.
And I think when he throws the next foul play, he'll get another wing attack through, and that will be that for Sableye. This is even better because, as we know, Stunfisk cannot farm down a Noctowl.
No, absolutely not. The mud shots don't deal anything, basically. And we are really close to a Shadow Ball, and I think we're going to get there. Noctowl is probably going to end it this time with the Shadow Ball queued.
I do believe it survives.
Oh!
But it's going to get wing attack down, and at this point, this game is over. You need at least an Earthquake and a Rock Slide to take out the Lickitung at the back, but and it has a Body Slam. Oh, he's going for the Body Slam as well. It's resistant.
Lickitung perfectly licking all the bubbles.
I actually never noticed it. It does end up licking like a few of the bubbles. That's perfect.
Most of them. It hits all of the grass bubbles, by the way.
Oh, nice.
We really have to pay attention to this. Like, this is the important stuff, you know?
Fair enough. Oh, man, that was a very dominant matchup, and I think he has to re-examine his strategy because the worst, as I said before, he just really got RPS'd.
Yeah.
And when you get RPS'd, one of the safest things you can do is like, okay, my team was good, I just got bad alignment. Let me try this again.
So Lorenzo is thinking hard here, as you can see. They are both looking at the team sheets, thinking, what can I bring to the table that secures me the next game? Lorenzo really wants to go to day 2. So does Johnny, of course.
Yep.
But Johnny is in a difficult position now. He really has to swing back there and really hope that his next lead is going to give him the advantage that he needs to close this game out.
Yeah, it's still really it's high stakes game right now. 'Cause
Absolutely.
this decides who goes to day 2. And you can see the tension, and even in the judge's eyes, he's on the zone as well.
Even in the plushy Sableye.
If Sableye can't take it anymore. I'm
just taking a nap now. I'm not standing. I can't stand this anymore. I have to lay down for a second.
Sorry, chat, for the cringe.
They can take it. It's okay.
Oh man, they're taking their time, and I understand why.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a high-stakes game, as you already said.
When you're 1 game down, best way to move forward is take 1 game at a time when you're down. And when you're up, you just absolutely go ham. Like, okay, I want to do this. I have to do this. I'm just going to do what I'm confident with. If it doesn't work, I still have another chance. So let's see how these 2 battlers end up playing this, because this is taking quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, this is really not the game you want to be losing. This is, if you're going home after the losers final on day 1, you are going to be a bit sad about it, I think.
Yeah, for sure. But you also have to be proud that you made it so far.
Absolutely. Both players are absolutely high-skilled. Johnny Redshaw versus Lorenzo Loive. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I tried it again.
Lorenzo won Matterhorn. Do you know the reference?
Yes, I do. Okay, so give us some insights. What do you think is going to be the lead for Johnny here?
If I was Johnny, look, I might have played that lead differently. I would have kept the Sableye on the Noctowl and then put it in a position where just farm it down with the Lickitung. As long as the Lickitung has energy, you kind of force the the Stunfisk to come into your Lickitung, and if that's the case, then it's a whole other game. That might have been a flippable in Johnny's favor. Yes, Sableye has a very bad matchup against Noctowl, but foul plays are still neutral. Return hits for a lot of damage, like 65%. So maybe just stay in next time around. You never know. But I wouldn't be shocked if there's a Noctowl lead from Johnny's side, because Noctowl had pretty decent play against Lorenzo's team.
Yeah, it is really good against almost everything, just not the Galarian Stunfisk. And you can, I think he's also running a Medicham.
Yeah.
He can queue it afterwards so that he can safe switch into it and maybe gain momentum with this.
Yep, you're right. So let's see. Let's see what they're both very nervous and taking their time.
Oh, they really are.
Lorenzo is overthinking it. I think he is in his head. He needs to get back.
If I was Lorenzo, I was going to lead Galarian Stunfisk because, as we already said, this Noctowl lead from Johnny's side is looking really threatening. If you have a good lead with this and you can gain the switch advantage, this thing is going to beat Lorenzo. So lead with the Stunfisk and hope that you find the Noctowl so you don't get momentumed away.
Yeah. It's a very good strategy.
And this is exactly what happens.
I call the Noctowl, you call the Stunfisk. That's perfect.
Okay, so Noctowl has to be switched out immediately. We go into the Medicham, and there is another Noctowl. Noctowl is such a dominant Pokemon.
Yeah, this is not a bad matchup for the Medicham.
That is true.
It counters you neutral damage, Ice Punches is super effective, and if he really wants, he can force a switch here. You see the Stunfisk there, and I think, oh man, if he can manage to flip the switch, this is going to be really, really an interesting game to see.
So Lorenzo maybe should have brought the Trevenant to the table because that one would have dealt with the Medicham quite easily. I mean, Ice Punches are still strong.
Very good timing there. Goes for the charge move priority, gets it, and Johnny is forced to shield now. And at this point, you can counter down the Noctowl if you want to pull up a shield. Does the Protect Shield come up? 3, 2, 1, 0, and it does.
And I think I got something wrong with the Trevenant. I confused the players again. This happened way too often to me today.
Here's the counter down. Does he get it? Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Noctowl
amazing.
falls. This is looking really good for Lorenzo in Game 2 as well.
This is one of the good things about having a Pokemon like Medicham going up against... oh man, it is a Shadow Venusaur. What? swapping into the Lickitung to tank all this damage. The Venusaur does have a shield advantage, and knowing that he will win charge move priority throws exactly at the point where you know that the Lickitung gets to the body slam.
Oh, and the Frenzy Plant is dealing a lot of damage. You can easily take this body slam. There's no problem. Power Whip is not going to be thrown at you, so you don't have to worry about that. The next body slam would take you out, but your opponent won't get to that, so you can attack with Vine Whip one or twice more, and now you can hit it with the Frenzy Plant and take out the Lickitung. Really strong.
This matchup is still not done because there is a Medicham with almost 100 energy. Comes in with the Noxal, in comes the Stunfisk. This is going to be super interesting on how we are going to finish this. Stunfisk does have a shield advantage, right? So this is kind of putting it in the favor of Johnny. In comes the first Shadow Ball and does 30% maximum, maybe 25% even, I'm not sure.
And it is getting shielded, and you can't really switch into the Medicham right here because the Medicham is too low. You could basically barely tank a Rock Slide. I don't think you can at this point.
Yes, the Medicham can tank a Rock Slide, but not an Earthquake. This is how you want to play it, but the switch did not go through. He wants Johnny to throw the charge move so that the Medicham can get to 2 moves by the time the Stunfisk can get to the Earthquake.
Yeah. So the Rock Slide is thrown, and we're going for the Shadow Ball right now. Shadow Ball is going to deal, as you said, maybe 30% of the max health of the Galarian Stunfisk. Shadow Ball is coming down, and you were absolutely right. So now the Medicham is going to be swapped in. Goes for the Ice Punch immediately. And
I think Lorenzo has this game. He gets the 2 Ice Punches before it gets to a move. Oh my god, this will... Does this take it out? I think it survives with 1 HP.
Close. This is really close. Does the Galarian Stunfisk have the stamina? Yes, it does. And it can go for the... No, it got countered down. It didn't go for the Earthquake.
Oh, can he farm this down? I don't think so. And that is going to be very, very, very costly.
Oh, the Frenzy Plant comes out.
Oh, my God. Oh, that is unfortunate. I think Lorenzo had this game, but unfortunately, he got it.
There's still the Noctowl. Noctowl takes off the Venusaur. Lorenzo advances to day 2. We have 4 Dutch players in day 2.
Oh my god. 4 out of 8.
That is so strong. That is really strong. As Lorenzo is, by the way. Wow.
Oh yeah, flaunting the flag. As long as he doesn't flip it over, you're still representing the right country.
Absolutely. Lorenzo, massive victory here. We almost thought his opponent had it, but we both forgot about the Noctowl still being in the back. It got switched out into the Medicham.
I think we just forgot about the Noxal. I
happens.
usually don't, but apparently I forgot about my favorite Pokemon.
it happens from time to time. Don't be so hard on yourself. So this was again an amazing match. I don't know what to tell you guys. These matches just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, a very, very close game. Very, very closely fought. Could have gone either ways, and throughout casting of the second game, I had no idea till that Noctowl showed up who was going to win.
Yeah, these wing attacks really being enough after all these charge moves being thrown out. So you can basically see Lorenzo here hugging his friends. This was a really big success for him, and we will hear from him in the winner's interview soon.
All right, let's...
Welcome back in, and we are here with Lorenzo that just won the losers final here.
Indeed.
And actually, amazing performance for you today, right?
Thank you. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, it went a lot better than expected. I mean, I just came into the tournament, you know, just maybe expecting 2-3 wins because I knew it was really stacked. But it's way more than I could have expected, to be honest.
Are you enjoying the experience here? Because we saw so many amazing battles today.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. I never even imagined having so many skilled players in one place. I haven't ever met any of them yet, so it was really nice to actually meet the people, you know.
Yeah,
We've
that's
got a lot of popular streamers and here, so it's really nice, man.
And another Dutch qualified for Dead 2.
Another Dutch. They just told me that there's 4 out of 8 that are Dutch, so really nice score for us today.
So you think you are taking that home tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I'm probably the least experienced out of all of them, to be honest, so it's going to be an uphill battle, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Congratulations again, Lorenzo.
Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks for joining, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you
we
so
are
much.
going
I
to
appreciate
shoutcast
it.
you again tomorrow for sure.
Thanks, I'm looking forward to it, man.
And get ready for the last battle today. We are going to show another losers final between Show and Lurgan Rocket. Last game, super hype. Stay tuned.
Bonjour trainers. Well, we are in kind of a break, so I am joined here for an interview by Mini Benoit. How are you today?
I'm fine, what about you?
Well, I'm fine as well, thank you for asking. So, first question I gotta ask, how did you get into Pokemon Go?
Oh, I started Pokemon Go when it first started in 2016. I was a huge Pokemon fan before, so having to travel to catch Pokemon was like a child dream to me. It was like being Ash in the anime, so
Absolutely.
I love the concept, so I played Pokemon Go and it was really very fun.
Well, that's an amazing story. So you said you wanted to travel and feel like Ash in the anime. So what were like the coolest areas you ever visited to catch Pokemon?
Oh, I actually traveled a lot for this game. I went to Germany for the Go Fest in Berlin.
Beautiful country, by the way.
I went to Sevilla for the several reasons. I went in London, I went in Dortmund also. There are beautiful cities and countries all around the world, and Pokemon Go is like a pretext for me to travel, and I really love the game just because of that.
I mean, it's completely understandable. So, of course you met friends, but
yeah, of course.
What were like the best stories that you had with friends while playing Pokemon Go? Did you encounter anything cool and you were all excited?
Oh, I don't have any in mind, but I met a lot of friends and even love thanks to Pokémon Go. We played a lot. It's really a game which is based on the community for me. I met so many people from all around the world, and some of them are really, really close friends to me, so very nice community.
It's always great to hear these emotional stories about players finding friends and love because of this game. So, I have to ask you something about your Pokemon as well. So, which one is your favorite Pokemon and which one is your favorite shiny that you own in Pokemon Go?
My favorite Pokemon is Charmander because...
Classic?
Yeah, classic of course. And my favorite shiny, I guess it's Sableye because it was the first one I got in Pokemon Go.
Really?
The first Sableye I picked was shiny and
it's a good one.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a really good one. So, is it also a good competitive Pokemon for you, or which one is your best competitive Pokemon?
I love Sableye actually, competitive, but I'm not sure if I will be playing it tomorrow, so I don't have chosen my team yet, so I love Swampert. I love
Oh yes,
Stunfisk,
Swampert is a really good Pokemon in Pokemon Go for the last 20,000 formats basically. So I won't ask you anything about your roster. Of course, this will stay a secret until your opponents discover it in a battle. So thank you very much for joining me, and we will go back to the live coverage.
I really enjoy seeing myself looking like. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers.
Yes, we are back for one last match today.
Yep.
How was the day? It's time for a short recap, right?
Yeah, we have seen so many close matches. I've talked to the count before. It was crazy. I mean, we keep saying this over and over, that the matches were close, that it came down to the last slip of skill.
Yeah, and sometimes just that 1 HP and the dream.
Yeah.
To just land that charge move that is so important to flip the match.
Oh no, look at this Wooly.
Yeah, definitely. For me, the most beautiful plush, I was talking about this with Count earlier. And if you're around in Lille, you have a stand where you can buy some plushes, make some kids, or make just yourself happy.
Exactly. So we have Chorizo. I hope I pronounced this correctly.
Chorizo. Actually, it's a play on words.
Yeah, it's on Charizard.
Yeah,
I think.
and a chorizo, like the sausage.
Never heard of that in my entire life.
Like the Spanish sausage, but it's like
chorizo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all
that's
right.
just written differently.
Oh.
Coming from France, and actually, Show is kind of a local here, coming from Lille.
So it's not a wordplay with Charizard.
No, not at all.
It kind of also sounds like Charizard, though, right?
Charizard.
Charizard.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Maybe that's both. Anyway.
We will have to ask him.
Yeah, if he wins, he will have his interview.
Yes, exactly.
That's a good incentive for him. Also, he's going to face Lurgan Rocket coming from Ireland. Yeah. Lurgan has proven himself to be one of the best at Show 6 Big 3. Going to Worlds already, winning the Liverpool Regional, and here it
and
comes.
We're going in immediately. This is a bad matchup for Diggersby. Lurgan must not be happy about this.
Yep, exactly. His Diggersby was looking so great, but finding that Medicham, and he's going to swap into the Tapu Fini.
Yeah, Tapu Fini is okay here. Water gun pressure is on. However, Lickitung is able to take so many of those hits and retaliate with Power Whip soon. However, the Moonblast goes through, and this does a sizable amount of damage.
Exactly, connecting that Moonblast, and Show is going for the bait.
Oh, nice bait. The body slam gets shielded. Lurgan must not be happy about this at all.
For sure, but now can you reach that Power Whip? And let's see if Lurgan has his counts on point. It does not shield that body slam, and he's going to be able to reach that surf.
But does he have to reach that surf? Oh yeah, he does. So he does not want to give up the switch advantage and goes for the surf. I think he could have maybe farmed down the Lickitung.
Maybe trying to not play risky, and what a play. Coming with that Medicham, but Lurgan has what he was looking for. Switch advantage so that he can realign his Pokemons. Put that Cresselia onto the Medicham. It's a matchup that we saw several times today, and we see that Medicham really struggles against that Cress. But there is something interesting if you look at the moveset of the Cresselia. Lurgan is not running the Moonblast.
Really? Instead, it's Future Sight. Okay, so this is not a super effective move despite Medicham's fighting type.
Yes.
Because it is also a psychic type. So this will be neutral damage and it still deals a lot.
Still does a ton of damage and puts it in Grass Knot range. And I really like that play. Lurgan, seeing that Show might try to charge move priority on the move, just over farming, having a bunch of energy, and now he's going to throw with almost 2 Grass Knots.
Yeah, this is a really good play from him, having almost another Grass Knot for the next Pokemon coming in. And it is indeed a Shadow Swampert, so you really want to Grass Knot. However, this is the Muddy Water. It's coming out earlier.
We
than
were
the
seeing
Hydro
the
Cannon.
Muddy Water, and we see your shield, and we see that Lurgan was... What? What is that? How is reaching a charge move so quickly on the Swampert?
Yeah, but the Swampert has 2 shields, so it can take 2 Grass Knots. I mean, it can't really take 1. Now, it is being switched out the Cresselia into the Diggersby, and Diggersby does not exactly have the best matchup against the Swampert. And I think the Swampert might go through this.
Hydro Cannons are definitely going to do super effective damage. Diggersby is a tanky boy. Ooh, and winning that CMP charge move priority is huge for Show, because it's going to be able to take down that and still
But
one
it is
shield.
not... Oh, it still has 1 shield up.
Yes, that's going to be enough, and he's going to finish in style with that Muddy Water, that game 1.
I'm really excited to see the Muddy Water. This was such a great play. So, like, really unexpected for the opponents.
Yeah, exactly, because usually you run a Swampert with his Community Day move Hydro Cannon, and then either you go with Earthquake or we go with Sludge Wave, exactly. And going with that Muddy Water can be in some situational plays the optimal move, because you have just something that is costing a bit less energy than the Hydro Cannon, so that you can land the Hydro Cannon later.
And the pro players are always calculating. They are always counting the moves and knowing against Swampert, okay, when is my opponent reaching the Hydro Cannon? And then all of a sudden, 1 move earlier, you get Muddy Watered.
And we saw on Lurgan's face how he was surprised. He was like, but Swampert already has a charge move. Yes, Swampert already has a charge move, and that's a Muddy Water.
And
so
it is a Shadow Swampert, so it still deals a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. Muddy Water, not the best move. You still have the debuff potential, but definitely comes handy. And now the big question for Lurgan is, how can he adapt to this information?
So I don't think Nidoqueen is going to be the answer for this.
Nope, for sure. But suddenly, if you look at his Tapu Fini now is super safe against the Swampert.
Oh yeah, this is looking really good.
You can resist all the charge moves. So it's going to be interesting to see how he wants to try to pivot that. And on Show's side, he knows also that the Cresselia doesn't have Moonblast.
Yeah.
So it can open some plays for all the mons that he has in the roster.
Especially Sableye.
Exactly.
Sableye does resist the Future Sight.
Yes, that's why I was thinking I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sableye, but also keep in mind those players, they are a lot thinking, and probably is like, okay, he's going to bring Sableye, so I'm going to go with my Obstagoon or my Tapu Fini. So this is what I really love about this game.
The obvious position for Lurgan here would be, okay, so my Tapu Fini just got a lot better, because it beats the Sableye that my opponent probably wants to bring against my Cresselia. It beats the Swampert easily. And we are already in the game.
We are already in the game, and we do see the same lead, and indeed there is that Obstagoon lurking in the back for
they
Lurgan.
already switched though.
Oh.
I can see a timer. I could see a timer.
So that's interesting. So switching that Diggersby probably to luring out the Medicham, and to be just able to leave it from that Obstagoon in the back.
So there is the Cresselia coming in, attacking the Medicham, charging up that first Grass Knot, but not stopping there. continuing to use fast
Yeah,
moves.
exactly. If you are the Cresselia in this position, you know you are comfortable to just build some extra energy.
You have some time here.
Yeah, exactly. Those ice punches are not going to do a lot of damage, so you can charge a bunch of energy, throw a move, and anything that is going to come after needs to tank that move. And Future Sight is, if it lands, is going to do a chunk of damage.
And it is not going to land. This is a really good protect shield. Not thinking that it was going to be a bait. So we are licking this Cresselia down. slowly but
Licking
surely.
down, and you saw how Lick is going to do a lot of damage. Lurgan opting to tank that body slam. Is he going to go for a huge nuke again?
So
Yes,
we're
it
going for
does.
the next Future Sight. It's either going to be a lot of damage or it's going to be the second protect shield. It is going to be not that much damage. I expected a bit more.
Not that much damage, but now there is a 2-shield obstacle against the Swampert. Will the Swampert shield? No, opting to not shield the first Night Slash, which makes sense, because if you get the boost, you want to keep your shield for that. And going for that Muddy Water, this is critical. Lurgan is going to shield that.
Wow, and this Muddy Water again, really interesting. Does he get the drop? No, he does not. And now
No
we can go for
drop.
the next Night Slash.
He goes for the next Night Slash, and Swampert has to shield if he wants to throw his energy. Exactly. So this is going to be interesting because it can put you also in a position where if that obstacle shield can just farm down the Swampert. And so another Muddy Water, no drop there, and now the Goon has a lot of energy and is just going to be able to throw a first cross chop. Still, matchup is going to be close because the Lickitung has a ton of energy.
And this is not going to take it out immediately. However, the counters are going to be really strong.
Yes, and Obstagoon is definitely one of those Pokemons that love to see you're resisting the leaks and you are dealing super effective damage to the Lickitung. And great play by Lurgan, 1-1. I couldn't ask for something else. We have a game 3 for the last game we are showing today.
Perfectly. We are going into the famous game 3. Both players are supposed to be shivering right now. This is really where it's going down. It is so tense.
Yes, I couldn't imagine, if I were them, I will be stressed out right now because it's 1-1. You have done an amazing day and you are like one game away of reaching the top 8 of such a stacked tournament.
And you really don't want to miss out on this top 8 spot. And it does not only come with cool prizes, it also comes with prestige.
Exactly, because trust me, if you are doing top 8 in Lille, that's a huge achievement to be recognized among all the PvP community. So definitely looking forward. So far, we saw that Lurgan Diggersby was looking good, but the first 2 games got that into the Medicham, so not the ideal play. So big question for Lurgan. Do I continue to use my Diggersby knowing that is really good against most of the team? Because it somehow forces show to bring Lickitung, Swampert and Medicham to try to have the best matchup against that Diggersby. Or Lurgan could also opt to just not play the Diggersby and go with his best team against the other 3 Pokemon. Also, Show can call the no Diggersby. So that's really the beauty of this Show 6 pick 3. Gather information. Lurgan now knows about the Muddy Water. So I'm really curious to see how they are going to play this last game.
Didn't he show the Muddy Water in game 1 as well?
Yeah, it does. It does. Like we were mentioning, puts the Tapu really strong. And you saw no Tapu in that game too.
Yeah, and this is the one that he won, so I'm kind of surprised by that. I really think that we are going to see the Tapu Fini in game 3, and it is about to start. So we are seeing Swampert versus the Obstagoon Swampert, already channeling a water move. We don't know which one it is. It is the Hydro
It's
Cannon.
Hydro
It goes
Cannon
through.
does so much damage, and look in the back. This is looking so good.
Oh, and Swampert wins the CMP. So
CMP.
we're going for the Muddy Water, and this has to go shielded. I mean,
yeah, and this is harsh.
Oh, attack
oh, so harsh for Lurgan, and definitely maybe not shielding. And if you look at the backlines, they are running very different things. Okay, we get the boost, so that maybe could flip the game. Going for a Night Slash.
Wow.
Will Sableye shield this? Yes, it does.
and we are already out of shields on Chorizo's side. So this Obstagoon has really done its job.
Yes, and really, okay. Opting.
Oh, he got into another
Oh.
Night Slash. This is going to deal a lot of damage.
Yes, especially since it's a boosted Night Slash, going to do a ton of damage to
Wow.
the Sableye. Oh, gets another boost and looks at those 2 counters after the boost.
Oh, and we have the Nidoqueen in after the Swampert already fell. This might be the surprise that Lurgan needs.
Yeah, but Lurgan is really in a precarious spot right now. He has that Crest in the back, trying to go for the catch. I really like that play, but still, it's going to be rough, as Nidoqueen basically has to take down the Sableye, take down the full HP Lickitung.
Yeah, and Nidoqueen is a Pokemon that really thrives when it has 2 shields, and it has none. It is already at 50% HP.
Yeah,
So,
and look how the job done, and unfortunately it doesn't reach the.
Got licked down.
Yeah, it doesn't reach the fuse site, and Lurgan is just going to give up, knowing that unfortunately is not going to come back into this match.
The body slam is coming down, and the Nidoqueen just takes it to the face and surrenders. Lurgan is clapping for his opponent. Very good sportsmanship. We got the handshake on camera. What an amazing match by the player from Lille.
Yeah, exactly. And we are talking earlier about the domination of Dutch.
Yeah.
Right now, but French people actually also doing well, with at least 2 of them in the top 8. For a
really
regional at home, that's really good.
That is really strong. So we have 4 players from the Netherlands, 2 players from France, 1 player
from Germany, and I'm missing out the last one.
Yeah, I have no idea either right now. So this day was packed with so many great matches. I have to stress it again. I'm so sorry. This was amazing. It was fun to cast with you as
It
well.
was amazing to cast. I mean, we were just here having fun, watching amazing battlers, amazing play, spice, everything that we want to see. And just be prepared for the interview of show with Count. And then it's going to be a look how... This is what I really like about the PvP community. Everyone congratulating show for the performance. Everyone really happy. So even if you don't perform well, you are still happy for your friends. And that's really something I value as a person, and I really like in this community.
And I think this is the perfect thing to end on for us. And we're going to go into a really short break until we are there for the winners interview. Goodbye.
And we will see you tomorrow.
Exactly.
amazing set of games, and that was the last game that we will be playing today. How does it feel to be the last one? I mean, it must have been a long day, and you come all the way to the end. The nerves.
I'm really happy because I was not confident at all for that last matchup. I was his Tapu Fini on Obstagoon was really annoying for my team, and I figured to go otherwise.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, it was very, very well played. I think everybody has the same question that I have. Why Muddy Water on the Swampert?
So there is two reasons because that I play Mediwater. First, because if I lead a Swampert again another Swampert, I can bait the first one, his shield, and after that I outpace the other Swampert because Mediwater is always 4. So I get my hydro cannon one before him, so it's I like it. And the second the second reason is for fighter matchup like Vigoroth or Obstagoon. Most of the time, I can hydro cannon CMP with the first move, body slam for Vigoroth or Night Slash for Obstagoon. I hydro cannon again just before him. Most of the time they don't shield, and after that they want to farm to optimize their energy, and they forgot I have Mediwater and I can CMP on their move, and that way they have to lose their second shield or the energy. So
that's a very smart way to play it. I think when I saw the Muddy Water against Toe Tactical, I was like, why is he running?
Yeah. That was not brilliant against the tactical because I lead 2 times Swampert against Venusaur Shadow. I was okay.
There's not a lot you can do when that happens, right? All right. You have any last words? What do you expect for yourself for tomorrow?
Thanks to my factions, Les Mange-Morts. Thanks to all the French community, and that's all.
All right, perfect. That's a great way to close today. We will be live again tomorrow at 10 a.m. See you all there. Have a great evening.
Bye.